Time passed. 50 years passed by. After Hanju led the reroll world to hide in the Netherworld realm, he was no longer disturbed. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor did not find this place either. His cultivation level was also increasing. Everyone from the hidden sect began to cultivate diligently, but the living beings of the reroll world did not realize that they were already in the Netherworld. After the white-robed Buddha became an immortal emperor, he stopped cultivating and began to travel the world. As he preached the Tao, he spread rumors that people should not ascend. He wanted to create the next immortal world here. The white-robed Buddha felt that this was a good opportunity. Every time the immeasurable calamity occurred, the immortal world would suffer heavy losses, and even all living beings would be purged. In the past, the immortal world was tens of thousands of times larger than now. However, because of the immeasurable calamity, countless experts fought and caused the immortal world to shatter. Only this much was left. Of course, even if it was only 1 in 10,000, it was still extremely vast. Even an immortal emperor could not travel the entire immortal world in an instant. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Every 10 years, he would curse the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor for 10 days. He didn't believe that the Great Freedom Chi could protect him forever. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a golden-winged roc and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by your good friend Divine General. He was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X139822. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Mo Zhu accidentally entered the primordial secret sect. Your good friend Mengpa was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and died. Fortunately, her main body revived her. Your good friend Longshan was attacked by a demon saint X5. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by heavenly troops X380244. Hanju continued reading and felt even more glad. Fortunately, he did not go to the heavenly court. Otherwise, he would have been beaten as well. He only hoped that his friends were fine, especially the heavenly emperor. If he couldn't win, he would hide. Hanju noticed that Huang Jihao was actually standing opposite the heavenly court and even killed the heavenly troops to level up. It was simply Sci-Fi. Everyone had their own choices. Hanju couldn't judge from himself as long as it didn't threaten him. 10 days later, Hanju was about to curse the demon emperor when he suddenly saw an email. Your enemy Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor has developed mental demons because of your curse. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. You finally developed a mental demon. Tell me, how do you feel now? Hanju was in a good mood. I'll worsen your mental demons in the next 10 years. Hanju thought to himself and continued cursing the demon emperor. He couldn't leave the demon emperor and golden roc behind. Numinous Palace. Sitting on the throne, the heavenly emperor revealed a rare look of exhaustion. There were only 2 immortals in the hall, Tai Bai and a heavenly general in silver armor. This heavenly general was not as domineering as the martial god general. His figure was not considered strong, but he emitted an indescribable invincible aura. The leader of the 3 great generals, the heavenly god general, Tai Bai asked, Your Majesty, have you calculated it? The heavenly emperor said, I calculated it. They're all very safe. They're hiding somewhere to cultivate. Tai Bai heaved a sigh of relief. This time, the heavenly court has indeed lost. Next, defend with all your might. The gods are not allowed to leave. The heavenly emperor stood up and instructed. Lost. This word made Tai Bai extremely helpless. The heavenly god general frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. How arrogant was the heavenly emperor. To make him admit defeat, one could imagine how strong the demons were now. The heavenly emperor looked at the heavenly god general and said, I asked you to guard the south heaven gate. This gate cannot be taken down even if you die. Are you willing to accept the order? The heavenly god general cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "As long as a breath remains, I won't let a demon soldier step over the south heaven gate." The heavenly emperor waved his hand, signaling the two immortals to leave. When only he was left in the hall, he slowly sat down. His entire mental state seemed to have aged 10 years. The heavenly emperor looked up at the sky outside the hall and muttered, "The person facing the calamity has yet to appear, but the heavenly court has already lost. Perhaps Tao Ancestor is right. The golden age of the heavenly court is not with me, but in the future. Outside the immortal world on an immortal island. Inside the Taoist temple." Huang Zuentian knelt behind a group of disciples with a frown. "The immeasurable calamity has begun. This is a good opportunity for the Jie school to rise again. If the Jie school wins the final victory, we will be the overlords of the next era." A middle-aged cultivator in front of the statue said excitedly. His fists were clenched and his tone was fanatical. The disciples kneeling in front of him had the same expression. The Jie school was about to rise. The Jie school was about to revive. The Jie school was going to dominate the world. Only Huang Zuentian frowned. "Damn it! Can't these guys cultivate properly? It's so dangerous outside," thought Huang Zuentian as he gritted his teeth. He listened to Han Ju's instructions and hid in the Jie school. The immortal island he was on was only one of the myriad immortal islands of the Jie school. After joining the sect, his worldview had been shattered. The Jie school was really filled with experts. He was increasingly grateful for Han Ju's arrangements. If he stayed in the Jie school, he would definitely be able to surpass the immortals and become a mighty figure who transcended life and death. However, the island master, who was also his master, actually wanted to lead them into the calamity, courting death. Upon seeing the island master, Huang Zuentian seemed to see the elders of the Raincoat sect. They often felt that the opportunity to rise was coming and started to provoke enemies everywhere. Huang Zuentian's reverence for the island master vanished. At this moment, he even had the crazy ambition to eliminate him. However, this was the Jie school, not the mortal world. The difference in strength was too great. He was the weakest among the disciples. How could he obtain the position of island master? "No, I have to think of a way. Otherwise, I'll really die," Huang Zuentian thought to himself. He had read many ancient texts. The more he learned about the immeasurable calamity, the more shocked he became. No matter how powerful an existence was, as long as they entered the calamity, they would definitely die. Those mighty figures who had stood out from the immeasurable calamity were all cultivating in a low-profile manner. They would come out to end the calamity when it was about to end and seize the providence of the world. Their names would spread throughout the ages and remain immortal forever. With the teachings of history here, why did the madmen of the Jie school still have to enter the calamity? Huang Zuentian couldn't understand. He began to think about how to stay on the island. He had to stay behind first before he could seize the position. In the vast void, a huge three-legged golden crow sat. It was the great freedom golden crow divine emperor. He had just swallowed a mortal world and was consuming it. Hearing the wails of all living beings coming from his stomach, the divine emperor's eyes were filled with joy. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling the life and death of all living beings the most. This was the goal of becoming stronger, controlling all living beings in the palm of his hand, using the heavenly Tao as a stepping stone. However, when he thought of Han Ju, anger surged in his heart. Where's that damned dog hiding? Because Han Ju had directly jumped into the netherworld, the great freedom golden crow divine emperor could not use his mystical power to track him. At this moment, a figure descended in front of him. It was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi revealed his true body and said expressionlessly, "I heard that you're looking for the reroll world's guardian? He's a junior that I like. Give me some face and don't chase after him anymore." The golden crow divine emperor looked down at Zhang Yi and smiled disdainfully. "Give you face? Zhang Yi, who do you think you are? If not for the fact that we are separated by generations, would you be worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan? If you were of the same generation as me, your Tao heart would have long been crushed by me. Zhang Yi was furious. He took out a token and said coldly, "This is the token of the demon venerable. Can command the entire clan. I order you now to not pester Han Ju anymore." The true sun flame on the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's body surged violently and quickly condensed into a human figure. After transforming, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor walked towards Zhang Yi step by step. His gaze was cold as he revealed a sinister smile. "The demon venerable also wants to care about me? After I reach the deity realm, the next leader of the Golden Crow Divine Clan will be me. Zhang Yi, you're too arrogant. Since you want to plead for mercy for the guardian of the reroll world, you can die too. I'll let you taste pain on his behalf first." The Golden Crow Divine Emperor laughed wildly, his tone filled with killing intent. He charged towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He took out a sword with his right hand and immediately fought. "I'm the strongest prodigy in the history of the Golden Crow Divine Clan," Zhang Yi roared in his heart. He was also infuriated by the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's arrogance. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Time passed slowly. Another 20 years passed by. Han Ju felt the beauty of life again. Without the threat of powerful enemies, he could cultivate in peace. The peace and serenity caused his cultivation speed to increase greatly. In addition to the negative karma of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Han Ju was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 3 Immortal Emperor. While his cultivation increased, Han Ju's physique also became stronger. Under the development of the heavenly cycle body tempering technique, even Han Ju himself felt that the stellar primordial body was becoming more and more terrifying. It would simply be unimaginable when he stepped into the deity realm. 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and Golden Rock Demon Lord. While cursing, he checked his emails. He suddenly saw an email and frowned. "Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by your enemy Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He died and his Tao dissipated. A trace of his soul was preserved by his ancestors. Fighting among fellow clansmen?" Han Ju suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Zhang Yi was attacked by the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor? No. That fellow was so arrogant. Han Ju frowned. He was in a bad mood. He checked his interpersonal relationships and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhang Yi's portrait was still there. He was dead, but not completely. Fortunately. It had to be said that the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was truly too savage. Han Ju's eyes were firm. He had to think of a way to kill the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Otherwise, his Tao heart would be damaged. A month later, Han Ju entered the simulation trial. Unfortunately, he still couldn't defeat the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He had to cultivate more. Just as Han Ju was sighing, Tao Comprehension's sword walked into the cave abode and stopped in front of him. "Howard wants to see you." Han Ju opened his eyes and said, "Let him in." Tao Comprehension sword immediately sent a message. Recently, Long Hao's cultivation speed had increased greatly. Something was wrong. Soon, Long Hao quickly knelt down in front of Han Ju and said respectfully, "Master, I often dream when I cultivate recently. In my dreams, a mysterious person is teaching me a mystical power, but I can't see his true appearance. He was an immortal god. How could he dream? It was too abnormal." Han Ju narrowed his eyes. As expected, Hao Tian had begun to make his move. Han Ju had always been wary of him. This strongest heavenly emperor was clearly up to something. "Other than teaching you the mystical power, is there anything else?" Han Ju asked. Long Hao gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "He said that I'm someone who will face the calamity. I'll overturn the myriad worlds and slaughter the heavenly court. But I'm the son of the heavenly emperor. How can I?" He was terrified. He had also heard a lot about the immeasurable calamity from the Black Hell Demon Lord and Sun Chang'an. It was said that when the calamity developed to the extreme, all living beings would be controlled by negative karma. unable to control themselves and sink into slaughter. He was afraid that he would do the same. Hanju consoled. It's fine. As long as you stay here, you won't be in trouble. Wait. Hanju suddenly thought of something and felt uneasy. If something happened to Longhao's family, would he want to go to the immortal world? Currently, the heavenly court was facing danger. There was no guarantee that something would happen. Did Hao Tian predict this moment to bewitch Long Hao? When Long Hao heard Hanju's words, he immediately felt much better. He trusted him the most. Hanju's status in his heart was even higher than the heavenly emperor. After all, he had never seen the heavenly emperor since he was born. The heavenly emperor had only seen him twice in the few years he was in the heavenly court. Long Hao felt a little sad every time he thought of this. He knew that he still had many brothers and sisters who worked under the heavenly emperor. Hanju said, "Ignore the person in the dream and don't cultivate his mystical power." Long Hao nodded. Then, Hanju began to preach the Tao to him, wanting to negate Hao Tian's influence. Long Hao left after a month. Not long after he left, Tu Linger came in next. "Master, can I leave Hidden Sect Island? I want to go to the netherworld. I feel something calling me." Tu Linger asked expectantly. Hanju immediately rejected it. "No. If you leave, you won't be my disciple anymore." Tu Linger, the reincarnated Grand Magus, was definitely bewitched by the Magus race. The calamity had arrived. Hanju couldn't be bothered with Meng Po. He only hoped that Tu Linger wouldn't cause trouble for him and expose the whereabouts of Hidden Sect Island. Even someone as strong as Meng Po would be attacked from time to time. If Tu Linger went out, she would definitely ask for help. Tu Linger immediately felt wronged. Hanju said seriously, "The immeasurable calamity has started. Once you leave, the hidden sect might face a calamity because of you. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor is still looking for us. Do you really want to get us all killed?" Tu Linger hurriedly shook her head in fear, not daring to say that she wanted to go out. Then, Hanju taught her a mystical power and let her leave. Tao Comprehension Sword sat on her mat and sighed. "Master, is this the calamity? It's bewitching us to go out." "Good, you finally understood. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't go out. Good girl." Hanju smiled in satisfaction. The people in the entire hidden sect that made him the least worried were the Black Hell Chicken, Liao, and Tao Comprehension Sword. In fact, the three of them were afraid of being chased out. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Next, he wanted to break through to the rank 3 Immortal Emperor realm. When he reached this realm, he might be able to fight the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Year after year passed. Another 50 years went by. In the midst of cultivating, Hanju seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh? Why is he looking for me?" Hanju closed his eyes again and jumped into the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain was a place that Hanju entered when he became an emperor. Only the chaotic physique could enter it. Divine Palace's Tao Sovereign said that he had something to talk about. Seeing Hanju appear, Tao Sovereign said, "Fellow Taoist, do you dare to join forces with me to kill the Demon Emperor?" Join forces to kill the Demon Emperor? Is he crazy? Hanju felt that Tao Sovereign wanted to trick him. The Demon Court suppressed the Heavenly Court, the Divine Palace, and the Buddhist sect. What right did a genius of the Divine Palace have to say that he wanted to kill the Demon Emperor? Hanju asked, "Where did you get your confidence from?" Tao Sovereign said, "The Demon Emperor has already gone demonic. He seems to have become stronger, but he has actually let down his guard. He definitely won't expect anyone to dare to ambush him when he's showing off. Was it your idea? Or the Divine Palace's? Is there a difference? I'm afraid that the Divine Palace will trick me. Did the Divine Palace offend you? My good brother Zhang Guxing was imprisoned by you guys." "Oh? You and Zhang Guxing are sworn brothers. I guess." Hanju was ambiguous, in case the Divine Palace used Zhang Guxing to threaten him. Tao Sovereign fell silent. Hanju said, It's too dangerous to kill the demon emperor. I'm afraid of death. Forget it. He must be joking. The demon emperor had a 6-star hatred towards him. He would die if he approached him. Tao Sovereign said, "You and I both have the chaotic physique. I have a way to deceive them. We will have a chance as long as we approach the demon emperor. I have a supreme treasure with me that can definitely take the demon emperor's life. Forget it. Forget it. I'm really afraid." Humph. Tao Sovereign flicked his sleeve in anger. If it was any other genius, they would definitely be extremely excited. This was a good opportunity to become famous. Tao Sovereign suppressed his anger and said, "If we can kill the demon emperor, both of us can obtain great providence. Becoming a Zenith Heaven in the future is not an extravagant hope." Zenith Heaven. He claimed that this would allow them to reach Zenith Heaven the moment he opened his mouth. If news of this spread, it would definitely attract disbelief. However, Tao Sovereign had a chaotic physique. He was the only one in the entire immortal world. He indeed had the right to say that. As for Hanju, he actually didn't have the chaotic physique. He had the even stronger primordial physique. The calamity is about to arrive. It's best for us to stay out of it. With our potential, we can clearly keep a low profile and cultivate. Why should we interfere in this? Our era is not the present, but the future. Hanju advised seriously. If the Tao Sovereign died in the calamity, Hanju would have no opponent after that. That would be very lonely. Tao Sovereign shook his head. Forget it. Don't spread this matter. With that said, he vanished into the chaotic domain. Hanju didn't think too much, and his consciousness returned to his body. He wasn't tempted by the Tao Sovereign's invitation at all. This fellow didn't even have a favorable impression of him, so how could he trust such a guy? He continued to cultivate. Another 10 years passed. Hanju had just finished cursing the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor and Golden Rock Demon Lord when he began cursing the Demon Emperor. He started checking his emails. Because of your curse, the mental demon of your enemy Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor has grown greatly. His soul has been invaded by the negative karma of the world. Because of your curse, your enemy Golden Rock Demon Lord's soul trembled and his cultivation declined. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. Heaven did not let down those who worked hard. As long as he was willing to work hard, results would definitely appear. Hanju looked forward to seeing the three of them cursed to death. Currently, he did not have many enemies. It shouldn't involve too much karma. It was just that this was the first time he experienced the immeasurable calamity, so Hanju was still very nervous. 5 days after cursing the Demon Emperor, Hanju stood up and walked out of the cave abode to teach the hidden sect disciples. Apart from cultivation, what he had to do was nurture his disciples. When the calamity affected the netherworld, he would at least have helpers. The sun and moon did not rise in the netherworld, nor did the 4 seasons change. Hidden Sect Island was forever in darkness. Ada and Xiaoer also did not dare to emit light to avoid exposing the Hidden Sect Island's location. Time passed silently. The netherworld was always dark, as if it had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Very few ghosts flew past the sky above the island. Very few would step into the yellow spring. Once they did, even Zenith Heaven experts could not save them. No one knew what was deep in the yellow spring. They only knew that once they fell, they would disappear forever. Hanju was also worried that the yellow spring water would drown Hidden Sect Island, but after a long period of observation, the connate restriction on Hidden Sect Island was very stable. It could make the island shrink and float on the Yellow Spring Sea. It was really safe here, safer than staying in the reroll world. In order to promote positive competition in the Hidden Sect, Hanju decided to hold the Hidden Sect competition that happened once every 100 years. All disciples could participate and decide the ranking, including Hanju. He mainly wanted to suppress the Black Hell Demon Lord and the White-Robed Buddha to prevent them from getting overconfident. The first Hidden Sect competition would be held 100 years later. The disciples still had time to prepare. Hearing that there would be a ranking, the disciples of the Hidden Sect were all excited. Even Sun Chang'an of the Buddhist lineage did not want his junior to surpass him. The 8 Han brothers were ridiculously talented. Perhaps they could catch up to Liao and Long Hao at some point. Murongqi had even awakened the war god inheritance. His strength was greater than his cultivation realm. Now that all the disciples had displayed their talent, Hanju was looking forward to the future of the hidden sect. 17 years later, Hanju's heavenly Tao token suddenly became hot. He took it out and threw it aside. Then, he used his divine sense to probe the reroll world in the primordial world. What was the white-robed Buddha doing now? After observing for a while, Hanju finally figured it out. The white-robed Buddha split into thousands of clones and walked the world, preaching to all living beings. From Grand Unity Earth immortals to mortal farmers, everyone could hear his preaching. Everyone knew that the Tao techniques of the Chan school had become common in just a few decades. Hanju was caught between laughter and tears. If the Chan school knew, what would their reaction be? It was a good thing to preach, but after the masses spread it, it would no longer be impressive. Over time, people would feel that the Chan school was inferior to other sects. However, the Chan school had nothing to do with Hanju, so he couldn't be bothered to stop it. The stronger the reroll world was, the better. In any case, it was impossible for the other mortal worlds to find him now. As if sensing Hanju's divine sense, the white-robed Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Sect Master, I have something to ask of you." Hanju's divine sense locked onto him and asked, "What is it?" "Because of the reroll world, the Chan school has targeted me." "The Chan school is coming to find trouble with you?" "Perhaps, but they don't dare to go to the netherworld." "Don't you have a good relationship with the Heavenly Emperor?" "He has a good relationship with the Chan school." "Can you ask him to restrain them?" "Why would the Heavenly Emperor help you?" "I'm confident that I can nurture the reroll world into a second immortal world. Instead of fighting for the immortal world, why don't the Heavenly Court create the next immortal world themselves?" The white-robed Buddha said confidently. Hanju said bluntly, "What makes you so confident?" The white-robed Buddha replied, "I'm proficient in the Buddhist and Chan methods. I've even traveled the immortal world and grasped countless inheritances. It's enough to turn the reroll world into the next immortal world. At that time, the providence of the Heavenly Court and the reroll world will fuse together. Their providence will definitely increase greatly. We're in the netherworld. The Chan school can't deduce our existence. But I'm afraid that someone will come and investigate me. They will know that the reroll world is rapidly growing and develop ill intentions." "Fine," Hanju agreed. The white-robed Buddha had indeed done well. If not for him, the reroll world would not have such a grand occasion. Hanju retracted his consciousness and chased Tao comprehension soared out of the Khanate cave abode. Then he called the Heavenly Emperor. However, after 2 hours, the Heavenly Emperor still did not reply. Did something happen to the Heavenly Court? Hanju frowned. He felt uneasy. Hanju started to read the emails, wanting to see how the Heavenly Emperor was doing. Soon he caught a piece of news. "Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure and was trapped by a mysterious forbidden array. The Heavenly Emperor was suppressed?" Hanju frowned. To be honest, the Heavenly Emperor treated him very well. Be it for public or private reasons, he did not want anything to happen to him. He could only silently pray that the Heavenly Emperor was blessed. With his current strength, he couldn't save the other party at all. A mighty figure who could suppress the Heavenly Emperor was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortal Emperor realm. Hanju sighed and continued cultivating. In a dark valley, Xianxia was meditating and cultivating. A strange red aura circled around his body, and a figure floated above his head. Only his upper body was like a ghost. The ghost looked down at him and smiled in satisfaction. "You can already leave the netherworld. Even in the immortal world, you can dominate an area." Xianxia's eyes did not open as he said, "It's not enough. Didn't you say that the calamity has already begun? It'll be very dangerous if I go out now." For some reason, he would think of Hanju every time he was about to become arrogant. He always felt that Hanju was stronger than him. If he couldn't surpass Hanju, how could he fight for first place? He firmly believed that Hanju would be the greatest obstacle in his path to invincibility. Danger is danger, but this is also an opportunity. How many mighty figures fight for providence in the calamity and stand out? The ghost figure said seriously, "You can't hide whenever you want in the calamity. You can't enter during the late stage of the calamity. By then, without great providence, it's very difficult for you to withstand the overwhelming negative karma. At that time, just the negative karma will be enough to make you suffer from chi deviation." Hearing this, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and frowned. The ghost continued, "There's a divine weapon in the netherworld. Do you dare to snatch it?" Xianxia asked, "Is it very strong? It can shock the world, making ghosts and gods weep." "Where?" "Xitigarbha Palace. Is it dangerous? Are you afraid?" "Humph." Xianxia stood up. He couldn't be rash. "Lead the way." "Hee. All right." 5 years later. In the midst of cultivating, Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a powerful aura on the mountain. Tu Linger. He immediately flashed out and appeared next to the fusong tree. At this moment, Tu Linger was wrapped by a huge red egg and could not move. Hanju came in front of the red egg and probed with his divine sense. He felt a very strong restriction that isolated his divine sense. Even the divine sense of an immortal emperor could not penetrate it. Han once said, "She just broke through to the grand unity heaven immortal realm and that happened." The others followed suit. Does Linger also have a powerful background in her previous life? What a terrifying aura. Who is she? Does she have the bloodline of a demon beast? No, her bloodline is even more terrifying. She looks to be from an ancient race. What's an ancient race? The first group of races that appeared after the world was created. Hearing everyone's chatter, Hanju didn't speak and stared at Tu Linger. The Black Hell Demon Lord walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "You know her background? There's great karma." Clearly, the Black Hell Demon Lord had already guessed Tu Linger's background. Hanju replied, "It's fine. I will always restrain her and prevent her from leaving the island." The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. If she can really survive this calamity, she will become a mighty figure of the immortal world and dominate a realm. The others were moved. This was the first time the Black Hell Demon Lord had such a high opinion of someone. "Perhaps," Hanju said perfunctorily. Before long, the red egg began to absorb the immortal chi of the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. The absorption speed became faster and faster, forming a visible whirlwind. Hanju waved his right hand and brought Tu Linger into the Khanate cave abode. The others dispersed and continued cultivating. In the cave abode, Hanju meditated and poured dermic powers into Tu Linger. He wanted to help her and increase her cultivation. Dao Comprehension Sword sized her up curiously and couldn't help but ask about her background. Hanju didn't hide anything from her. Dao Comprehension Sword was dumbfounded. Reincarnation of a Grand Magus. She was related to Mengpa, who controlled reincarnation. Indeed, my foundation is the worst, Dao Comprehension Sword thought bitterly. Hanju saw through her thoughts but didn't say anything. There was no denying the truth. Only by recognizing reality could she go further. Time passed. Tu Linger finally woke up after a few days. The red egg dissipated into mist and she landed on the ground. At this moment, Tu Linger was no longer as beautiful as before. Her body was covered in strange black scales, and her limbs were like sharp claws. Her body was strong, and her face was ugly and sinister. On her head were hard horns that were like branches. Dao Comprehension Sword was shocked. She thought that Tu Linger had been possessed. However, Hanju knew that this was the true body of the Grand Magus. Tu Linger's aura had completely changed. It was no longer the aura of a mortal, but a desolate and ferocious ancient aura. Grand Magus. Her body and bloodline had completely transformed into a Grand Magus. containing a terrifying power that could be seen with the naked eye. Most importantly, Tu Linger's cultivation level had jumped to the perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal realm. She was only a step away from the true Immortal realm. Tu Linger sized up her body and then transformed into her previous gentle and beautiful appearance. She knelt in front of Hanju and said excitedly, "Master, thank you for your help." She felt Hanju's vast dermic powers when she awakened her bloodline. When she opened her eyes and saw Hanju, she understood what had happened. Hanju said, "Do you know your background now?" Tu Linger nodded. "I've obtained the inherited memories. The Magus race hopes that I can save them." Hanju said calmly, "Don't go out for the time being. It's very dangerous recently." "I understand. I think so, too. Anyway, I don't have much feelings for the Magus race." Tu Linger said this very casually, making Hanju feel that she was serious. He couldn't help but mourn for Meng Po. Although Tu Linger might have let down the Magus race, Hanju was very satisfied. He didn't want to take any risks. Hanju chatted with Tu Linger for a while and then let her leave. Dao Comprehension Sword did not say anything and immediately started cultivating. It was obvious that she was stimulated by Tu Linger. After Tu Linger transformed into a Grand Magus, her combat strength soared. Even the Black Hell Phoenix at the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm was not her match. The other hidden sect disciples also began to cultivate seriously, including Murongqi. Murongqi had already awakened his memories of his previous life. He had thought that if he cultivated step by step, he would return to his peak sooner or later. But now it seemed that just the peak was not enough. His fellow disciples were too talented, giving him immense pressure. 10 years later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep across Hidden Sect Island. His heart skipped a beat. This divine sense. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. This fellow actually found me in the Netherworld. Hanju couldn't help but become nervous when the Golden Crow Divine Emperor attacked. He wasn't the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's match for the time being. Just as Hanju was feeling nervous, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's divine sense vanished. Did he not notice me? Hanju suddenly remembered that the Dao field could block divine sense. Now that he was an immortal emperor, the Dao field had become stronger and could block the divine sense of someone at the deity realm. He was relieved. As long as the Golden Crow Divine Emperor did not directly barge into the island, he shouldn't be discovered. The Hidden Sect Island looked big, but from the outside, it was only the tip of a reef. It was very tiny in the vast yellow spring. At the same time, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was still traveling above the yellow spring when he frowned. Strange. Why did that fellow's aura disappear here? Did he fall into the yellow spring? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was extremely furious. He had been looking for Hanju for so many years. Why couldn't he find him? He had a feeling that that fellow was definitely not dead. If he didn't kill Hanju, the anger in his heart would not be appeased. Ever since he met Hanju, he had been cursed from time to time. It was definitely that guy cursing him. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor could not figure it out, but he believed in his instincts. Curses were not rare in the immortal world. Many cultivators knew how to do it. Regarding this matter, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor had never revealed it to anyone because he had been cursed to develop a mental demon. This was already a humiliation and could not be made known to anyone. The more the Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. He suddenly let out a long roar. The cry of the divine Golden Crow was extremely piercing, resounding through the netherworld. Everyone on Hidden Sect Island heard it and was shocked. In the midst of cultivating, the Black Hell Demon Lord suddenly opened his eyes in shock. How did he find this place? He panicked. Although he was a rank 5 immortal emperor, he wasn't the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's match. The others also panicked. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was the first powerful enemy that Hanju could not defeat. He even forced them to flee. Hanju immediately sent a voice transmission to them, telling them to calm down and not leave the island. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor would definitely not discover them. Everyone felt relieved. They all knew Han Ju's personality. If it was really dangerous, he would have run away without them urging. Han Ju suppressed his uneasiness and waited. This was actually good. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor would not come again after searching this area. The sharp cry lasted for a while before finally stopping, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's aura also completely dissipated. Han Ju showed a frown. This fellow was too difficult to deal with. It seemed that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor would not rest until he killed him. If one day, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor really came knocking on his door, it would be too late for Han Ju to hide. Detected that you are in an unprecedented crisis. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and head to the immortal world. Enter the calamity and fight for providence. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and wait for the opportunity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Han Ju raised his eyebrows when he saw 3 lines of words appear in front of him. He finally had a chance to choose. Although the reward wasn't generous, it was at least there. Han Ju silently chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining a natural treasure Buzhou Divine Flower. Buzhou Divine Flower. A primordial treasure. Born on the legendary Buzhou Divine Mountain. It seizes the essence of the world and can produce boundless Kanate Qi. Han Ju immediately took it out and planted it beside the 9 Heavens Galaxy water. The 9 Heavens Galaxy water still emitted immortal Qi, but it could no longer show the situation of the Son of Heaven and Earth. Master, this is? Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously. Han Ju gave a simple introduction. He didn't know what Kanate Qi was, so he was looking forward to it. It should be greater than immortal Qi, right? After planting the Buzhou Divine Flower, Han Ju didn't cultivate immediately but waited patiently. After half a month, after confirming that the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor had left, he heaved a sigh of relief and cultivated in peace. Time passed. About 8 years passed. The Buzhou Divine Flower finally produced Kanate Qi. Furthermore, there was quite a bit. It directly erupted and filled the Kanate Cave abode. Tao Comprehension Sword sensed something and opened her eyes in surprise. Han Ju was shocked. This Kanate Qi was so powerful. The increase in cultivation he obtained from taking a breath was equivalent to 10 breaths of immortal Qi. Most importantly, Kanate Qi was purer and of higher quality than immortal Qi. This time, Han Ju had another way to increase his cultivation speed. He continued cultivating and started to absorb the Kanate Qi. However, his Qi absorption speed was too fast. The Buzhou Divine Flower couldn't keep up. Still needed to grow for a while. Han Ju wasn't disappointed. At least there was more hope. Divine Palace in a dark prison palace. Zhang Guxing sat on the ground, with countless sword shadows circling around him. He wore a tattered white robe and his hair was messy, but his expression was calm. He had the temperament of being composed in any situation. Outside the prison door, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was a man in a luxurious robe. He played with a jade ring in his hand as he stared at Zhang Guxing with jealousy. "Have you made another breakthrough recently?" the robed man asked with a smile. Zhang Guxing did not answer. The robed man continued. "The Divine Palace and the Demon Court have been at war for many years. The Palace Master left not long ago. In the future, I will control the Divine Palace. How do you think I should torture you?" He was Yu Tianbao, who had a grudge with Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing replied, "Your methods can't make me give in. You will only torture my body and soul. You won't be able to destroy my Tao heart. As long as I don't die, you won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Because you know that once I leave, you will be finished." Yu Tianbao's expression darkened. This was indeed what he was most worried about. He had long wanted to kill Zhang Guxing, but there was someone above him. Even if Zhang Guxing had caused a calamity, some people still protected him from death. Yu Tianbao suddenly sneered. What if I destroy the Sword Dao River? Zhang Guxing's expression changed. I've always been curious about your relationship with the Sword Dao River. What can make you abandon your body to guard it? Yu Tianbao asked with interest. Zhang Guxing was silent. Seeing his silent attitude, Yu Tianbao was very angry. Great. He was definitely going to destroy the Sword Dao River. 40 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the rank 3 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor realm. His dermic power soared and his soul transformed, becoming even stronger. After spending 3 years consolidating his cultivation, Hanju immediately started the simulation trial. Although he couldn't defeat the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor when he was a rank 2 Immortal Emperor, at least he wouldn't be insta-killed. After reaching the rank 3 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor realm, Hanju did not believe that he would still be killed. 2 hours later, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. After fighting for 2 hours, although the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor could not kill him, he didn't injure the other party either. No way! Hanju decided to start creating a new Sword Dao mystical power. Unlike the heavenly Sword Dao, he wanted to create an ultimate explosive mystical power that could instantly kill the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Hanju began to comprehend the Sword Dao. With the Destiny Sword Qi Great Wheel and the Heavenly Sword Dao as the foundation, he prepared to create an extremely explosive mystical power. His current goal was to insta-kill the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. If he didn't kill this fellow, Hanju wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. With his top-notch Sword Dao potential and comprehension of the Sword Dao, Hanju quickly meditated, and his consciousness entered a mysterious state. The Destiny Sword Qi Great Wheel could cut through fate and karma. The Heavenly Sword Dao could also do the same. The former had control while the latter had explosive power. If they could combine and control the enemy, making them unable to move, it was almost certain that they would be insta-killed. About half a year later, Hanju's consciousness came to the Sword Dao River. This time, he wanted to comprehend the mystical power, so he followed the crowd of predecessors. When Liu Bei saw him, he immediately stood up and bowed. Hanju ignored him. Seeing this, Liu Bei understood that his main body was here to cultivate, so he did not disturb him. As he advanced, Hanju passed through Eternal, Grand Unity, and Emperor Realm. Hanju was no longer the same as before. He still didn't feel any pressure. His confidence soared. This must be strong enough to kill that stupid bird. Hanju thought silently and started to walk faster. 100 steps. 1,000 steps. There was no longer anyone around Hanju. He walked forward alone as his surroundings turned pitch black. There was only a long staircase formed by sword light beneath his feet that stretched to the end. Gradually, Hanju felt the pressure. With each step forward, the pressure on his body multiplied. For some reason, the nebulous primordial qi in his body began to churn. The billions of stars in the primordial world emitted strong light, and the reroll world was drowned by it. At this moment, the vision of countless living beings in the reroll world was enveloped by strong light, causing them all to be unable to see and the world to be in chaos. The white-robed Buddha was frightened, but he felt Hanju's aura and was relieved. Although he didn't know what Hanju was doing, he would never harm the reroll world. After another few hundred steps, Hanju finally couldn't withstand the pressure. The immense pressure made him feel dizzy and his vision blurred. He vaguely saw the back of a figure appear in front of him holding a long sword and standing at the end of the Sword Dao River as if he was the guardian. Before Hanju could think further, he was expelled by the Sword Dao River. In a daze, his consciousness returned to his body. A huge amount of memories surged into his mind, almost catching up to the memory impact when he had comprehended the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao. At the same time, the sky of the immortal world and the myriad worlds were filled with purple light. It was the same for the reroll world. When everyone could see again, they were immediately attracted by the purple light in the sky. Everyone was in an uproar. Immortal world, above the 9 heavens. The master of the divine palace walked on the cloud court with dozens of disciples behind him. He couldn't help but frown when purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. This is the aura of the deity realm. No, someone is comprehending a deity realm mystical power. The master of the divine palace muttered with a solemn expression. He sensed that the other party was not from the divine palace or the immortal world. Instead, netherworld. Could it be that the netherworld was also about to enter the calamity? A disciple couldn't help but ask, "Palace Master, what does this mean?" The master of the divine palace said, "He might be the person meant to face the calamity." The person meant to face the calamity? All the disciples were shocked. The immeasurable calamity had already begun, but the person facing the calamity had yet to appear. Many even thought that the demon emperor was the person facing the calamity. The master of the divine palace had a solemn expression. The current demon court was unstoppable, but they had no one who could face the calamity. What did this mean? He didn't dare to think about it. Demon court, demon emperor palace. In the midst of meditating, the demon emperor suddenly opened his eyes and frowned at the purple firmament outside the hall. He had also deduced that someone was comprehending a mystical power and that it came from the netherworld, but he couldn't guess who it was. "Very good. Netherworld, it seems that you also want to interfere," the demon emperor muttered. Now that the demon court was flourishing and the netherworld had a sudden movement, the pressure on the demon emperor naturally increased. The demon court seemed to be fighting against the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, and the divine palace alone, but in fact it was extremely difficult and could collapse at any moment. The various ancient races were all ambitious. If the demon emperor wasn't careful, he might be abandoned by them. The demon emperor couldn't sit still. He stood up and quickly left the hall. The phenomenon caused by Hanju alerted the various major forces in the immortal world. However, because the Tao field isolated them and Hanju cultivated a karma mystical power, no one guessed that it was him. After a long time, Hanju woke up and slowly opened his eyes, causing a terrifying light to burst out. What a domineering mystical power. Wonderful. Detected that this is your first time creating a deity realm mystical power. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and use this mystical power to stun the immortal world. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure Golden Seal Domain Blood Belt. Golden Seal Domain Blood Belt. Defensive Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure. It automatically absorbs heaven and earth chi. When its owner is attacked, it can automatically defend against attacks. It can withstand the full-powered attack of a rank 9 Immortal Emperor at best. Defensive Supreme Treasure. Awesome. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and touched his chin in thought. Let's call it Unparalleled Sword Chi. Hanju smiled very satisfied and felt that he was a genius at naming. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask, "What's Unparalleled Sword Chi?" "A mystical power." "Yes. How is the name?" "Ordinary." "What?" "It's too good." Hanju snorted and started the simulation trial against the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. 10 minutes later, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. Although this mystical power was powerful, it couldn't instantly kill the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The reason was that the difference in cultivation realm was too great. However, Hanju could still kill the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor by constantly using Unparalleled Sword Chi. But the problem was, 10 minutes was too long. Hanju looked pained. No. This was a failure. Hanju decided to continue comprehending the mystical power and raise all the other Sword Dao mystical powers to their current limits. In the next 4 years, phenomena of purple clouds filling the sky appeared in the myriad worlds. Everyone realized that the person facing the calamity was coming. Furthermore, this person was extremely powerful. To be able to easily create a deity realm mystical power, he was definitely an invincible existence among the deity realm. The demon court was frightened. and their attacks were no longer as ferocious. The Divine Palace and Buddhist sect no longer dared to attack the demon court. Instead, the heavenly court heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the demon court had bitten them the most. For a time, the gazes of all the worlds fell on the netherworld. The person facing the calamity was in the netherworld, inside the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju opened his eyes with a painful expression. He had already reached his limit, but it would still take him a few minutes to kill the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. What should he do? Too many things would happen in a few minutes. Perhaps the old monsters of the Golden Crow race would come to help. Forget it. Forget it. I'll cultivate first and curse him occasionally to reduce his cultivation. Han Ju thought silently, feeling helpless. 10 years later, Han Ju's cultivation ended again. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started to entertain the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. This fellow still didn't leave the netherworld. From time to time, everyone from the hidden sect could hear the cries of the Golden Crows in the distance. It seemed that the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor had guessed that Han Ju was hiding in the netherworld and wanted to capture him. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by demons X106521. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the Immortal Emperor of the Netherworld and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has awakened his Tao heart. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has broken through the restriction. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by an immortal god and was severely injured. Fortunately, your enemy Li Xian'ao saved him. Your disciple Tu Linger dreamed of traveling the primordial world and obtained the ancestral Magus' teachings. Your good friend Jiang Yi has reconstructed his body. His bloodline has transformed and his cultivation has increased greatly. Because of your curse, your enemy Golden Rock Demon Lord has fallen to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. Your good friend Mo Zhu coincidentally obtained an ancient treasure. Han Ju continued reading and felt that his circle of friends had been developing well recently. The Heavenly Emperor fought his way out. At least the Heavenly Court wouldn't collapse now. After Tu Linger obtained the ancestral Magus inheritance, her strength soared. What made him the happiest was that Golden Rock Demon Lord had been cursed to the point of losing his Emperor realm. It seemed that the Immortal Emperor realm was not very stable. He wanted the Golden Crow Divine Emperor to suffer the same fate. A month later, Han Ju walked out of the Khanate cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. Sun Chang'an, Su Qi, Tu Linger, Long Hao, the three-headed Wyrm King, the Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Liao, Murong Qi, Chu Shuren, Zhou Mingyue, the Black Hell Demon Lord, Ada Shao Er, the Gourd Brothers, and the other Black Hell Phoenixes were all cultivating. Ever since the arrival of the Black Hell Phoenixes, the Black Hell Chicken was not as noisy as before. It even became a little quiet. Perhaps there were internal conflicts in the Black Hell Phoenix clan, but Han Ju couldn't be bothered unless the Black Hell Chicken took the initiative to look for him. Standing in front of the Fusang tree, Han Ju used his divine sense to penetrate it. Ever since he had moved here, the Fusang tree had grown much faster. The main trunk had clearly become thicker and had grown many branches. Han Ju still remembered the introduction of the Fusang tree. The Heaven and Earth Divine Tree could increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It could attract the golden crows for 10,000 years and connect to other worlds in 1,000,000 years. However, the Fusang tree had attracted the golden crow in less than 1,000 years. Perhaps it wouldn't take that long to connect to other worlds. Not to mention that the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine had nurtured it and its growth had been accelerating. Han Ju looked forward to the Fusang tree connecting to other worlds. This way, if he encountered a powerful enemy that he couldn't defeat, he could escape at any time. Master, I want to return to the Heavenly Court. A voice came from the side. Han Ju glanced over and saw that it was Long Hao. He had already grown up and looked very similar to the Heavenly Emperor, but he was far from bold. Han Ju said, "It's very dangerous outside." Long Hao took a deep breath and said, "I've been summoned by my father. The Heavenly Court needs me." The Heavenly Emperor's summoning? Han Ju was speechless. After all, Long Hao was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. He was only adopted here and had no right to force him to stay. Do you really want to go back? Hanju thought for a moment and asked again. Long Hao nodded and said seriously, Yes, master. He was born to be a supreme being and dominate everything. He had been hiding and cultivating for a long time. Previously, he had not been summoned by the heavenly emperor, so he could only endure. He had always been looking forward to the heavenly emperor's approval. Hanju grabbed Long Hao's shoulder and brought him out of the netherworld into the void. Without waiting for him to speak, Hanju disappeared first. Long Hao hurriedly bowed and called out a few times, but Hanju didn't reply. For some reason, Long Hao felt inexplicably regretful. No, I can't be like a child. I can't let master down. Long Hao clenched his fists and left. After returning to the Fusang tree, as soon as Hanju appeared, the disciples surrounded him. Master, how are left? Sect master, did something happen to the heavenly court? Even the son of the heavenly emperor was issued an edict. It seems like there's no one left. Is there something wrong with Long Hao's brain? It's so dangerous outside. Ha ha ha. When he returns, we will definitely have surpassed him. The chaotic heavenly dog asked, Are you making a dig at me? Hanju had a headache from all the disciples, so he waved his hand and moved everyone away from him. He continued to observe the Fusang tree. The disciples of the hidden sect walked far away and continued discussing. After a long time, Hanju opened his eyes, looking surprised. The Fusang tree seemed to have developed a hint of intelligence. This trace of intelligence was very weak and special. It was like a living thing flowing quickly in the tree to avoid Hanju. Unfortunately, it was still discovered by him. The Fusang tree was about to become a spirit? Hanju thought for a moment and decided to let the Fusang tree's intelligence grow. Any divine item would give birth to its own intelligence, just like the ancient spiritual ginseng Sun Chang'an and the heaven and earth grass Dao comprehension sword. Perhaps the Fusang tree could become an important battle force to protect the cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain in the future. Hanju smiled and returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. In the netherworld, Xianxia Palace. Xianxia's 4 limbs were tied up by 4 huge chains. His body was pulled into the air. Black lightning landed on his body crazily, destroying his physique. However, he didn't grunt in pain even as his skin and flesh were torn apart. He stared ahead. A fat monk was sitting on a lotus throne. The fat monk wore a kasaya and had a benevolent expression. He held a circle of Buddhist beads in his hand and muttered a mysterious Buddhist scripture. Strands of strange green smoke filled the palace. Sometimes they transformed into demons and ghosts, sometimes into gods and Buddhas. It was like a dream. Finally, Xianxia couldn't help but say, How long are you going to torture me? I've already said it. I'm not the one who will face the calamity. I've never thought of overturning the myriad worlds. He was really depressed. He had failed to snatch the divine weapon. Xianxia had originally let him go, but for some reason, he suddenly hunted him down and suppressed him again. Most importantly, Xianxia said he would harm the myriad worlds, so he wanted to suppress him. Xianxia said calmly, The person meant to face the calamity will never think of himself as that person. Then, what makes you so sure that I am him? The divine palace, the demon court, the heavenly court, and the Buddhist sect all say that the person facing the calamity is in the netherworld and has even comprehended a mystical power from time to time. Isn't that you? Is it wrong for me to comprehend a mystical power? Amitba. Xianxia was furious. How unreasonable. This guy was not listening. Xianxia gritted his teeth and asked, What can I do to make you let me go? Xianxia said, Amitba, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the common people and suppress you forever. You! Xianxia closed his eyes and continued reciting the scriptures. Xianxia was so angry that he spat out blood. Don't panic. I'll go ask for help. A voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. Immediately after, a wisp of black smoke quickly flew out of his body. Sensing something, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in a low voice, Devil race. So you actually have the help of the devil race. You dare say you're not the one who will face the calamity? Xianxia shouted. He immediately struck out with his palm at Xianxia. In an instant, countless black lightning transformed into sharp whips that lashed at him. This time, even Xianxia's soul felt an indescribable pain. Ah! Xianxia wailed in pain. His eyes were red as he looked at Xianxia with hatred. If he could kill his way out in the future, he would definitely destroy this Xianxia palace. Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. It was truly unfortunate for the heavenly Tao that such a vile devil had appeared. Time passed slowly. 20 years had passed since Long Hao left. After Hanju broke through to the rank 3 Immortal Emperor realm, his cultivation level had improved again. The time he used to kill the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was also constantly decreasing. However, he was still far from insta-killing him. On this day, Hanju had just finished cursing the enemy when he took out the Heavenly Tao token and checked the Heavenly Tao tablet. He had thought that the reroll world's ranking would increase again, but he did not expect it to fall outside of the top 300. This was ridiculous. Wasn't the reroll world always becoming stronger? Hanju looked down carefully and discovered that the number of mortal worlds that originally numbered close to 10,000 had increased to 20,000. Why were there so many? Finding it strange, Hanju immediately took out the Heavenly Tao token to contact Di Tai Bai. Soon, Di Tai Bai established a divine sense connection with him. Didn't the Heavenly Court say that they wanted to give up the mortal worlds? Not only the Heavenly Court, but all the various powers in the immortal world, including the ancient races and hidden families, have all released their mortal worlds. Now, all the mortal worlds are controlled by the Heavenly Tao of the immortal world. This ranking is no longer just the Heavenly Court's mortal worlds, but the rankings of the myriad worlds in the universe. Di Tai Bai replied helplessly. In other words, the mortal world guardian is no longer under the Heavenly Court's jurisdiction. You won't be protected by the providence of the Heavenly Court. If you're afraid of danger, you can abandon the reroll world and return to the Heavenly Court. I see. Hanju was enlightened. He didn't expect there to be so many mortal worlds. No wonder the Heavenly Court couldn't dominate the immortal world and only controlled half of the mortal worlds. Hanju didn't promise Di Tai Bai to go to the Heavenly Court. When he asked him where he was, he only said that he was hiding somewhere and didn't dare to come out. He had warned Long Hao not to spread the news of them being in the netherworld. With Long Hao's favorability towards him, he should not say it. Di Tai Bai clearly spoke more than before. He told Hanju much about the current situation of the Heavenly Court. There were internal and external troubles. The continuous losses caused the morale of the Heavenly Court to fall. With the arrival of the calamity, many immortals were like Hanju. They wanted to escape and return to their own sects, races, or even the sacred dynasties. They wanted to stay away from the calamity. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor was domineering and suppressed these inappropriate thoughts. It was worth mentioning that the 3 great generals had all returned. The demon court couldn't break through the 4 heavenly gates. He chatted with Di Tai Bai for a while before severing his divine sense connection. Hanju put down the Heavenly Tao token and fell into deep thought. Now, the reroll world completely belonged to him and had nothing to do with the Heavenly Court. This was a good thing. Previously, he had been worried that the Heavenly Court would join the calamity and the providence would affect the reroll world. No wonder the white-robed Buddha wanted to turn the reroll world into a second immortal world. Perhaps it was really possible. Hanju stood up and walked to the 9 heavens galaxy water. The Buzhou divine flower had already grown to the height of a small tree. It was taller than the surrounding resurrection lily. The Khanate chi it gave birth to was richer than before, but it was far from enough for him to cultivate. Hanju was debating if he should fuse the 9 heavens galaxy water with the Buzhou divine flower. At this point, the immortal chi of the 9 heavens galaxy water was nothing to Hanju. There was no point in keeping it. Just as he was thinking, a voice sounded in his mind. Master, bad news. A powerful enemy wants to seize the Sword Dao River. Liu Bei sounded extremely nervous. Hanju frowned after hearing that. Why was there a powerful enemy again? Why was nothing wrong when Zhang Guxing was presiding over it? Does the heavenly Tao want to harm me again? The Sword Tao River. Liu Bei looked at a figure in the distance. It was the Divine Palace's Yu Tianbao. Yu Tianbao strolled around and looked at the Sword Tao River. TSK, no wonder Zhang Guxing is guarding this place. This place contains the rules of the Sword Tao and can increase one's comprehension of the Sword Tao, Yu Tianbao praised. He turned to look at Liu Bei and said, "Have you thought about it? Submit to me as your master. Otherwise, you will die." Liu Bei gritted his teeth and said, "Let me think about it." "What's there to think about? Are you stalling for time? Don't worry, no one can save you. I've already captured the previous guardian of the Sword Tao River. You're a latecomer, and you don't have a powerful background." Liu Bei was silent and anxious. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Liu Bei. It was Han Ju. This time, he didn't come with his consciousness. Instead, he directly jumped into the Sword Tao River. With so many treasures on him, the other party would definitely not be able to hurt him. If it was only his soul or consciousness, he might be severely injured or even captured. Han Ju looked at Yu Tianbao. He couldn't see through the guy's cultivation, but it didn't give him a sense of danger. From the looks of it, his cultivation shouldn't be too different from the Black Hell Demon Lord's. Yu Tianbao frowned when he saw him. What a handsome man. Grand Unity true immortal? No. This fellow was actually wearing an Emperor Dao treasure. Yu Tianbao asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Han Ju said indifferently, "Demon Court Lu Bu, an immortal emperor of the Demon Court." Yu Tianbao frowned even harder as killing intent surged in his heart. The Divine Palace and the Demon Court were mortal enemies. There was nothing to say. Fight! Yu Tianbao was about to attack when the primordial judgment sword suddenly appeared in Han Ju's hand and slashed at him. "Bastard! You actually attacked first." Yu Tianbao cursed silently and immediately raised his hand to block. The terrifying dermic powers of an immortal emperor condensed into a huge barrier, causing the surrounding space of the Sword Tao River to twist violently. A terrifying sword chi collided with Yu Tianbao. With a boom, his dermic powers barrier instantly dissipated and he was sent flying. The figures walking on the Sword Tao River vanished. The Sword Tao River surged violently as if it would dissipate at any moment. Yu Tianbao stabilized himself and looked at Han Ju in shock. What sword chi was this? It looked ordinary, but it could actually injure his Emperor Dao soul. No. Run. Yu Tianbao vanished on the spot. Han Ju followed. Since he had encountered an enemy, how could he let him go? The sword chi just now was still on Yu Tianbao. Han Ju could track him. Yu Tianbao moved continuously, appearing and disappearing in the void. Damn it! How many immortal emperors is the Demon Court hiding? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Lu Bu. Great. I'll remember you. Yu Tianbao's heart was filled with killing intent. No wonder Zhang Guxing was fearless. He had long hooked up with the Demon Court. "Your Majesty, he's here." A pleasantly surprised voice sounded, startling Yu Tianbao so much that he subconsciously stopped. As soon as he did, his heart skipped a beat. Crap. Isn't that Lu Bu's voice? How could the Demon Emperor appear here? Yu Tianbao almost instinctively took out a pagoda and entered it. Han Ju appeared in front of Yu Tianbao's pagoda and immediately took out the Godslayer sword, the Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword, the 9 Elements 10,000 Life Sword, and the Primordial Judgment Sword. Then, he used the Immortal Slaying Sword formation to seal the pagoda, preventing Yu Tianbao from escaping. Yu Tianbao's voice came from the pagoda. "Lu Bu, do you really want to kill me? I'm the Divine Palace's Yu Tianbao, the acting palace master. If you kill me, the palace master will definitely not spare you." Han Ju said angrily. "Our Demon Court suppressed the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Court, and the Buddhist sect. How can we be afraid of the master of the Divine Palace? Are you serious? You!" Yu Tianbao almost died of anger. Too arrogant. If not for the fact that he couldn't defeat the other party, he would definitely tear him into pieces and destroy his body and soul. Han Ju remained silent. Yu Tianbao also fell silent. The atmosphere became strange. When the immortal slaying sword formation was completed, Han Ju began to attack the pagoda without a word. Sword chi and sword formation techniques bombarded the pagoda, but it was indestructible. It was only shaken and did not shatter. Inside the pagoda, Yu Tianbao was casting a spell to seek help. Damn demon court! Yu Tianbao cursed anxiously. The immeasurable calamity had already begun. As the slaughter in the immortal world unfolded, the negative karma of the world increased and blinded the heavenly secrets, causing him to be unable to directly contact the master of the divine palace. What should he do? I can't panic. He can't break through my pagoda. Yu Tianbao's mood improved. Boom! The pagoda shattered, and the darkness in the void began to devour his vision. Yu Tianbao's eyes widened in horror. How is that possible? This is an Emperor Dao supreme treasure. Han Ju appeared and said disdainfully, So what if it's an Emperor Dao supreme treasure? I used a deity realm mystical power. Han Ju waved his sleeve, and the immortal slaying sword formation continued to erupt. A terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Yu Tianbao didn't have time to say anything or beg for mercy and could only defend passively. Unfortunately, he was only a rank 5 immortal emperor and could not withstand it. In less than 2 breaths of time, Yu Tianbao's body and soul were destroyed. Before he died, he shouted venomously, Lu Bu! Just you wait. I won't rest until I take revenge. Yu Tianbao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. This line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He frowned slightly. Could it be that this fellow had a soul fragment in the divine palace to protect himself? Humph. Do you think you can live in peace? Han Ju smiled disdainfully and sheathed his sword, preparing to leave. Just as he turned around, he felt a terrifying aura lock onto him. Even as a rank 3 immortal emperor, Han Ju couldn't help but shiver. Oh no! Could it be the master of the divine palace? Han Ju immediately moved and disappeared. However, no matter where he ran, that terrifying aura was always locked onto him. At this moment, he could feel the shadow in Yu Tianbao's mind. Stop running. I won't kill you. A gentle voice sounded. Han Ju immediately stopped. Since the other party had already said so, he could only listen to it to avoid provoking him. Han Ju looked around cautiously. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a man in a green robe with a sword at his waist. The green-robed man sized him up and asked teasingly, How do you know the heavenly sword Dao? Han Ju was secretly shocked and didn't know how to answer. The heavenly emperor taught you? The green-robed man asked with a smile. Don't be nervous. I taught the heavenly sword Dao to the heavenly emperor. In the heavenly court, only Ditai Bai has inherited it. However, his sword Dao is very weak. In addition, he had once sacrificed his sword immortal Dao fruit for the heavenly court. It's impossible for him to teach the heavenly sword Dao to others. It can only be the heavenly emperor. Li Daokong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju saw a notification appear in front of him and hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Li Daokong. Cultivation unknown. Eldest disciple of the human school, immeasurable emperor, perfect sword immortal, successor of the Dao ancestor. He has inherited all the orthodoxies of the 3 schools of the Dao sect. Because you have grasped the heavenly sword Dao, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 1 star. The eldest disciple of the human school? Han Ju frowned. Wasn't that Li Xianxio's senior brother? Li Xianxio dug out the chaotic heavenly dog's eyes. Han Ju always remembered to curse once every 10 years. The 2 successors of the human school would live and die together. Li Daokong would definitely stand on the same side as Li Xianxio. So Han Ju wasn't misled by a 1-star favorability. He said, That's right. The heavenly emperor taught me. I guard the sword Dao river. Just now, That person wanted to forcefully occupy it and even wanted to kill me. He noticed that Li Daokong was a perfect sword immortal, and probably had special feelings for the sword Dao. Perhaps he could use this reason to resolve the possible conflicts. Li Daokong sized him up and smiled. Have you acknowledged the Heavenly Emperor as your master? Hanju shook his head. Then be my disciple, Li Daokong said with a burning gaze. Hanju was stunned. This change was too fast. Li Daokong smiled. If you acknowledge me as your master, you don't have to be afraid that the divine palace will find trouble with you. Hanju raised his eyebrows. So powerful? You're stronger than the Heavenly Emperor? You have greater authority and power. I don't dare to say that I'm invincible in the world, but I'm not afraid of anyone. As for power, although I don't have a domineering force like the Heavenly Court, I alone possess the greatest power. Li Daokong's tone was neither arrogant nor humble. These words sounded especially pretentious in Hanju's ears. However, when he thought of Li Daokong's background, the eldest disciple of the human school, immeasurable emperor, perfect sword immortal, the successor of the Dao ancestor, he had all the inheritances of the three schools of the Dao sect. Indeed, he looked even more impressive than the Heavenly Emperor. However, when he thought of how Li Daokong's junior brother had gouged out the chaotic Heavenly Dog's eyes, he still felt disgusted. Hanju asked cautiously, Am I not allowed to refuse? Li Daokong shook his head and laughed. I've never forced anyone other than my junior brother. If you refuse, then forget it. With that, he turned around and left. Hanju remained silent. After Li Daokong vanished, he heaved a sigh of relief. This person was very strong, but he didn't want to cause trouble. Hanju was about to leave when Li Daokong suddenly appeared in front of him and snorted. Humph! You're really not tempted, Hanju? Li Daokong said, The immeasurable calamity has already begun. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can protect you from it. How can you protect me? We'll talk about it after you acknowledge me as your master. No discussion? This is not a discussion. My identity is not simple. After you acknowledge me as your master, you will be pleasantly surprised. Hanju couldn't help but retort internally. I already know your identity. Li Daokong smiled as he cursed in his heart. This brat actually dares to reject me. However, for him to be able to master the immortal slaying sword formation, his potential in the sword Dao is truly rare. It would be a pity if he died in the calamity. It would be even more of a pity if the divine palace poached him. Li Daokong stared at him and continued, I can teach you a stronger sword Dao. It's a Dao attainment method even for the deity realm and even zenith heaven. Hanju couldn't take it anymore. He asked, If I acknowledge you as my master, will I be assigned work? Li Daokong shook his head. Of course not. I just want to preach the Dao. Hanju said, The Heavenly Emperor has treated me well. I have to ask him about this. He deliberately emphasized the words, Heavenly Emperor. I have a good relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. He won't stop me. Li Daokong smiled confidently. In the myriad worlds, who could refuse to become his disciple? Hanju remained silent. He was anxious. Why hadn't the Heavenly Emperor appeared yet? Didn't he escape? Li Daokong smiled. I obtained great providence in the last immeasurable calamity and already have the experience to deal with it. As for the sword Dao, no one in the immortal world can compare to me. How arrogant! Hanju couldn't take it anymore. This person was too confident. Hanju felt like this was a powerful version of Xianxia. At this moment, a voice sounded, Li Daokong, you even dare to poach my talent? The Heavenly Emperor. Hanju was pleasantly surprised and relieved. A figure appeared in front of him. It was the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor stood in front of Hanju and smiled at Li Daokong. Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and instantly understood that Hanju had an extraordinary relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. Thinking of something, he asked with a smile, Could he be the future of the Heavenly Court that your Majesty mentioned? The Heavenly Emperor nodded. Hanju had a strange expression. Did they really know each other? It seemed that they were close and had even talked about him. Hanju also understood the implied meaning. The Heavenly Emperor really thought highly of him. Thinking about it carefully, every time he looked for the Heavenly Emperor, he was always there. Only once was he not there. That was when he was suppressed. He could look for the Heavenly Emperor when he was in trouble. The Heavenly Emperor never rejected him. On the contrary, he couldn't help the Heavenly Emperor resolve his problem. Hanju could only sigh in his heart. Emotions were always the greatest obstacle on the path of Tao attainment. If I attain the Tao in the future, I will definitely repay the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju thought silently. The Heavenly Emperor said, "This child is mine." This was a rejection on Hanju's behalf. Li Daokong smiled. "It's fine. Him becoming my disciple doesn't conflict with him being part of the Heavenly Court. Aren't there also many disciples of the Tao sect in the Heavenly Court? Doesn't His Majesty also want to pull me into the court?" The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. He turned to look at Hanju, who felt his heart skip a beat. Was the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor turned around and smiled. "When he really wants to acknowledge you as his master, I will personally send him to your door. This child has a cautious personality and is timid. Just joining the Heavenly Court had already scared him greatly. If he takes on the identity of the successor of the human school, I'm afraid he won't be able to cultivate in peace." Li Daokong looked at Hanju and shook his head. "If you think it through in the future, you can look for me." With that, he left. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Emperor still had the upper hand. The Heavenly Emperor turned to look at him and smiled teasingly. "TSK, you actually rejected Li Daokong. This person will definitely become a zenith heaven in this calamity. It's not impossible for him to surpass me in the future." Hanju asked in surprise, "Isn't the immeasurable calamity extremely dangerous? Can anyone really survive it with certainty?" "Of course not. But with Li Daokong's potential, he's 90% confident." "Only 90%? Hanju was secretly shocked. As expected, he couldn't enter the calamity. 90% confidence meant that there was a possibility he might die. Li Daokong was so arrogant. If he followed him, he would definitely be beaten. Hanju asked, "Who's stronger between Li Daokong and Li Xianxia?" "Of course, it's Li Daokong. Li Daokong already has the strength equivalent to a zenith heaven cultivator. Li Xianxia is only invincible in the deity realm." The Heavenly Emperor clearly respected Li Daokong. Hanju knew that this was bad. The chances of finding Li Xianxia to avenge the chaotic heavenly dog were slim. Even if he cursed him, it was probably impossible. The Heavenly Emperor asked, "Are you staying in the netherworld now? Be careful. Recently, the immortal world has been spreading rumors that the person facing the calamity is there. He might slaughter his way out and ascend to the heavens step by step." Hanju was shocked after hearing this. He was in the netherworld? This was not good. Hanju said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I will be careful." Changing the topic, he asked, "How's Howard?" Long Hao had left for decades, and he had not received any news. There was also no news about him in the emails. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "His potential is not bad. All thanks to your nurturing. Don't worry. He's my youngest son after all. How can I harm him?" Hanju nodded. The two of them did not stand on ceremony for long and quickly parted. Hanju returned to the Sword Dao River and found Liu Bei. "You're too weak. Come back with me," Hanju said seriously. He waved his sleeve and sucked him into his sleeve. Then, he jumped out of the Sword Dao River and headed to the netherworld. Immortal world. An immortal island in the seas. Huang Zuentian knelt on the beach as if he was welcoming someone. A beam of light flew over from the horizon, turning into a white crane with a wingspan of 100 feet. As it flapped its wings, colorful lights rippled. The white crane stopped in front of Huang Zuentian and asked, "What do you have to say?" Huang Zuentian said in a low voice, "I discovered that the island master is colluding with the Chan school. The white crane narrowed his eyes. Any evidence? Huang Zuintian replied. I discovered a keepsake in the island master's cave abode. As a disciple, how can you trespass the island master's cave abode? The white crane's tone immediately turned hostile, erupting with a terrifying aura. Huang Zuintian didn't panic at all. The Jie school once suffered a setback in the calamity. Now that the calamity has just begun, the island master has brought his disciples out to preach the Tao. It seems like he's working hard for the Jie school, but he's actually up to no good. I joined the Jie school because I want peace and quiet. The island master often preaches passionate words and wants to lead us into the calamity to fight, so I suspect him. Huang Zuintian had investigated. The Jie school had never really given the order to enter the calamity. It was just that some immortal islands wanted to contribute. The sect master of the Jie school had been in seclusion for countless years. He wasn't that strict with the control of the various immortal islands. This was also the reason why Huang Zuintian dared to take the risk. As for the evidence, the island master wouldn't leave it behind. What Huang Zuintian wanted to do was to plant psychological distrust in the minds of the mighty figures of the Jie school. The white crane narrowed its eyes and asked, Do you think the Jie school should not fight for providence? Huang Zuintian said, It's not that we shouldn't. It's just that it's not time yet. The disciples should listen to the sect master, not listen to the various island masters and let them do whatever they want. The white crane no longer spoke and fell silent. Huang Zuintian continued to kneel, waiting for a reply. The white crane suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a water arrow, pierced through Huang Zuintian's head, and he fell back. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Tao Comprehension Sword looked at the victorious fighting Buddha meditating in the corner in surprise. To be precise, it was Liu Bei. Han Ju transferred the soul of the reincarnation avatar Liu Bei to the victorious fighting Buddha. Because the body of the victorious fighting Buddha was too powerful, Liu Bei could not control this immortal emperor body for the time being. Liu Bei was still suffering inside. Han Ju was cultivating. When Liu Bei was about to collapse, he would use his dermic powers to nourish the avatar. Are you still all right? Tao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask. Liu Bei gritted his teeth and said, I can barely do it. The body of an immortal emperor is indeed powerful. It's trying to devour me. He had been threatened many times in the Sword Tao River, so he had always yearned for power. Although it was painful this time, he was looking forward to it. A notification suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. Heavenly Tao Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Heavenly Tao Buddha? Han Ju frowned. What was this? Why did he suddenly hate him? Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and quickly found the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Heavenly Tao Buddha. Cultivation unknown. Khanate life form of the Heavenly Tao Immeasurable Emperor, transformed from a corpse in the devil ancestor. He has obtained the providence of the Heavenly Tao. Because Liu Bei forcefully occupied the body of the victorious fighting Buddha, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ju frowned even more. He had actually been discovered by the Heavenly Tao Buddha. What should he do? Should he add him to the curse list? Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to curse in 10 years to avoid being suspected. There were Buddhist factions in the netherworld, so he had to be careful. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. After 57 years, Liu Bei finally succeeded in possessing the body of the victorious fighting Buddha. However, he was unable to unleash the body's full strength. Han Ju asked him to return to the Sword Tao River and guard it while adapting to the victorious fighting Buddha's physical strength. Han Ju wasn't worried that the Heavenly Tao Buddha would attack the Sword Tao River. Now that the immortal world was in chaos, how could the Buddhists have the time to care about this? Even if he really came, Liu Bei could still escape. Even if he couldn't escape, Han Ju would fight to avenge him in the future. Cough cough. That sounded heartless. After Liu Bei left, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Cursed Dharma treasures weren't rare in the myriad worlds. The most powerful characteristic of the Book of Misfortune was that it could not be deduced as the real culprit. As long as the heavenly Tao Buddha was cursed, he wouldn't have the time to retrieve the victorious fighting Buddha's body. Hanju couldn't help but sigh. The Book of Misfortune was really a good treasure. He hadn't wasted all those heavenly Tao spirit stones. If he had spent them on other Dharma treasures, how could he have been so carefree today? Hanju admired his thinking. This was what it meant to kill enemies 1,000 miles away, to be on guard. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has obtained the true teachings of the Jie school. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Li Xianxia. Your grand disciple Fang Liang accidentally entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Di Hongye was expelled by time. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by demons X14021. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by demons X89743. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Huang Zuintian had obtained the true teachings of the Jie school. Was he promoted? Wow! Were Li Daokong and Li Xianxia in conflict with each other? What was this brat Fang Liang doing again? My Dao companion isn't cultivating properly and has also begun to involve herself? Hanju thought silently. He sensed danger. The heavenly Dao had begun to make a move on him. His disciples, grand disciples, Dao companions, and good friends had entered the calamity to lure him into it? Impossible. Hanju was secretly vigilant. He had to hurry up and become stronger so that he could protect the people around him in the future. Hanju's eyes became firm. Immortal world, an immortal island. Dozens of Jie school disciples stood on the mountain peak and looked at the end of the sea. A white crane flew over, and a figure stood on its back. It was Huang Zuintian. Seeing the white crane flying over, the disciples knelt down. Greetings, Supremacy! Dozens of disciples shouted in unison. Their voices were loud and resounded throughout the immortal island. The white crane landed by the cliff, and Huang Zuintian followed. From today onwards, Huang Zuintian is the island master of Golden Crab Island. All disciples have to listen to him. If anyone disobeys, they will be expelled from the Jie school. The white crane slowly said with an unquestionable tone. Whoosh! The disciples were in an uproar. They all knew Huang Zuintian. He had joined the sect later than them and was considered their junior. Now, he had actually surpassed them and become the island master? Impossible. Wasn't this nonsense? Supremacy. He's only a grand unity heaven immortal. A disciple couldn't help but say. The white crane snorted. I'll teach him personally. This is the vice sect master's intention. I hope that the Jie school Immortal Island can follow the philosophy of the sect master and avoid the calamity. There's no room for discussion regarding this matter. Whoever dares to disrespect Huang Zuintian in the future will die. The moment the word die was spoken, the temperature suddenly plummeted. All the disciples felt a chill down their spines and did not dare to refute. Huang Zuintian's eyes flickered and he heaved a sigh of relief. He could cultivate in peace now. He had to cultivate diligently and not let that senior down. Thinking of Hanju, Huang Zuintian was full of fighting spirit. For years later, Xing Hongxian visited Hanju, and Dao Comprehension Sword was chased out of the cave abode. She felt wronged. Have you really thought about it? Hanju frowned. Xing Hongxian nodded. She took a deep breath and tried her best to remain calm. If I reincarnate, will you abandon me? She decided to reincarnate and try for a good potential. She struggled for 100 years and finally made up her mind. It was only because the disciples of the hidden sect cultivated too quickly. Looking at her again, if not for the fact that she had encountered many opportunities, she was afraid. Hanju said, I've already left a mark on you. No matter how many lifetimes you reincarnate, I can still find you. Xing Hongxian asked, after reincarnation, will I still be myself? I can let you reincarnate with your memories. That's good. Han Ju sighed as he looked at her. Looking back at the beginning of their acquaintance, everything was like a dream. He had met Xianxia when he had just stepped into the cultivation path. He hadn't expected that after more than 3,000 years, the two of them would become physically intimate Dao companions. Xianxia suddenly leaned forward and smiled sweetly. Let me have some fun before I reincarnate. What do you want to do? Don't move. Don't resist me. Yes, lie down. Slow down. Yes. Several months later, Han Ju brought Xing Hongshuan's soul to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He directly extracted her soul and let her die without any pain. There was still a long line of ghosts in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. All of them were numb and absent-minded, not the least bit angry. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Meng Pa, and the two of them met in the distance. Han Ju stated his intention. Meng Pa frowned. This is against the reincarnation rules. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Eh? You're telling me the rules now? Isn't Tu Linger also? Han Ju said bluntly. Meng Pa hurriedly interrupted him. This is not a problem. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. Don't feed her your soup. Give her a good birth. She and Tu Linger are both from the hidden sect. The better her potential is, the stronger the protection Tu Linger will receive in the future. Meng Pa was speechless. She could only agree helplessly. I'll send her to reincarnate first. Wait for me. Meng Pa sighed. Han Ju immediately released Xing Hongshuan's soul and let Meng Pa lead her to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Xing Hongxian turned around and looked at him reluctantly. Although she trusted Han Ju very much, she had no experience in reincarnation and was still very panicked. Han Ju watched her leave. This is the benefit of cultivation. The cycle of life and death is no longer so hopeless. Han Ju understood, and his eyes became more determined. About an hour passed. Meng Pa returned. She was the first to speak. I let her be reincarnated into a sacred dynasty of the immortal world. Her potential is top-notch, and she might have a chance to become an immortal emperor. Surprised, Han Ju asked, with such a powerful potential, won't the sacred dynasty realize that she's a reincarnated person? I've done something already. Besides, this sacred dynasty isn't too strong. It's very difficult for them to sense her. Even if they notice in the future, they won't mind after this woman shows her talent. As long as there are blood ties, the previous life won't matter, Meng Pa replied. Han Ju asked warily, what did you do? He hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Xing Hongshuan's portrait was still there, but there was no cultivation panel in the introduction state. There were only a few words. In the midst of reincarnation, the portrait was still there, which meant that Xing Hongxian still remembered him. Meng Pa rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm such an insincere person? Why would I offend you for a woman? You're even willing to let her reincarnate. Can I use her to threaten? You. Han Ju felt offended. Why did it feel like he was being insulted? This won't happen again. Otherwise, the King of Hell will become angry, Meng Pa said seriously. Han Ju nodded. He was even more curious about the King of Hell now. Why did it feel like the King of Hell was the strongest existence in the netherworld? Meng Pa continued. Did the Magus race send a dream to Linger, asking her to enter the calamity? Han Ju asked in surprise. It's not your intention? Meng Pa shook her head. Don't let Linger come out. This immeasurable calamity is far greater than before. The Magus race can't appear in this calamity, or our foundation will be destroyed. Far greater than before? Han Ju was shocked. Why did he encounter an unprecedented calamity as soon as he arrived? Han Ju frowned. Is it because of the conflict between the four overlords? Not only that, there are even more terrifying existences manipulating everything behind the scenes. According to my understanding, there's a dark forbidden lord outside the heavens plotting a great calamity. The demon court, the divine palace, the heavenly court, and the Buddhist sect are all within his calculations. Even if the four overlord powers know, they are unable to resolve their hatred. Such methods are truly terrifying. Meng Pa sighed. Dark Forbidden Lord? It sounded like a villain. Hanju asked. You asked me to wait for you because you wanted to tell me not to let Tu linger out? Mengpa nodded. Hanju was speechless. It was just a sentence. Couldn't she have mentioned this earlier? What was he waiting for? By the way, do you know about the person meant to face the calamity? Hanju asked. The Heavenly Emperor had said that the person facing the calamity was in the netherworld, so he naturally could not ignore it. There might be trouble approaching in the future. Mengpa narrowed her eyes. That person has already been suppressed. You don't have to ask about the details. Otherwise, it won't be good if you're affected by karma. He had already been suppressed? So easy? Hanju felt that it was strange. Were the netherworld forces too confident? The two of them chatted for a while more before leaving. Immortal World, West Heaven. In Thunderclap Monastery, countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas gathered in the huge and grand temple. The heavenly Tao Buddha emitted a boundless Buddhist light. It was as if there were billions of monks chanting behind him. The Buddhist sounds echoed in the temple. Regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord, have you found any clues? Heavenly Tao Buddha asked slowly. An old Buddha said, Amitabha, the appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord was too sudden. The only clue is that he used a mysterious book to curse the various factions in the immortal world. He might be related to the devil race. Devil race. The Buddhas were shocked and whispered among themselves. Heavenly Tao Buddha asked expressionlessly, Do you have evidence? The old Buddha shook his head. Heavenly Tao Buddha continued, The devil race no longer has great providence. The Buddhist sect even controls the devil heart, so it's impossible for the Dark Forbidden Lord to be from the devil race. I think it's related to the Demon Emperor. He's so crazy that he can fight against the three factions alone. Other than those ancient races, he probably has greater confidence. His words caused the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to nod. Ever since the legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord spread in the immortal world, the demon court did not stop attacking. Instead, they began to wantonly devour the various domains of the immortal world. The immeasurable calamity has just begun. We have to be cautious. The demon court is very likely not the true calamity. It's said that the Dark Forbidden Lord has thousands of clones that walk the world. Amitabha, the Buddhist sect should stand up for all living beings and eliminate the Dark Forbidden Lord and the demon court. The Dark Forbidden Lord likes to curse his enemies. How vicious! My Buddha is merciful. Has anyone been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord? Hearing the discussions of the Buddhas, the heavenly Tao Buddha suddenly frowned. He was cursed. He pinched his fingers to deduce and only saw one book. He couldn't see the user's main body. This book was identical to the book that cursed the heavenly Rage Buddha. It was definitely the work of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Heavenly Tao Buddha frowned even harder. He didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to curse him directly. However, this curse couldn't hurt him. Was the Dark Forbidden Lord so weak? No. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to disturb his Tao heart. Could it be that the Demon Emperor was driven mad by this? It was very likely. If he cursed the Demon Emperor to death, the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely shoulder a huge amount of negative karma. However, if he provoked the Demon Emperor to sweep through the heavens, it would have nothing to do with the Dark Forbidden Lord himself. The heavenly Tao Buddha narrowed his eyes. Somehow, he seemed to see a figure. That figure stood at the peak of cultivation, looking down on the myriad worlds. His evil hands wanted to control the heavenly Tao. A strange uneasiness spread in the heavenly Tao Buddha's heart. A powerful enemy wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was not knowing who it was. 7 years had passed since Xianxia had reincarnated. Inside the Khanate cave abode, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Detected that you have been given the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord by the myriad worlds. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and use your identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord to fight for providence. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, a supreme treasure, a random natural treasure, and a system upgrade. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the immortal world. Don't participate in the calamity. You can obtain a great Dao fragment and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. Hanju was confused. What the heck? The Dark Forbidden Lord is actually me? Hanju's first reaction was that he was being framed. His second reaction was that he had been exposed. However, on second thought, there was no indication of a large amount of hatred. The only person who had developed hatred towards him recently was the heavenly Dao Buddha. How did I become the Dark Forbidden Lord? Hanju couldn't figure it out. Could it be that a mighty figure had deduced that he was a transmigrator? He immediately chose the second option. The great Dao fragment was useless for the time being. He had to keep it. He had currently accumulated 2 pieces. The heavenly Dao spirit stone could be used to upgrade Dharma treasures. However, it was a good item that had not appeared for a long time. Hanju's first choice was the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune was an Emperor Dao supreme treasure. It was not strong enough anymore and needed to be upgraded. As for the other Dharma treasures, there was no hurry. After all, he rarely fought with others. Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Dao spirit stone and started to fuse and level up. Several days later, Book of Misfortune has been upgraded from an Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure to a Deity Realm Numinous Treasure. Hanju smiled in satisfaction when he saw this notification. He put down the Book of Misfortune, took out the Heavenly Dao token, and contacted D. Tai Bai. Soon, his divine sense connected. Senior, does the Heavenly Court know about the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord? Hanju asked. D. Tai Bai asked in surprise. You've also heard of the Dark Forbidden Lord? He's a mysterious and unknown existence who used a mysterious and unfathomable cursed Dharma treasure to harm the heavens. No one knows his true identity, which is why he's called the Dark Forbidden Lord. The immortals of the Heavenly Court are also investigating him. It's said that he might be the existence who is controlling the immeasurable calamity. I control the immeasurable calamity? Who is slandering me? Hanju frowned. This accusation was too much. He couldn't take it. Who said that? Hanju asked. D. Tai Bai replied. I'm not sure who it is, but it's said that all the major factions are cursed by a mysterious Dharma treasure book. As time passed, everyone knew that there was another mighty figure plotting behind the scenes, so they called it the Dark Forbidden Lord. You don't have to worry. The Dark Forbidden Lord only curses the major factions. Hanju remained silent. D. Tai Bai had something to do and quickly severed his divine sense connection. Hanju was still stunned. How had he become the Dark Forbidden Lord? How had he become the mastermind behind the immeasurable calamity? Oh heavens, take pity on me. I'm clearly most afraid of the immeasurable calamity. Damn it! Was this karma? Was this fate? Hanju looked at Dao Comprehension Sword, who was cultivating and didn't hear the communication between Hanju and D. Tai Bai's divine sense. However, he was still worried. He said, "Come here." Dao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes and stood up in front of him without hesitation. Hanju grabbed her little hand, and her face instantly turned red. Master is holding my hand. Dao Comprehension Sword's mind went blank and she felt dizzy. Hanju said, I want to erase some of your memories. Okay? Dao Comprehension Sword immediately jolted awake when she heard that. She asked nervously, What memories? Only a few. You won't forget me or anyone else. Then sure. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't reject him. Although she was puzzled, she did not ask further. Hanju immediately used the 6 paths soul absorption technique and prepared to completely erase the Book of Misfortune from Dao Comprehension Sword's memories to avoid being discovered. Now that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord, his identity was sensitive. He couldn't let anyone know that he had the Book of Misfortune. If he cursed people in the future, he had to chase Dao Comprehension Sword out. An hour later, Hanju let go, and Dao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes. She asked in surprise, You've already erased a portion of my memories? Why did she feel that she did not lose any memories? After all, Hanju only cursed once every 10 years. The Book of Misfortune didn't linger much in her memories. Yes, cultivate first. Hanju nodded. Dao Comprehension Sword could only suppress her confusion and return to cultivate. Hanju took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind before continuing to cultivate. I have to be more cautious when cursing the enemies in the future, Hanju thought silently. It was still fine now. There were only so many enemies. If they increased, if these people colluded to discuss, they might deduce that he was the mastermind. Cough. What did he mean by the mastermind? Hanju stopped thinking and opened the emails. Your Dao companion Xianxia has successfully reincarnated and obtained the Khanate Providence Golden Kite Sacred Vein. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a mighty figure. His soul was injured and his Dao heart was stimulated. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jia School Disciples X16. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained the Immeasurable Emperor's inheritance. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou obtained the Immeasurable Emperor's inheritance. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has obtained the inheritance of the Devil Ancestor. His cultivation has increased greatly, and he has absorbed the negative karma of the netherworld. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by your enemy Li Shenao and was severely injured. Seeing that Xing Hongxian had obtained Khanate Providence, Hanju was immediately relieved. She should be able to cultivate very quickly in this life. Perhaps in a few hundred years, she would be able to surpass the cultivation in her previous life. Hanju noticed Ji Xianxian's tragic situation. What happened to this fellow? Why did he collude with the Devil Ancestor? Could he be the person the Heavenly Emperor and Mengpo were talking about? It was really possible. Hanju sighed. He had a good impression of Ji Xianxian. Although this person was arrogant, he was also interesting. Now that he had embarked on the path of evil, he couldn't help but sigh. Hanju would help him if he could meet him in the future. Hopefully, he would realize his mistake. Hanju thought silently. Of course, he could only persuade him. If Ji Xianxian insisted on resisting the world, Hanju could only hide far away. Xidagarba Palace. A terrifying murderous aura wreaked havoc in the hall. Ji Xianxian's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. A terrifying whirlwind circled around his body. Xidagarba stared at him with a dark expression and said in a low voice, "Devil Ancestor, what do you want?" Ji Xianxian looked down at him and smiled sinisterly. Xidagarba, this child is not the one who will face the calamity, but he was forced by you guys to take on that role. Is this the righteousness of the Buddhist sect? The great kindness of the Buddhist sect? Xidagarba frowned. This child was born with an invincible heart. He's the supreme deity determined by the heavens. If not for your interference, he would have risen in this calamity and become a righteous deity who rules the heavens. All living beings would walk towards peace and prosperity under his guidance. Unfortunately, his pure invincible heart is already occupied by hatred, killing intent, and anger. You will be burdened with great karma and the negative forces of the calamity. Ji Xianxian's voice was hoarse and filled with mockery. Xidagarba's expression turned uglier. He immediately pinched his fingers to deduce. Several breaths later, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. Why didn't I predict this before? Xidagarba trembled in fear. What the Devil Ancestor said was true. Ji Xianxian suddenly turned around and flew out of Xidagarba Palace. This time, Xidagarba did not stop him. He collapsed to the ground like a pool of mud. After Ji Xianxian disappeared, he raised his trembling right hand and started casting. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the heavenly Tao Buddha. Xidagarba told him about Ji Xianxian with a miserable expression. Heavenly Tao Buddha frowned. Xidagarba asked in pain, "Buddha, didn't you say that he was the one to face the calamity?" Heavenly Tao Buddha snorted coldly. "Are you blaming me? It's all because you can't deduce his fate. If I were here, I would definitely be able to deduce it." Xidagarba smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now Ji Xianxian had been driven mad. Once he went berserk, part of the negative karma would fall on him. It would be fine if Xianxia was an ordinary person, but he was a deity recognized by the heavenly Tao. Xianxia had basically plotted against the heavenly Tao, so he would naturally be targeted by it. If he broke the rules, he would definitely be punished. Perhaps this is the reason why the person to face the calamity was born. What's done has been done. There's no need to regret it. This matter will immediately be passed on to the King of Hell. I'll also inform the other factions. With that, the heavenly Tao Buddha vanished. Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His eyes were confused. Was I really wrong? 10 years later. Han Ju's cultivation level increased again, but he was still very far from breaking through to the rank 4 Immortal Emperor realm. It wasn't so easy to cultivate in the Emperor realm. How talented was the Divine General? He was already a few million years old, but he was still an immortal emperor. Han Ju told Tao Comprehension Sword to leave the cave above and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse. This was the first curse after the Book of Misfortune was upgraded. Could a deity realm numinous treasure curse an immortal emperor to death? Han Ju's first target was naturally the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. At least, I'll curse you until you go mad. Han Ju thought silently and immediately poured his dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune burst out with a strange black light that shone on Han Ju's face. His perfectly handsome face looked very dark and evil at this moment. At the edge of the yellow spring, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, who was dressed in a red robe, sat on the shore and cultivated. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Damn it! That dog cursed me again. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor almost died of anger. He had chased Han Ju for so many years but still couldn't find him. He wanted to give up, but Han Ju would curse him from time to time. How could he stand it? He had to kill this fellow. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's expression changed slightly. He began to use his dermic powers to resist the mysterious curse. What's going on? Why is his curse so strong? Did he break through? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought uneasily as a sense of danger arose in his heart. No. He had to find that dog quickly, or he would be in trouble. A month later. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression darkened as he hurriedly suppressed the chaotic dermic powers in his body. On the other side, inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Misfortune in his hand. He was secretly shocked. The Book of Misfortune became stronger after it was upgraded to a deity realm numinous treasure. The dermic powers it could carry also increased greatly. In the past, it used up to 10 million years of lifespan to curse and required a few months. Now it only needed a month. This was still something he used cautiously. If he used his full strength, the time could be compressed even shorter. After the curse power of the Book of Misfortune became stronger, although the burden on Han Ju also increased, it temporarily couldn't affect his soul and wouldn't cause permanent damage to his body. This was a good thing. Han Ju was still worried that the Book of Misfortune would become a double-edged sword. From the looks of it, as long as he didn't go overboard, the Book of Misfortune would not affect him. Han Ju thought for a moment and continued cursing. Although he had lost 10 million years of his lifespan, ever since he broke through to the rank 3 Immortal Emperor realm, his lifespan had already exceeded 10 trillion years. In other words, even after he cursed many enemies, his lifespan had increased greatly instead. Another 2 months passed. Han Ju finally saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor has lost his cultivation and has fallen to a rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief as he put down the Book of Misfortune and wiped the blood off his face. Losing a total of 70 million years of lifespan was worth it. Han Ju continued cursing the Demon Emperor, Golden Rock Demon Lord, Heavenly Tao Buddha, and Li Xianxia. Everyone was cursed for 5 days. This was just to mess with their mental state. After cursing, he put down the Book of Misfortune. Then, he split a soul fragment and quickly left Hidden Sect Island. He wanted to find the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Since the other party had already fallen to a rank 8 Immortal Emperor, he could be killed. No one had ever chased after Han Ju so persistently. He naturally wouldn't let him go. On a cliff. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned as he stared at the figure meditating under the cliff. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was trembling. His head was also shaking non-stop. His expression changed irregularly as if he had gone mad. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor happened to pass by this place and discovered that there was something wrong with Xianxia's aura. Therefore, he stopped to look. Pinching his fingers to deduce, his expression changed slightly. This fellow was actually related to Han Ju. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor immediately revealed a sinister smile. He raised his palm and slapped out, causing a terrifying pressure to descend from the sky, instantly pressing Xianxia down. Xianxia was jolted awake. He looked up at the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor and said angrily, "What do you mean by this?" He had finally escaped from the Xidagarba palace. Xianxia wanted to cultivate for a period of time, but he did not expect to be attacked again. Why? Rage burned in Xianxia's heart. He believed that he had never done anything outrageous or offended anyone. Why was it that people kept finding trouble with him? Do you know him? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor raised his hand and used his dermic powers to manifest Han Ju's appearance. The moment Xianxia saw Han Ju, he couldn't help but frown. He asked in a low voice, "Are you looking for him?" "That's right. I want to kill him. Tell me, where is he hiding in the netherworld?" The Golden Crow Divine Emperor looked down at Xianxia and asked coldly. Xianxia was furious. Han Ju was one of his few friends. How could he tolerate others chasing after his friends? Xianxia suddenly leaped up and spread his arms. Countless black lightning interwove around his body. He was like the thunder god from ancient times, insufferably arrogant and domineering. Without another word, Xianxia raised his hand and waved it at the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Boom! A deafening boom erupted in the sky. 10,000 bolts of lightning suddenly descended as if the sky was collapsing as it bombarded the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor smiled disdainfully. He raised his right hand and squeezed through the air, directly crushing countless bolts of lightning. A mere grand unity golden immortal dares to compete with me? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's laughter was so wild and arrogant, filled with disdain. Perfect. I'll start with you first and let you experience the consequences of offending me. His smile became sinister. His anger rose uncontrollably when he thought of Han Ju cursing him in secret. Xianxia's expression was cold as he charged towards the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. A huge battle erupted. Above the yellow spring, Han Ju's soul fragment moved forward aimlessly. Strange. Why isn't that stinky bird shouting anymore? Han Ju was surprised. Previously, he could hear the cries of the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor from time to time, but recently, he couldn't hear it. Did something happen to him? Han Ju was puzzled when he suddenly felt a powerful aura of battle. His eyes lit up. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, I finally found you. Next, I'll let you know what true cruelty is. Han Ju immediately contacted his main body and asked it to hurry over. Then, he went forward to see who was fighting the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The area ahead was devastated and surrounded by a dark mist that looked like smoke. The ground had countless cracks, forming a bottomless valley. The sky was even burning with raging flames. In the air, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor grabbed Xianxia's head with one hand and raised him in the air. He smiled disdainfully and said, "The power of the Divine General. No wonder you dared to attack me. Unfortunately, your body is too weak. Even the devil ancestor can't save you." Covered in blood, Xianxia gritted his teeth and glared at the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move. The difference in power was too great. It was so great that Xianxia's confidence was crushed. A wisp of black smoke rose from the top of his head and condensed into a ghost figure. Golden Crow Divine Clan. Do you really want to become enemies with the devil race? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor smiled disdainfully. What are the devils? You're just street rats. Tell me, where's that dog? Xianxia raised his right hand with difficulty and wanted to slap the face of the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's eyes turned cold, and Xianxia's right arm burned with true sun flame. Ah! The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made Xianxia scream hoarsely. He was extremely miserable. Seeing Xianxia in extreme pain, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor revealed a carefree expression. What a pity! If you were that dog, I would be even happier. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor laughed teasingly. The ghostly figure said angrily, Golden Crow Divine Clan, you will pay the price. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor waved his left hand and dispersed the ghost figure. Then, he prepared to extract Xianxia's soul and read memories about Hanju. He didn't believe that he couldn't find him. His eyes turned red at the thought of being cursed by that dog. At this moment, a familiar aura approached him. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor turned around and saw Hanju's soul fragment flying over. He immediately smiled in surprise before his smile turned cold. They finally met. Hanju was the first to speak. Stupid bird. Let go of him and come at me. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor directly crushed Xianxia's head, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. But he still held Xianxia's soul in his hand. Hanju said, If you kill him, my true body won't come. You can continue looking for me endlessly. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned slightly. He released Xianxia's soul. Hanju raised his hand and sucked Xianxia's soul into his hand. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor stared at him and asked, You finally can't help but show yourself? Hanju said calmly, Haven't you been looking for me? Xianxia's soul was extremely weak. He looked at Hanju with difficulty and said weakly, Hurry up and leave. You're not his. Hanju said softly, Don't talk. Rest first. Leave him to me. Xianxia was stunned. Seeing him so calm, the fear in his heart inexplicably calmed down. That's right. This fellow was so cowardly. If he didn't have confidence, how could he dare to show himself? However, Xianxia couldn't help but look at the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He saw that this fellow had a disdainful smile on his face and did not care about them at all. Xianxia was immediately infuriated. Anger occupied his heart. He wasn't angry at the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, but at himself. He was too weak. He was just too weak. He was actually afraid of the other party. Kid, why aren't you hiding in the dark and continuing to curse me? The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor asked coldly. Hanju was secretly shocked. How did this fellow know? No. The heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor did not sense him. Why did the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor discover him? Hanju asked in surprise. You're also being cursed? He smiled and teased. I feel better now. I'm not the only one getting cursed. Hearing this, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned and asked, It's not you? You were also cursed. Hanju shrugged. Haven't you heard of the Dark Forbidden Lord? He secretly cursed all the forces in the myriad worlds. You and I are both immortal emperors. We might be targeted too. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned even harder. That's true. He's not even my match. How can he curse me until I lost a major realm of cultivation? The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought silently. He was only an immortal emperor and couldn't even deduce the Book of Misfortune. He naturally couldn't deduce Hanju. He was only guessing. Now it seemed that Hanju was not cursing him. Damn Dark Forbidden Lord. I'll remember you. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought silently. His gaze was still fixed on Hanju. Forget about the Dark Forbidden Lord. The most important thing now was to kill this dog. Soon, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Han Ju's main body. He held the primordial judgment sword in his hand as he flew in front of the soul fragment to absorb it. Then, he slowly walked towards the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Han Ju said, "Actually, there's no grudge between us. Why are you chasing after me?" The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor looked down on him and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid?" "I'm indeed afraid. I wonder if—" "No, I must kill." The Golden Crow Divine Emperor shouted domineeringly. However, before he could finish speaking, Han Ju suddenly attacked. He slashed out with his sword. A white stream appeared in the netherworld and swept past the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, slicing the sea of clouds in half. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's pupils dilated and his body trembled. This sword chi. In an instant, his body suddenly exploded. Countless sword chi wreaked havoc in his soul like wind blades. The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor immediately cast a spell to block, but he had just been cursed and was already in an injured state. He was unable to block Han Ju's sword chi. Unparalleled sword chi. This was Han Ju's new mystical power. At an extremely fast speed, he sent the sword chi into the enemy's body. He used the Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel to imprison the enemy and compressed the explosive sword chi like 3 pure world, cleansing into a small area to destroy the enemy. "Oh no! I can't take it!" The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's expression changed drastically. An unprecedented fear enveloped his heart. No. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's soul was directly obliterated by the unparalleled sword chi. The entire process took less than half a breath of time. Before Xianxia could even figure out what had happened, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's body and soul had been destroyed. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. If the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was still a rank 9 Immortal Emperor, Han Ju's sword chi would take a while to completely kill him. Fortunately, this fellow had just fallen a realm. Not only had his cultivation level regressed, but his dermic powers were also somewhat lacking. Under such circumstances, how could the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor withstand Han Ju's deity realm mystical power? Not only that, but the unparalleled sword chi itself was a karma mystical power. After killing the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, the Golden Crow Divine Clan wouldn't be able to guess who the murderer was. Han Ju immediately fled with Xianxia and quickly disappeared into the end of the world. At the edge of the Yellow Spring, Han Ju put Xianxia down and used his dermic powers to help him reconstruct his body. Xianxia was still in a daze. The nearly invincible Golden Crow Divine Emperor had been insta-killed by Cao Cao. Impossible. Xianxia felt that everything was like a dream. Han Ju asked, "Why didn't you stay in the heavenly court?" Coming back to his senses, Xianxia said bitterly, "I want to pursue greater strength." Sigh. This sigh contained endless unwillingness and regret. Han Ju became speechless. Could only be said that Xianxia was unlucky. "What do you plan to do next?" Han Ju asked. He wanted to take Xianxia into the hidden sect. But this fellow was clearly not an ascetic. He might expose the location of the hidden sect island. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Xidagarba has determined that I'm someone who will face the calamity. He tortured me and humiliated me. In that case, I will become that person and enter the calamity. I want to fight for providence. I want to unify the myriad worlds. Han Ju could hear the killing intent in his tone. It seemed that it was very difficult to persuade him. The atmosphere fell silent. Xianxia turned around and asked, "Cao Cao, what's your cultivation level now?" "Immortal Emperor." Han Ju hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Xianxia felt bitter. Not only did their difference not decrease, it instead increased. Cao Cao was truly unfathomable. "No. I can't be defeated." Xianxia asked with a burning gaze. "Why don't the two of us join forces and sweep through the immortal world, snatching providence and surpassing all living beings? Wouldn't that be beautiful?" Hearing Xianxia's words, Hanju instinctively resisted. To think you said that you're not the one who will face the calamity. I saved you out of kindness. But you still want to drag me into the calamity? Hanju couldn't help but ridicule in his head. Detected that the person facing the calamity has invited you to enter the calamity together. You have the following choices. 1. Agree. Work with the person facing the calamity for great providence. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a supreme treasure, a great Tao fragment, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Reject. Stay away from the calamity and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain the system's upgrade opportunity. When Hanju saw the 3 lines of words, he immediately chose the second option. System upgrade. He finally had a chance to upgrade the system. How wonderful. Hanju was in a good mood. He looked at Xianxia and shook his head with a smile. Don't you know my personality? I'm afraid of death. Forget it. Disappointment flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He would be more confident if Hanju helped. Wait. How can I think that? I want to surpass him, chow chow. Xianxia's gaze became firm again. The two of them stopped talking. Several hours later, after Xianxia's body recovered, Hanju quickly left. The ghost figure appeared above Xianxia's head again. He sighed. A close friend is rare in life. I didn't expect you to have such a good friend. I'm impressed. Xianxia couldn't help but recall the time he spent with Hanju in the mortal world. He shook his head and laughed. Hanju moved around crazily in the netherworld. After moving for tens of thousands of times, he finally jumped back into Hidden Sect Island. After returning to the Fusang tree, Hanju was secretly pleased. No one could track him now. Master, why did you come back from outside? Tu Linger asked curiously. Hanju said, It's windy outside. I went to stop the wind. Tu Linger couldn't help but look at the dark sky. Was there wind? Hanju began to observe the Fusang tree. The tree's intelligence seemed to have grown again. This time it no longer resisted Hanju. Facing his divine sense, it was even a little close. Hanju used his divine sense to nourish it, but he let it grow freely. Master, Murongqi is bullying us. Han 3 suddenly ran over and said. The other Calabash brothers were also indignant. Although their seniority was higher than Murongqi's, they could not defeat him. Murongqi spread his hands and said, It's just a spar. Don't slander me. Didn't you defeat the chaotic heavenly dog before? The chaotic heavenly dog nodded desperately as it cried. It was actually beaten up by the latter. Its self-esteem was about to shatter. Zhou Mingyue stood up and said, Uncle Master Murong, why don't we spar? Murongqi looked at him and nodded slightly. Recently, Zhou Mingyue's bloodline had begun to transform. The demon saint bloodline from his previous life might be recovering. His combat strength and cultivation had been increasing rapidly. What vexed him was that no matter how hard he cultivated, he couldn't surpass his master, Chu Shuren. Although Chu Shuren said that he didn't want to cultivate, he kept suppressing him by a major realm, making him want to vomit blood. You can spar as you wish, but you can't be too ruthless. Killing fellow disciples is against the rules, Hanju said casually. Cultivating on the island was boring. It was also a good thing to spar. However, the territory of Hidden Sect Island was limited. The disciples couldn't use their full strength, or they would affect the restriction and the surrounding yellow spring. After nourishing the Fusang tree for 5 minutes, Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. He sat on the bed and clicked on his interpersonal relationships. Only after confirming that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's portrait was no longer there did he truly relax. This great enemy was finally dead, and no new hatred appeared. The karma mystical power was really powerful. He could deny the possibility of an endless chain of enemies. Hanju thought. Several months later, in the midst of cultivating, Hanju was called by the white-robed Buddha. He sent his divine sense into the reroll world and found him. The white-robed Buddha was in the Taoist temple. Hanju appeared and floated in front of him. Sect Master. I want to summon back the cultivators who have ascended from the reroll world. The white-robed Buddha bowed. Hanju frowned. How many people will be summoned back? No, it's too much of a commotion. The white-robed Buddha asked in surprise. It's been so long. Could it be that the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor is still chasing after us? Hanju was stunned. Right? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was dead. What was he afraid of now? Although the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha hated him, they didn't have the time to care about him. The reason why he had moved the reroll world over was that the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was pestering him. Hanju asked, "How many people can you call back?" The white-robed Buddha replied, "At least 1,000. Now that the immortal world is in chaos, those cultivators are already uneasy. When they heard that the providence of the mortal world has increased, they now can hide and want to return. However, the reroll world is isolated by your dermic powers. They can't use their divine powers to find it." Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Let them return to the void where the reroll world was before. I'll fetch them 50 years later." "Thank you, Sect Master," the white-robed Buddha said in surprise. Then, he began to report the recent development of the reroll world. Apart from the constantly increasing ceiling of the cultivation realm in the world, the number of living beings also increased. The humans and demons did not interfere with each other and fell into a cultivation frenzy. The only thing the white-robed Buddha complained about was that the reroll world was too small. After the two of them finished chatting, Hanju placed his attention on the primordial world. He led the nebulous primordial chi to the reroll world and created something from nothing. He created land and expanded it. This process would be slow. Hanju had to cultivate and expand at the same time. Multitasking was nothing to an immortal emperor. Time passed. The system upgrade was taking longer than before. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The system was still not successfully upgraded. Hanju chased Tao Comprehension Sword out and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong has stepped into the river of destiny. Your good friend Divine General has taken a deadly risk. He has comprehended a deity realm mystical power. Your Tao companion Xianxia has received guidance from a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons X349232. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by your enemy Li Shenao and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan has devoured a Qilin and his bloodline has transformed. Your good friend Meng Pe was cursed by a mysterious curse. The battle was still ongoing, but it was much calmer than before. It seemed that the calamity was not always in a tense battle. Hanju noticed that Meng Pe was cursed, and his heart skipped a beat. Crap. Could it be that someone wanted to use the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to commit a crime? At this juncture, as long as one cursed the enemy and blamed it on the Dark Forbidden Lord, it would be very easy to succeed. Wait, no one knows that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord. So what if I'm framed? Hanju raised his eyebrows. He had deduced that the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord did not create karma. After all, the Book of Misfortune could block karma. Forget it. No matter what they did, they would most likely die after the immeasurable calamity ended. His goal was to survive this immeasurable calamity. Han Ming has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ming? Who? Hanju was stunned when he saw this line of words. He immediately checked Han Ming's profile picture. Han Ming, late-stage Grand Unity Mystic Immortal Realm, descendant of an immortal emperor. His elder brother, Hanju, was chosen by Immortal Emperor Samsara to become his descendant. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Immortal Emperor Samsara and was reborn from immortal to an immortal. Because he knew that everything had happened because of his elder brother, Hanju, he became jealous. Current hatred points, 4 stars. What the hell? My younger brother? Hanju was stunned. The providence of an immortal emperor descendant that the system had produced was actually arranged in this manner. It had unknowingly made immortal Emperor Samsara choose him. This was a little impressive. Hanju wasn't grateful to immortal Emperor Samsara. He was also grateful to the system. As for this younger brother, Hanju didn't care. His parents had abandoned him when he was young. The reason why immortal Emperor Samsara chose Han Ming was probably that he saw that Hanju was rising and wanted another pawn to restrain him. You want to use this stupid brother to threaten me? Impossible. Hanju smiled disdainfully and couldn't be bothered with the other party. Han Ming was only a grand unity mystic immortal and could not threaten him. Not to mention Han Ming, Hanju didn't even think much of immortal Emperor Samsara. After all, he was also an immortal emperor himself. He had even cultivated the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, which was stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After cursing all the enemies, Hanju didn't stand up and continued cultivating. Although the powerful enemy, Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, was already dead, Hanju still had to work hard to become stronger. His target was to become a rank 4 immortal emperor. In the vast void, in a sun star, flames swept across the surface of the planet like purgatory. In one place was a huge palace with 2 huge 3-legged golden crows at the entrance. The hall was also burning with true sun flame, but none of the decorations had been burned. Figures stood in the hall, including Zhang Yi. Sitting at the head of the table was a mighty figure with a bird head and a human body. He wore a crimson-red robe and had a terrifying aura. The Golden Crow Divine Clan's patriarch, Di Lantian. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor has perished. Who has he been chasing after recently? Di Lantian asked with a cold tone. Zhang Yi was the first to speak. He was chasing after a friend of mine. However, that person's cultivation level is weak and he's not an immortal emperor. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor should have been killed by another mighty figure. The others nodded. Previously, when Zhang Yi was killed by the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, it had caused quite a stir in the clan. They were all prodigies worth the Golden Crow Divine Clan nurturing with all their might. It was a pity no matter who they lost. Di Lantian narrowed his eyes. Did the Golden Crow Divine Emperor die in the Netherworld? An old man nodded and replied, Yes, I asked the King of Hell. He's in seclusion and said that he doesn't know. Xidagarba was attacked by the Devil Ancestor earlier and didn't have the time to care about the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The others guessed. Zhang Yi was displeased when he heard that. So what if he's dead? Patriarch, as long as you give me time. Surpassing the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor is not difficult at all. I will bring prosperity to the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Di Lantian narrowed his eyes at him and smiled. What do you plan to do in this calamity? Dodge or enter? Of course I'll enter. Aren't you afraid of death? The reason why elites are elites is that they are alive. If I die, it will mean that I'm not the destined one of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Zhang Yi was filled with confidence. With the death of the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, he was the strongest prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. No one could compare to him. Di Lantian smiled meaningfully. In that case, I'll give you a mission. Go to the Netherworld and find the ancestral Magus Tower. Destroy it, Di Lantian said. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. The others were in an uproar. Ancestral Magus Tower. They couldn't help but recall the long-standing hatred between the Magus race and the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level improved again. The speed at which the stellar primordial body absorbed the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus's negative karma was also constantly increasing. The rank for Immortal Emperor realm was no longer far away. Every 10 years, Han Ju would spend a month taking care of his enemies. However, only Golden Rock Demon Lord's cultivation level kept decreasing. It was very difficult for the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and Li Shenao to be affected by the curse. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. Life was good like this. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemies again. While cursing, he checked his emails. The heavenly court seemed to have fought with the demon court again. They attacked and were severely injured. Xianxia had quite a few fortuitous encounters. It seemed that the Golden Kite Sacred Veins bloodline was not simple. He didn't know how this woman was doing recently. She was too far away, and Han Ju couldn't understand her recent situation. Several days later, Han Ju was still cursing the enemy. Detected bearer of Connate Providence. Check its origin. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. It had been a long time since he had seen someone with Connate Providence. Hundreds of years. Now, there was no one in the reroll world with a system-certified Connate Providence. The threshold of Connate Providence also increased with Han Ju's cultivation. Duan Hongqin. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor. Born in the face of calamity. Reincarnated ancient god. He once participated in the immeasurable calamity and died. His remnant soul and the negative karma were suppressed in the netherworld. After countless years of evolution, his body was born from negative karma. His remnant soul gained intelligence and could absorb negative karma to become stronger, but he could not digest negative karma himself. Born in the face of calamity? Wasn't the person facing the calamity Xianxia? Could it be that more than one person was facing the calamity? Han Ju immediately checked Duan Hongqin. This fellow was actually slowly rising towards the sea in the Yellow Spring. To prevent any accidents, Han Ju still followed Duan Hongqin to a simulation trial. Too close. But still an instant kill. I have no worries. Han Ju didn't look for Duan Hongqin. He should stay away from such a calamity lest he got involved in it. A pair of eyes opened in the dark Yellow Spring. These eyes were so clear and bright as if they could expel all the filth in the world. I'm finally awake, a muttered voice sounded. He suddenly rushed out of the Yellow Spring, and the water of the Yellow Spring shot into the sky. Duan Hongqin also revealed himself. He was naked and had a perfect figure. His muscles were well-defined and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his right hand, and the water of the netherworld rose up from below. It wrapped around his body and condensed into a yellow robe. A crown that looked like a dragon horn appeared on his head, looking sinister and domineering. Duan Hongqin twisted his waist and opened his arms. A slightly sinister smile appeared on his handsome face as he muttered, "Hao Tian, I've already revived. I'll fight for the heavenly Tao before you." He smiled confidently. He was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. His gaze locked onto a small reef in the distant Yellow Spring Sea. "Eh?" Surprised, Duan Hongqin muttered, "The god of misfortune. Why is he here?" With that, Duan Hongqin flew towards Hidden Sect Island. He smelled something bad the moment he was born. He couldn't help but smile. How exciting! What? Sensing that Duan Hongqin was actually approaching Hidden Sect Island, Han Ju raised his eyebrows. What was this fellow trying to do? Cause trouble? Duan Hongqin quickly flew to the sky above Hidden Sect Island and smiled. "Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you right after I woke up. You're really unlucky." His voice entered the Hidden Sect Island. Everyone was stunned. Who was he talking about? Cultivating in seclusion in the cave abode, Su Qi suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, when he heard Duan Hongqin's voice, he felt inexplicably uneasy, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. What happened? Su Qi was secretly puzzled. At this moment, the restriction on Hidden Sect Island opened and Duan Hongqin flew into the island. He was about to speak when a figure appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju. He asked, "What's the matter?" Duan Hongqin sized him up. He was only a grand unity true immortal? He chuckled. "I'm looking for someone else. Hand him over and I won't hurt anyone on your island." "Oh? You want to kidnap someone? You can say that." Duan Hongqin wasn't vigilant either. He had scanned with his divine sense just now and discovered they were all very weak. As for the Black Hell Demon Lord, He disguised his cultivation like Hanju and was ignored. The difference between a rank 1 immortal emperor and a rank 5 immortal emperor was still huge. All the disciples of the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain looked at Duan Hongqian in surprise. On a mountain peak, the meditating black hell demon lord smiled mockingly. Hanju said fearfully, "They're all my disciples. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this, right?" Duan Hongqian waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything. I don't mean to hurt any of you, but that person—" Hanju suddenly attacked. The primordial judgment sword had unknowingly appeared in his hand. He raised his sword and slashed. Unparalleled sword chi. Before Duan Hongqian could react, the sword chi entered his body and directly destroyed it. Countless sword chi strangled his soul. Hanju also used the 6 paths soul absorption technique and sucked his soul into his primordial world. The hidden sect island became calm once again. This battle ended too quickly. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly, including the Black Hell Demon Lord. So strong. He's getting stronger. The Black Hell Demon Lord looked at Hanju in awe. He had a feeling that Hanju would rise in this calamity. After the calamity passed, Hanju would become one of the top mighty figures in the world. The other disciples were used to it. Most of Hanju's attacks insta-killed the enemy. It was only when the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor came that they suffered a setback. Hanju turned around and returned to the Khanate cave abode. The disciples discussed among themselves, but it did not cause a commotion. In the primordial world, Duan Hongqian's soul was imprisoned by the great Tao of life and death and could not move. He looked around in shock. His negative karma was forcefully sucked out of his body and surged in one direction. He looked in the direction where the negative karma flowed and saw a dark planet. His gaze pierced through the planet and saw a black lotus. 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. How is that possible? Duan Hongqian was shocked and terrified. He hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, I was wrong. Spare my life. Please let me go. Duan Hongqian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju snorted coldly when he saw this line of words. He would suppress this guy for a period of time. He didn't want to kill Duan Hongqian for the time being because this fellow was someone who was going to face the calamity. He could clearly sense the terrifying negative karma in his body. Once he killed him, this huge negative karma would transfer to him. The more negative karma there was, the easier it was to suffer retribution. The heavenly tribulation he encountered during his tribulation transcendence would be even stronger. He might even be struck by lightning while walking. In other words, the more negative karma there was, the more unlucky he would be. Hanju didn't want to be unlucky. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, who was that fellow looking for?" Hanju shook his head. Who knows? He was probably looking for Su Qi, god of misfortune. Hanju didn't want to reveal Su Qi's identity for the time being and planned to let nature take its course. In a courtyard, a woman in a green dress who was as beautiful as a fairy was meditating and cultivating. She was the reincarnated Xianxia. Xianxia slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the sky, sighing faintly. "What are you thinking?" a voice sounded, and a Taoist nun walked into the courtyard. Xianxia immediately stood up and bowed. "Master, I'm not thinking about anything." The Taoist nun walked in front of her and sat down. She smiled and said, "Aren't you going to tell Master? Could it be related to your previous life? I've long known that you have the memories of your previous life. Could it be that you have a blood feud? I have to give you a piece of advice. The grudges of your previous life are in the past. Don't take it to heart, or you'll be very tired." Xianxia shook her head and smiled. "No, I'm just thinking about my husband." "Husband?" The Taoist nun frowned. Xianxia was surprised to see her expression. Could it be that Master's sect did not allow disciples to find Tao companions? The Taoist nun said, "Disciple, the calamity has arrived. Your sacred dynasty will also face a life and death crisis. I can't accompany you for long. Your potential is outstanding. Don't be obsessed with love. Understand. Xianxia said obediently, I understand. She didn't think so. My potential is also considered outstanding. My husband's potential is #1 in the universe. Only by relying on her husband could she obtain the great Tao. Xianxia changed the topic and asked, By the way, master, which sect are you from? The Taoist nun smiled. I'm not from a sect, but from a follower of Providence. I'm from the Chan school. Chan school? Xianxia fell into deep thought. The Taoist nun raised her eyes to the sky and muttered to herself, The calamity has arrived. I wonder who will be the sole leader in the current world and how many of us will survive. Xianxia became even more curious about the tribulation. Master, when can I travel between the two worlds of the living and dead? You want to go to the netherworld? Only a grand unity mystic immortal can be safe when doing that. With my potential, how long will it take? 3,000 years if you're fast. Oh! 20 years later, the system finally succeeded in upgrading itself. System upgrade successful. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Emperor realm. Spatial array formation has been added. You can expand the space within the Tao field. Tao field immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Kanate chi has increased by 2 times. The Tao field can block the prying of a zenith heaven's divine sense. The use of the simulation trial function can be expanded. The available slots will be set by you. The users can be expelled at any time. The system has developed a new derivation function. You can consume lifespan to deduce all the heavenly secrets. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. No wonder he had waited so long. In addition to upgrading, the new simulation trial's expanded function and derivation function were more than worth it. The simulation trial could also allow his disciples to increase their combat experience. After all, their cultivation levels were too high, so sparring on the island was inconvenient. Hanju was most interested in the derivation function. Deduce the heavenly secrets. Was this prying into the future? Many immortal emperors could do it, but they could only deduce existences weaker than them. Now that the calamity had begun, the heavenly secrets were concealed, and it was impossible to deduce. Could it be that the system could deduce the heavenly secrets regardless of the immeasurable calamity? Hanju decided to give it a try. I want to deduce who will benefit the most from this calamity? Hanju thought silently. A line of words appeared in front of him. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 billion years of lifespan? What a huge scam. Hanju subconsciously wanted to choose no, but he still hesitated. Although he had a lifespan of 10 trillion years and it was not a big deal to use 1 billion, he couldn't bear to do it. He was afraid that he would become addicted. The constant cursing was already consuming his lifespan. If he added another derivation function, would he expend himself to death in the future? However, spending 0.001% of his lifespan to understand the future development of the heavenly Tao was a great deal. If it was the heavenly emperor, he would be at ease. If it was an enemy, he could still prepare in advance. Just this once. Next time, I won't use the option if I need to spend another 1 billion years of lifespan. Hanju thought silently and made the painful choice. In an instant, his consciousness began to spin. It was extremely uncomfortable. The derivation function wasn't as simple as telling the results. It also had to deduce what had not happened yet. After some time, Hanju suddenly woke up. He discovered that he was standing on a piece of land. The world was murky and the sun and moon were dark. Countless corpses were everywhere. Black blood formed rivers and lakes that covered the ground. Dead silence. Desolation. Hanju turned around and looked in all directions, his eyes filled with despair. Was this the world after the immeasurable calamity ended? Hanju finally realized how terrifying the immeasurable calamity was. Hanju suddenly frowned and followed his gaze. At the end of the ground stood a majestic figure that was like a mountain. The arms of this figure were chopped off and his hair was disheveled. He had a sinister expression and his eyes were lifeless. Only his body was left, and his soul had long been destroyed. The Heavenly Emperor. Hanju was thunderstruck. The Heavenly Emperor had died? Crap, the Heavenly Emperor wasn't the winner. Then who won? At this moment, a golden light broke through the sea of clouds and illuminated the world, expelling the darkness between heaven and earth. Amitabha. A loud voice sounded as a huge golden Buddha, as majestic as Buzhou Divine Mountain, descended from the sky. I'm the Heavenly Tao Buddha. I'll bring the Buddhist sect to flatten the calamity and expel the negative karma of the world. We'll welcome light and hope for all living beings. Hanju showed a frown. The Buddhist sect had won? It was the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Hanju couldn't forget that the Heavenly Tao Buddha had a 4-star hatred towards him. Crap. The enemy really won. Hanju had killed the victorious fighting Buddha and stolen the white-robed Buddha. This grudge was almost impossible to resolve. This wasn't a good thing. Just as Hanju was about to become depressed, he suddenly saw the golden light on the Heavenly Tao Buddha's body fade away, and he gradually turned into a black Buddha. The surface of his body reflected a metallic luster. The solemn and sacred Heavenly Tao Buddha had become sinister and terrifying. His expressionless face turned sinister as he revealed a terrifying smile. A pair of black wings spread out from his back, covering the sky. The world fell into darkness again. However, light and hope are short-lived. The true darkness has just begun. The Heavenly Tao Buddha's voice sounded again, filled with madness. Boom. Everything in front of Hanju shattered like a mirror. He woke up and his consciousness returned to reality. He gasped, his forehead covered in a cold sweat. Master, what's wrong? Tao Comprehension Sword asked in concern. Hanju came back to his senses and said, Nothing. Go out first. Tao Comprehension Sword was stunned. She hesitated for a moment before leaving. When only Hanju was left in the Khanate cave abode, did he take out the Book of Misfortune and poured his dermic powers into it. In an instant, the book emitted a black light that shone on his face. Damn it! It was really the enemy who had the last laugh. Hanju almost exploded. No. He wanted to change the heavenly fate. Heavenly Tao Buddha, for the sake of all living beings, I will change your fate. Hanju gritted his teeth and thought of the scene he saw just now. His heart was filled with fear. He knew the true identity of the Heavenly Tao Buddha. This fellow was actually transformed from one of the devil ancestors' corpses. This traitor was planted by the devil race in the Buddhist sect. Hanju began to curse the Heavenly Tao Buddha. From now on, the other enemies would be cursed for 5 days, but the Heavenly Tao Buddha would be cursed for 10 days. He wasn't doing this for himself, but for all the living beings in the world. At this moment, Hanju felt like the light of justice was glowing on his body. He couldn't let the Heavenly Tao Buddha succeed. West Heaven, Thunderclap Monastery. The Heavenly Tao Buddha, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. Again, Dark Forbidden Lord, what are you doing? The Heavenly Tao Buddha thought unhappily. The appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord made him very uneasy. His original plan was to target the Demon Court, the Divine Palace, and the Heavenly Court to kill each other. But everything had changed now that there was a Dark Forbidden Lord. Many mighty figures believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord was related to the Devil race, but he knew very well that it was completely unrelated. There was actually a mysterious and ambitious force hidden in the heavens. Heavenly Tao Buddha sighed, feeling that his understanding of the myriad worlds was still too shallow. That made sense. Ever since the ancient Zenith Heaven existences retired, the appearance of the Dark Forbidden Zone and the Chaotic Forbidden Zone had long made the Heavenly Tao more and more mysterious. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. The Heavenly Tao Buddha suddenly left. On Hidden Sect Island, all the disciples gathered under the Fusang tree, including the Black Hell Phoenix clan, Fairy Shixian, and Chong Yuer, They were all waiting for Hanju's arrival. They whispered to each other, curious why he summoned them. Hanju finally came out of the cave abode. Seeing him come out, everyone quietened down. Hanju walked in front of everyone and said expressionlessly, "The hidden sect has always followed the philosophy of keeping a low profile. But now that the immeasurable calamity is coming, cultivation alone is unable to increase one's strength." Everyone was shocked. Hanju wanted to chase them out to train. The chaotic heavenly dog trembled in fear. Ever since its eyes were dug out by Xianxia, it had been filled with fear. The black hell chicken was also afraid. It had never gone out. Liao frowned. They couldn't continue cultivating here anymore? I'll create a special space where your consciousness can enter and simulate a battle. In the simulation battle, you will not be affected no matter how many times you die. You can choose to fight each other or all the opponents I have encountered thus far. Hanju continued to introduce. The simulation trial mainly focused on him. The others could only enjoy the use but couldn't choose the opponents they had faced before. Everyone was curious. Hanju immediately chose them to enter the simulation trial. As long as you're on the island, you can enter at any time. Hanju left after saying this. Morong-chi muttered, "Simulation trial? How?" As soon as he finished speaking, he fell into a daze. The others were the same. When they wanted to enter the simulation trial, their consciousness directly entered. 5 minutes later, most people had already entered the simulation trial. Zhou Mingyue said excitedly, "Grandmaster is so powerful. This mystical power is too powerful. It can greatly increase our combat ability, and can also cultivate mystical powers in battle." The Black Hell Demon Lord said gloomily, "Why is the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor so strong? He was being beaten up. Grandmaster actually fought the Heavenly Emperor before and can even simulate his strength. How strong is he?" Morong-chi exclaimed. After the simulation trial, everyone was even more respectful towards Hanju. They thought that all the opponents in the simulation trial were defeated by Hanju, including the Heavenly Emperor. The opening of the simulation trial caused the hidden sect to become lively. In the first month, all the disciples were immersed in the simulation trial and often exchanged their combat experiences, including Fairy Shixian, Chongyuer, and Liao. This method of fighting without creating enemies was fascinating. It was like a person who had never played games before experiencing an online game. Too addictive. Hanju didn't participate and continued cultivating. As the immortal chi and kanate chi in the Dao field increased, Hanju's cultivation speed also began to increase. The Buzhou divine flower was also growing faster. It would probably mature completely in a few decades. Years passed. 10 years later, the craze brought by the simulation trial finally cooled down. However, 2 people were still immersed. They were Morong-chi and Tu Linger. Most importantly, these 2 were still growing stronger in battle. The others were extremely envious. Hanju didn't stop them after knowing that they were still becoming stronger. The war god and the grand magus were natural battle maniacs. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the heavenly Dao Buddha. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Dao Buddha. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's Immortal Emperor X39. Your good friend Divine General is dead. A trace of his soul managed to escape. Your Dao companion Xianxia obtained an ancient treasure by chance. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by a ghost deity. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the devil race X263120. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil has entered the body of a Buddha and transformed into the devil heart. Hanju's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the Divine General died. He couldn't help but think of the Heavenly Emperor corpse he had seen when he had deduced the heavenly secrets. How long could the heavenly court last? Sigh. The immeasurable calamity was really dangerous. Hanju could only warn himself not to enter the calamity, or he would be as miserable as the heavenly court. The only thing he could help the Heavenly Emperor with was cursing the Heavenly Dao Buddha. In addition, Hanju noticed that the primordial chaos heavenly devil he had not seen for many years had finally become the devil heart again. Previously, this fellow was the white-robed Buddha's devil heart. After being subdued by Hanju, he had been hiding in outer space. This was a good thing. In the future, the Buddhist sect would have another spy he planted. There was also a spy in the Jie school. Wait. Why do I feel like I'm actually the Dark Forbidden Lord now? No. I'm doing this to protect myself. I'm not fighting for world domination. Hanju consoled himself and relaxed again. A month later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. The Buzhou divine flower beside the 9 heavens galaxy water could already provide enough Kane Qi for Hanju to cultivate. In addition to the Fusang tree, the resurrection lily, and the Dao field, the immortal Qi in Hidden Sect Island was extremely abundant. Murong Qi had said that even the heavenly court did not have 1/5 of the immortal Qi of this place. The 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus also converted negative karma faster and faster. Hanju's cultivation speed could be said to be very fast. If this continued, he would break through to the rank 4 Immortal Emperor realm in less than 100 years. Hanju looked forward to that day. Duan Hongqian was still imprisoned in the primordial world. Like the Black Hell Demon Lord, he was extremely afraid. He was afraid that his soul would be devoured by the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Hanju planned to continue torturing him until he died or submitted. During the immeasurable calamity, killing enemies would cause one to inherit the other party's negative karma. Although Hanju could absorb negative karma, it required time. If he directly inherited the huge negative karma of Duan Hongqian, it would definitely attract bad luck. Every time he thought of Duan Hongqian, Hanju would wonder how many people were facing the calamity. 30 years later, the first inner sect competition of the hidden sect ended. They all competed in the simulation trial. Hanju was first, the Black Hell Demon Lord was second, and the White-Robed Buddha was third. There was no surprise about the top 3. The fourth was Murong Qi. He had suppressed the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm's Black Hell Phoenix, as expected of the War God. The fifth was Liao. At the perfected Grand Unity Mystic Immortal Realm, she could also challenge a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Next were 2 Black Hell Phoenixes. The weakest was the Chaotic Heavenly Dog. Fairy Xixin and Chang Yuer didn't participate. This was specially permitted by Hanju. After all, they were both mortals. Joining this competition was completely humiliating and pointless. The Chaotic Heavenly Dog sank into depression. Zhou Mingyue was also depressed. He had been targeted by his master, Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren didn't defeat anyone. He was even defeated by the Chaotic Heavenly Dog. However, he had defeated Zhou Mingyue and won very forcefully. The others could tell that there was something wrong with the master and disciple, but they didn't say anything. After the competition ended, the disciples cultivated even harder, not wanting to be surpassed. In terms of cultivation, Hanju was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 4 Immortal Emperor. On this day, Hanju came to Fairy Xixian's cave abode. Chang Yuer also came. He prepared to preach the Tao to them. Where's Xing Hongxian? Why haven't we seen each other for so many years? Chang Yuer asked curiously. Hanju didn't hide anything and told her that Xing Hongxian had already reincarnated. Chang Yuer was shocked. How could this happen? Fairy Xixian looked at him in surprise. Hanju's powers could already affect reincarnation? Hanju smiled. You don't have to think too much. Cultivate here in peace. If you want to return to the reroll world, I can send you back. I don't need you to cultivate to a high level. That was the truth. He was willing to raise the 2 women mainly to reminisce about the past. Seeing them, Hanju could think of his weak past. He was vigilant and couldn't become arrogant. He couldn't stop cultivating. I don't want to go back. I'll stay here and follow you. Who knows? I might be able to live forever. Chang Yuer giggled. She was usually very hard-working. Other than cultivating, Hanju would also give her the various arrays and prescriptions he had obtained and let her study them. Chang Yuer was suitable to be an all-round talent. It would be difficult for her to achieve anything just by cultivating. Fairy Xixian said softly, "I'll stay here. If you need us to do anything in the future, just tell us. You don't have to care about our past relationships and treat us differently." She stared at Hanju intently. Her gaze was as gentle as before. Hanju smiled. "There's no special treatment. The other disciples don't have anything to do either." Then he began to preach to the two women. They were already at the Mahayana realm and were not far from the loose immortal realm. Hanju left after half a year. He didn't return to his cave abode immediately but wandered around Hidden Sect Island. Ever since the Dao field had been upgraded, the space inside had begun to expand. A sea area appeared at the edge of the island, formed by the nether spring water that had wandered in this sea area. It was still in the area of the Dao field and would not leave the Hidden Sect Island. The Hidden Sect Island wasn't small to begin with. Ever since the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain was moved here, immortal chi filled the air. The desolate mountains on the island began to produce natural treasures and trees. It seemed like a paradise. The disciples of the Hidden Sect also began to spread out across the island. The 7 black hell phoenixes gathered on a mountain, and the 8 Calabash brothers also occupied a mountain. Hanju walked forward leisurely. As he did so, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence. Check its origin. Khanate Providence? Hanju raised his eyebrows. Was another strong enemy attacking? Strange, he didn't sense the aura of a powerful enemy. He immediately chose to check. Fusang Tree, early stage Grand Unity Mystic Immortal Realm, ancient divine tree. Contains the rules of space and time. After being nurtured by an immortal emperor all year round, it has absorbed the essence of the world and the chi of yin and yang. Its intelligence has finally matured. So it was the Fusang tree. Hanju was shocked. He thought that there was another enemy attack. To be able to become a Khanate Providence bearer in the system setting. That meant that the Fusang tree had at least the potential of an immortal emperor. He immediately moved to the Fusang tree. On the tree, Ada, Xiao and the black hell chicken were still cultivating and did not sense anything unusual about it. Hanju probed the Fusang tree with his divine sense and communicated with it. The Fusang tree was very nervous, but it didn't reject him. After all, it was a powerful primordial divine tree. During the nurturing of its intelligence, it had already grasped the language of mortals and could communicate with humans. After some communication, the Fusang tree acknowledged Hanju as its master without any resistance. The Fusang tree couldn't gain human form immediately. It needed to reach a higher realm before it could transform. "All right, say hello to everyone." Hanju suddenly smiled and woke everyone up. "Who?" The disciples looked around curiously. The Fusang tree began to shake and let out a childish voice. "Hello, everyone. I'm the Fusang tree. Please take care of me in the future. Please don't lie on me anymore." The black hell chicken, Ada, and Xiao were all shocked and jumped out. "The Fusang tree has become a spirit?" Zhou Mingyue exclaimed. Sun Chang'an was very calm as if he had expected this. The others gathered around and asked. Hanju didn't participate anymore and returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. It was a good thing that the Fusang tree had become a spirit. Although it had yet to transform, it could at least protect Hidden Sect Island in the future. For a time, Hidden Sect Island became lively again. After cultivating for 5 years, Hanju jumped out of the netherworld and went to fetch the mighty figures that the white-robed Buddha contacted. He had left the 6 Paths insignia in the void where the reroll world was previously. It was still very easy to find. In the void, more than 1,000 cultivators gathered, all from the immortal world. They were all very nervous. Why isn't the mortal world guardian here yet? TSK. He really moved an entire world away. Qi Yunxian is already so strong? It's not Qi Yunxian. He has long perished. There's a new guardian of the mortal world now. He's very mysterious. Sigh, I didn't expect that our generation would encounter the immeasurable calamity. We're really unlucky. The cultivators discussed and were very curious about Hanju. After a long while, Hanju finally appeared. At first, no one took him seriously and thought that he was the same as them. Hanju had no choice but to unleash his immortal emperor aura and suppress the void. Everyone turned to look at him. "Is there anyone else?" Hanju asked as he scanned the cultivators present. The highest cultivation level was only a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal. There wasn't even a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Hanju was disappointed. But on second thought, it was very difficult to reach the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. Such a person could even be placed in an important position in the heavenly court. No one replied to Hanju, so he couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. He directly waved his sleeve and sucked all the people into the reroll world. The white-robed Buddha would receive them later. He turned around and left. After leaving Hidden Sect Island, Hanju felt very insecure and wanted to return as soon as possible. "Wait." A familiar voice sounded. Hanju turned around and saw Zhang Yi flying over with the true sun flame. Hanju was vigilant. Was Zhang Yi going to avenge the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor? No, these two had a grudge to begin with. Hanju asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yi said angrily, "I came to find you. I have something joyous to tell you. I didn't expect you to not be here. Fortunately, a group of mortals was waiting for you." "What joyous occasion! The great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor who hunted you is dead." "What? Really?" Hanju was overjoyed and had an unbelieving expression. Zhang Yi was in a good mood and smiled. "I used a lot of effort. When I learned that you were being hunted down by him, I went to find him, but he didn't want to stop. So that's why you were almost beaten to death?" Hanju ridiculed him in his heart. But on the surface, he said gratefully, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "There's no need for that. I came to find you for another matter. Have you been hiding in the Netherworld recently? I'm going to the Netherworld to do something. Can you help me?" "What is it?" "Go ahead." "The ancestral Magus Tower. My Golden Crow Divine Clan wants to find this item. If you can help me find it, I won't disappoint you with the reward." "I really don't know." Zhang Yi frowned. "You can help me investigate. I don't want to go straight to the Netherworld. I want to challenge the prodigies to fight for Providence." "All right, I'll help you." "Yes, I'll rely on this in the future." Zhang Yi took out a token and gave it to Hanju. The token was engraved with the portrait of a golden crow. He would call it the Golden Crow token for the time being. Hanju took it and was about to leave. "Wait, can you tell me another story?" Zhang Yi stopped him and chuckled. "So this was the main point, after all?" Hanju cursed silently. Then he suddenly had a bold thought. "Good opportunity." Hanju said seriously, "It's not good to tell a story here. I'm afraid that others will hear it and cause unnecessary trouble." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows in joy. He wanted to hear a realistic story. He immediately took out a divine jade and threw it above his head. The jade shone and covered the two of them. Hanju sat cross-legged and meditated. Then he said, "Legend had it that Pangu split the heavens and his body transformed into the primordial world. Outside the primordial world, there were actually living beings. They were called the chaotic fiend celestials. When the primordial world was evolving, the chaotic fiend celestials had been spying on it. However, the heavenly Tao blocked them outside, preventing them from invading the primordial world. With the eruption of the immeasurable calamity, the primordial world was constantly ravaged. The chaotic fiend celestials finally had a chance. One of the fiend celestials found an opportunity to infiltrate the primordial world and occupied the body of a Buddha from West Heaven. In order to let himself adapt to the Buddha's body, he hid his identity." Zhang Yi frowned. Was this a story of the Buddhist sect? The matter of the Buddhist sect's devil heart was not a secret, but everyone in the immortal world believed that it was a domineering method used by the Buddhist sect to control their disciples. Could it be that the truth was not so? Hanju continued to fabricate the story. The immeasurable calamity erupted and the world was in chaos. The Buddhist sect always took action when others were in danger. It seemed to be for the peace of the world, but they were actually stirring up trouble and made the calamity even more chaotic. Han Ju became more and more excited as he spoke, and he almost couldn't stop the fabrication. In the end, the Buddhist sect won and became the overlord who saved all living beings in the world. The providence of the heavenly Tao landed on that chaotic fiend celestial, and he used his great dermic powers to open the heavenly Tao barrier and attracted countless chaotic fiend celestials to invade the primordial world and destroy all living beings. Han Ju finished and smiled. This is purely a fictional story. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Yi snorted. What's the point? It has nothing to do with my Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Golden Crow Divine Clan is too low profile. They don't have many stories in the mortal world. Humph. Alright, that's all. I'll be leaving first. Don't spread the story, lest it makes me look like I'm defaming the Buddhist sect. Got it. Zhang Yi waved his hand impatiently, and Han Ju quickly left. After he left, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. After moving between the two worlds of the living and dead for hundreds of thousands of times, Han Ju finally returned to the netherworld and entered Hidden Sect Island. No one should be able to guess that I'm here, Han Ju thought proudly. After receiving them, he should cultivate in seclusion and break through to the rank 4 Immortal Emperor realm. As for what Zhang Yi asked him to do, he couldn't be bothered. This was for Zhang Yi's sake. That ancestral Magus Tower did not sound like a good place. It would most likely cause a bloody calamity. It was best to stay as far away as possible. Han Ju didn't receive any new hatred points for the next few years. He was completely relieved. It seemed that Zhang Yi didn't betray him behind his back. Year after year passed. After about 30 years, Han Ju finally had the chance to break through. He chased Tao Comprehension Sword out and began to break through. Netherworld. In a mountain range, the mountain collapsed and dust flew up. The ground within a radius of thousands of kilometers trembled. Xianxia floated in the air and looked nervously at the rolling dust mist below. The ghost sat on his shoulder and smiled. If you subdue this tower, you will have the right to challenge the immortal world. Xianxia looked expectant. Previously, he had failed to snatch the divine treasure from the Xitigarbha palace. If he failed again, his Tao heart would be severely hurt. If he couldn't even snatch a treasure, how could he fight for providence? A huge object slowly rose from the rolling dust. It was a simple and strange stone tower. A skeleton was locked in the window of each level. There were living beings of all races, and there were even bones of people. Beat faster upon seeing this pagoda. What Dharma treasure is this? What a powerful murderous aura. Xianxia was secretly shocked. He stared at the mysterious stone pagoda with burning eyes. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended. Humph! You want to steal our treasure? Kid, you're courting death. A cold snort sounded, and the temperature of the world suddenly decreased. Xianxia immediately rushed towards the mysterious stone pagoda, preparing to snatch it first. Boom! The clouds in the sky churned as a terrifying palm struck down. It was as if the sky had collapsed. In front of this palm, everything seemed tiny. After 3 years, Han Ju finally broke through. He didn't have to transcend the tribulation in the Tao field. Rank 4 Immortal Emperor. His soul transformed again as his dermic powers increased exponentially. In conclusion, it was awesome. Han Ju began to consolidate his cultivation and checked his attributes list. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 3,538 / 304,999,999,999,999,999. Race: Immortal, Stellar Primordial Body. Cultivation. Rank 4 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death. Magic. Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. 300 trillion years of lifespan. Who could compare to him? Han Ju was arrogant. The pleasure of becoming a rank 4 immortal emperor wasn't as great as the increase in lifespan. Han Ju cursed so many enemies and consumed so much lifespan, but his lifespan still increased greatly. This feeling, Han Ju couldn't help but have a thought. Wasn't it fine to squander some lifespan? I have 300 trillion years of lifespan. What's wrong with me using 10 billion years? Great losses. It was only 0.01%. Han Ju decided to squander it. 2 years later, Han Ju's cultivation level had completely consolidated on the rank 4 immortal emperor realm. He planned to comprehend the Sword Dao first and raise all his Sword Dao mystical powers to the limit before spending his lifespan. At this moment, Dao Comprehension Sword's voice sounded, "Master, something big happened." Han Ju couldn't help but spread his divine sense. No powerful enemies attacked. Did something happen to the disciples? Soon, Han Ju caught sight of Tu Linger's abnormality. She was curled up on the ground, her body spasming and her expression extremely painful. Han Ju immediately flashed in front of her. He squatted down and checked her body. A mysterious power stimulated Tu Linger's blood. Could it be her bloodline? What happened? Han Ju showed a frown. He used his dermic powers to heal Tu Linger, but it was useless. Ancestral Magus Tower, Tu Linger said with a trembling voice. She had already lost consciousness and her voice was almost unrecognizable. Han Ju heard it clearly. The ancestral Magus Tower that Zhang Yi was looking for? He frowned. At this moment, Tu Linger began to bleed from her 7 orifices. The disciples panicked. What should we do, Grandmaster? What happened to her? Did she fight too much? Something's wrong. Something happened to her bloodline. Why did this happen? What should we do? Everyone spoke at once. Everyone had been together for a long time and naturally did not want anything to happen to their fellow disciples. Han Ju said in a low voice, "You guys guard this place. I'm going out." With that, he jumped out of Hidden Sect Island and flew towards the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He wanted to ask Mengpe if there was a way to save her. Not long after, Han Ju suddenly felt a vast aura. The aura was very similar to Tu Linger's, but it was even more powerful and ancient. Could it be? Han Ju's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed direction. Above the wasteland, there were cracks in the ground, and dust surged. Countless strange black lightning interwove in the air. Xianxia lay on the ground, furious. Following his gaze, a burly man floated in the sky. He held an extremely majestic stone pagoda in one hand. This burly man had a sinister appearance, and his body was burly like a savage bear. He had a flood dragon wrapped around his waist and he stood on a fire wheel. Damn the Magus race! A roar sounded, fiery light rising, illuminating heaven and earth. Zhang Yi brought the true sun flame over. His hair was messy and his eyes were filled with anger. There were others on the ground. All of them emitted powerful auras. The weakest was a grand unity mystic immortal. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "I can't win." The ghost appeared on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "You have to snatch it at all costs. The ancestral Magus Tower is a supreme treasure. If you can snatch it, you will be qualified to enter the calamity. Otherwise, you will only be cannon fodder." Xianxia's expression darkened. "How dare you thieves steal our treasure? You really don't know your limits." The man who had raised the ancestral Magus Tower roared angrily. His voice shook the ground and his aura erupted. It pierced through the sea of clouds as if a huge hole had appeared in the sky. Facing the menacing Zhang Yi, he clenched his right fist and struck. With a punch, the world froze. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he vomited blood and flew out. His speed was too fast. The space behind him shattered and he fell into the void. In the distance, Han Ju witnessed this scene and was secretly shocked. Is this a powerful expert of the Magus race? What a terrifying punch! Han Ju's gaze landed on the ancestral Magus Tower in the burly man's hand. Tu Linger was muttering the tower's name. Would she calm down after obtaining it? I'll snatch it, then. He had to hurry up and not expose his identity. Han Ju compared his cultivation level with the burly man. He should be able to kill him instantly. This fellow was even slightly weaker than the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, however. The burly man was from the Magus race. There was no need for Han Ju to kill him. After all, he could be considered an ally of the Magus race. The battle did not end even after Jiang Yi was repelled. Instead, it became even more spectacular. The experts from various factions attacked, including Xianxia. They surrounded the burly Magus. The burly Magus raised the ancestral Magus Tower with his left hand and fought with his right. He would fight as many as came. However, he seemed to be holding back. Even if it was a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, he did not kill the other party. Han Ju took the opportunity to transform into the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor and attacked the burly Magus. Under the concealment of the system, his cultivation aura had always been that of a Grand Unity True Immortal. The burly Magus did not think much of him. Facing Han Ju, the burly Magus waved his fist. However, Han Ju suddenly disappeared and appeared beside the burly Magus. He slashed with his sword. Unparalleled sword chi. The sword chi directly sent the burly Magus flying and vomiting blood. Han Ju waved his sleeve and took away the ancestral Magus Tower. Then, he used his movement technique and jumped out of the netherworld. The burly Magus steadied himself, his eyes wide with anger. Han Ju had already held back. Otherwise, he would have killed him instantly. The burly Magus roared angrily. Xianxia was stunned. He muttered, "The ancestral Magus Tower was taken? Wait. Wasn't that person the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor? Wasn't that fellow dead?" Xianxia had personally witnessed him being insta-killed by Han Ju. Why would he appear again? Could they be brothers? Han Ju moved repeatedly in the void. After doing it dozens of times, he directly jumped into the netherworld and entered Hidden Sect Island. The process sounded complicated, but in fact, it only took a few breaths of time. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, with the Tao field isolating them, the mighty figures of the Magus race should not be able to deduce the ancestral Magus Tower. The Tao field could block the divine sense of the Zenith Heaven Realm. The Magus race was already desolate, so how could they still have Zenith Heaven Realm existences? Han Ju came in front of Tu Linger and took out the ancestral Magus Tower. In an instant, the ancestral Magus Tower shone on Tu Linger. Her twitching form suddenly stopped and flew up, then was sucked into the ancestral Magus Tower. Everyone was surprised. The Black Hell Demon Lord came over and said in surprise, "Could this be the legendary ancestral Magus Tower?" Han Ju glanced at him and asked, "You know its origins?" "Yes. Before the end of that immeasurable calamity, all the ancestral magi perished. The ancestral Magus, Empress Hutu, who had already transformed into Reincarnation, kept all her clansmen in the ancestral Magus Tower. She originally wanted to protect her clansmen, but the heavenly Tao refused to allow it. It used the boundless power of virtuous merit to suppress the ancestral Magus Tower. At that time, the Magus race was filled with negative karma and was directly purified by the heavenly Tao's merit. All of them died, and the ancestral Magus Tower also became a merit supreme treasure. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. This legend was extremely ancient to him. It was so ancient that he wasn't sure if it was true. Han Ju asked curiously, "Shouldn't this tower be the tomb of the Magus race? How can it become their supreme treasure?" The Black Hell Demon Lord replied, "Although the Magus race perished in the ancestral Magus Tower, they can rely on the tower to deepen their bloodline and even return to their ancestral roots. The Magus race that survived today is all a combination of the Magus race and humans from the ancient era. Their bloodline is not pure." "I see." Han Ju was even more puzzled. Why would the Magus race let such a treasure out? Did something happen? Han Ju immediately checked his emails. As expected, he discovered an email. "Your good friend Meng Pe was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. Fortunately, the mighty figure of the netherworld saved her. Mengpe was severely injured again. This time she was attacked by an immortal emperor. It seemed that the demon court had targeted the Magus race. Hanju thought silently. The others surrounded the ancestral Magus tower and pointed. After a while, Tu Linger's voice came from inside the tower. Master, I'm fine. This treasure acknowledged me as its master. I've let you down. You can take it back when I'm out. Hanju smiled. It's fine. This treasure belongs to your Magus race. It's yours. He didn't want to take this treasure. He didn't want to be stained with great karma. None of you are allowed to speak of this matter, understand? Hanju reminded. Zhou Mingyue threw up his hands and said, We're not going out. Anyway, there's no chance to publicize it. Pa! Chu Shuren slapped him on the head and almost knocked him to the ground. How can you speak to Grandmaster like that? Chu Shuren glared. Zhou Mingyue hurriedly apologized to Hanju and looked at Chu Shuren hatefully. This shitty master had attacked too quickly. He had clearly been waiting for such an opportunity. Hanju shook his head and laughed. Then, he turned around and returned to the Khanate cave abode. This was just a small incident, and Hanju didn't take it to heart. He continued to improve his sword Dao. In the next half a year, he repeatedly headed to the Sword Dao River and raised all his Sword Dao mystical powers to the deity realm, reaching the limit. Hanju started the simulation trial. He instantly killed the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He fought the Heavenly Emperor and lasted for 3 breaths of time. Victorious Fighting Buddha, insta-kill. Black Hell Demon Lord, insta-kill. The other enemies were all insta-killed. Hanju suddenly felt bored. It was very difficult to encounter a satisfying battle. He suddenly missed the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. I'm just saying it for fun. Please don't let such an enemy appear again. Otherwise, I'll have to run away again. Hanju thought silently. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Heavenly Tao Buddha. His lifespan had reached 300 trillion years. He could afford to spend some. To maintain the round number, he could still spend 5 trillion years. Of course, 5 trillion years was too much. Hanju couldn't bear to spend it. He decided to use just 10 billion years. It was nothing. It was rare for him to break through, and he had also helped his disciple snatch a supreme treasure. So what if he used 10 billion years of his lifespan to celebrate? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. He was only 3,000 years old. He was still considered a youngster in the immortal world. A youngster had to be high-spirited and arrogant. 5 days later, Hanju began to consume his lifespan while adding in his dermic powers. As he cursed, he opened his attributes panel and watched as his lifespan decreased so that he wouldn't become addicted. In the imperial garden of the heavenly court, the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha were discussing when the Heavenly Tao Buddha's expression changed drastically. Damn it! The Dark Forbidden Lord was cursing him. Again, Heavenly Tao Buddha hurriedly circulated his energy to suppress the curse. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise, Buddha, what's wrong? Heavenly Tao Buddha forced a smile and said, It's nothing. My Buddhist disciples are in trouble. I'll deduce it. Wait for me. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and continued drinking. As time passed, the Heavenly Tao Buddha's expression turned uglier. Crap. The Dark Forbidden Lord was putting in more effort. Heavenly Tao Buddha cursed silently. He had really been infuriated by the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had previously mocked the Demon Emperor for his unstable Tao heart. Now, he finally understood why the Demon Emperor was so crazy. The curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord was actually very strong. Previously, it was just a teaser. What happened? Why was the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing him like this? Heavenly Tao Buddha was puzzled. He looked up at the Heavenly Emperor and asked, By the way, Your Majesty, have you never been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Heavenly Emperor put down his wine cup and smiled bitterly. How can that be? I don't even dare to cultivate now. Was he cursed again? No wonder his expression was so ugly. The Heavenly Emperor thought to himself, He had actually never been cursed, but if he said it, it would appear that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from the Heavenly Court, and they would easily become everyone's target. "Is the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing you now?" the Heavenly Emperor asked. Seeing the Heavenly Tao Buddha's expression turn so ugly, he felt a little weak. Even the Heavenly Tao Buddha was suffering from the curse. When the Dark Forbidden Lord cursed him, wouldn't he also suffer? The Heavenly Emperor prayed silently, hoping that the Dark Forbidden Lord wouldn't target him. Heavenly Tao Buddha sighed. Indeed, the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't very strong, but it can disturb one's will and affect one's Tao heart. This fellow curses me every 10 years. It's really annoying. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. If even the Heavenly Tao Buddha was like this, it was no wonder that the Demon Emperor would go mad. Your Majesty, regarding the Divine Investiture Board, have you thought about it? The Heavenly Tao Buddha suppressed his discomfort and asked. The Heavenly Emperor raised his wine cup again and said slowly, "If we control the Divine Investiture Board with the Buddhist sect, you will definitely not betray the Heavenly Court during this calamity?" Absolutely not. Will the Heavenly Court or the Buddhist sect make decisions in the calamity? The Buddhist sect is willing to assist the Heavenly Court. After the calamity ends, we will split the land of the immortal world with the Heavenly Court. As for the Heavenly Realm, it will all be controlled by the Heavenly Court. All right, I won't be pretentious anymore. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and raised his wine cup. The Heavenly Tao Buddha also raised his wine cup. The two leaders of the factions smiled at each other and reached an agreement. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was still cursing the Heavenly Tao Buddha. His lifespan decreased rapidly. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years. Hanju started bleeding from his 7 orifices. He checked his attributes panel and emails at the same time. Your good friend Ditai Bai was attacked by demons. Your good friend Ditai Bai was attacked by demons. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons. The emails were all showing people who had been attacked in real time. They kept merging to form a concise message. As expected of the Heavenly Tao Buddha, the big shot was indeed stable. He wasn't affected by the curse. Hanju continued cursing. He decided to spend 10 billion years of lifespan. The Heavenly Tao Buddha was worth at least 2 billion years of his lifespan. Time passed. Hanju's face was gradually covered with blood. Fortunately, Tao Comprehension Sword was outside. Otherwise, she would definitely shout. 3 days later, Hanju's lifespan decreased by 2 billion years. However, there was no email regarding the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Hanju was about to go into depression. This fellow is too fierce. Hanju was upset. He could only rest for a few days and curse another enemy. Golden Rock Demon Lord. Hanju only used 100 million years of his lifespan before Golden Rock Demon Lord's portrait vanished. Because of your curse, your enemy Golden Rock Demon Lord's soul exploded and he died. Next was the Demon Emperor. Hanju also used up 2 billion years of his lifespan, but like the Heavenly Tao Buddha, there was no email. Had the Demon Emperor become stronger? This was quite something. Hanju wiped the blood off his face and rested for a few more days. It was time for his last target. Xianxia. Hanju didn't believe that Xianxia was as strong as the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha. I'll use 2 billion years of lifespan on you. After Hanju adjusted his state, he continued cursing. When his lifespan decreased by 1.5 billion years, Hanju saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Xianxia developed mental demons. Hanju immediately stopped. It was enough to develop mental demons. It was useless to continue cursing. This was just like a game. It was time to stop after getting a good result. He would curse once every 10 years and hold a large event every 1,000 years. Hanju thought silently. He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries and adjust his state. In a forest in the immortal world, Xianxia sat under the tree and circulated his energy with both hands. His body was surrounded by wisps of murderous aura. His expression changed as he frowned. Not far away, Huang Jihao, who was comprehending the sword, opened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong with Master?" Huang Jihao was puzzled. Ever since he became Li Xian'eo's disciple, his life had changed drastically. Under Li Xian'eo's lead, his sword Dao became stronger. In his mind, Li Xian'eo was the strongest in the heavens. Why would such a powerful sword Immortal show such an abnormality? Could it be that he had suffered from qi deviation? At this moment, Li Xian'eo suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were actually red, and strange silver patterns appeared on his forehead. Huang Jihao met Li Xian'eo's gaze and his heart skipped a beat. He saw killing intent. "Master wants to kill me? No. It's not against me." Li Xian'eo muttered to himself. "Li Daokong, I must defeat you." Li Daokong? Huang Jihao couldn't help but think of his frivolous uncle master. Previously, Li Daokong had taught him a lesson and almost crushed his Dao heart. He was too strong. Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo should be about the same level of strength. At least that was what Huang Jihao thought. It was precisely because they were similar that Li Xian'eo found it difficult to defeat Li Daokong. "Master, what's wrong?" Huang Jihao asked carefully. Li Xian'eo's eyes turned clear. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Continue comprehending the sword Dao. You will suffer soon." With that, he closed his eyes again. "Damn it! Who is cursing me? Dark Forbidden Lord?" Li Xian'eo couldn't figure it out. He hadn't offended many people. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? He wouldn't curse using such a sinister method. Besides, the Heavenly Emperor and Li Daokong were close friends. If he didn't like him, he could let Li Daokong find trouble with him. Li Xian'eo started to deduce with his fingers, but unfortunately, he couldn't deduce anything. What infuriated him the most was that he had developed a mental demon. All along, he had been very jealous of his senior. The curse had increased his jealousy and formed a mental demon. The mental demon was bewitching him, wanting him to fight Li Daokong. The more Li Xian'eo thought about it, the more vexed he became. He suddenly felt uneasy. The immeasurable calamity this time was probably not that simple. There were too many factions involved, and a mysterious existence was secretly manipulating the situation. Time passed. Ever since he cursed Li Xian'eo to develop his mental demon, Han Ju continued to cultivate seriously. Rank 4 Immortal Emperor was not enough. He wanted to reach the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. The reroll world was also rapidly developing. After the Ascended Seniors returned to the mortal world, they vigorously developed their own sections. The cultivation civilization of the reroll world became more and more prosperous, and the providence of the entire world continued to increase. In order to please Han Ju, the white-robed Buddha erected his statue all over the world and worshipped him as the god of the mortal world. The providence of the reroll world landed on Han Ju, causing his providence to increase without him having to enter the calamity. Time passed. 40 years passed. On this day, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and walked out of the cave abode. The disciples were cultivating separately or fighting in the simulation trials. Tu Linger and Li Yao sat together and entered the simulation trial. Ever since she had obtained the ancestral Magus Tower, Tu Linger's strength had increased greatly. Other than an immortal emperor, no one could break through the tower's defense. Li Yao and Murongqi did not believe in this and often challenged her. Sensing Han Ju's aura, the Black Hell Demon Lord suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Sect Master, there's some movement in the Yellow Spring." Movement? Han Ju immediately spread his divine sense. At some point, the Yellow Spring ocean had begun to surge. There was no wind, only huge waves. It was extremely strange. Han Ju frowned and scanned the bottom of the Yellow Spring with his divine sense. The Yellow Spring was bottomless. Even though Han Ju was already an immortal emperor, his divine sense could not penetrate it. After a while, he still didn't catch the reason. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" The Black Hell Demon Lord smiled bitterly. "How would I know? I rarely came to the netherworld in the past. This place is very sinister. I feel that the netherworld is even more dangerous than the immortal world. Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Continue observing. If there's anything, look for me anytime." Understood. The Black Hell Demon Lord agreed to this, but he didn't leave. Instead, he stopped in front of him and hesitated. Hanju glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong? Just say it." The Black Hell Demon Lord gritted his teeth and said, "I want to send the Black Hell Chicken to the territory of our Black Hell Phoenix clan. I hope that it will undergo the baptism there and completely transform into a Black Hell Phoenix." He could also see the problem with the Black Hell Chicken. This fellow was actually very afraid of the outside world. This was not good. Hanju frowned. The calamity has arrived. It's very easy to be affected by karma if you go out. Now is not the time. Let's wait until the calamity is over. Do you want the Black Hell Phoenix clan to perish? This calamity is different from the past. This is an unprecedented calamity and is extremely dangerous. His words were very serious, scaring the Black Hell Demon Lord so much that he hurriedly waved his hand, not daring to think of leaving. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Was power more important than life? The Black Hell Demon Lord cursed himself. It was still the sect master who saw through it. He couldn't go out. Survival was the most important. Then, Hanju asked about the Fusang tree's growth before returning to the Khanate cave abode to cultivate. Dao Comprehension Sword followed him into the residence. She said, "Master, Linger's Dharma treasure is too powerful. Do you have any powerful Dharma treasure for me to fight her?" Hanju said calmly, "No, that's the treasure of the Magus race. You can only regret that you don't have a powerful background." Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips. Hanju smiled. "In any case, you will always follow me. Why do you want to fight? When your cultivation level increases, the use of Dharma treasures will also decrease." "Is that so?" Dao Comprehension Sword didn't believe him and was a little upset. Ever since Tu Linger obtained the ancestral Magus Tower, she became the strongest among the disciples. No one could defeat her. Hanju waved his hand and said, "Come here. I'll personally teach you the Heavenly Sword Dao. When you master it, Tu Linger will definitely not be your match." Dao Comprehension Sword was pleasantly surprised and immediately went over. Hanju began to teach her step by step as he imparted his experience. A year later, Dao Comprehension Sword returned to her mat and began to comprehend the Heavenly Sword Dao. Hanju sent his consciousness into the primordial world. Duan Hongshan's soul was already very weak. Hanju could crush it with a thought. However, this fellow was a rank 1 immortal emperor after all. It would be a pity to kill him. Hanju had already deeply imprinted the 6 paths insignia into the depths of Duan Hongshan's soul. In the future, he could control his life and death. "Do you want to live?" Hanju's voice sounded in the primordial world. About to collapse, Duan Hongshan immediately woke up. He hurriedly shouted, I want. Please let me go. As long as I survive, I can do anything for you." After Hanju heard that, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you hate me?" "No, definitely not. You're not sincere. The reason why I suppressed you was that you wanted to forcefully snatch my disciple. If it were you, would you let me go? I really don't hate you. I was wrong. I realized my mistake." Hanju sighed. It seemed that the primordial chaos heavenly devil was a rare breed. Duan Hongshan was anxious. He couldn't last much longer. Wait. Could it be that the other party could see through his emotions? Duan Hongshan hurriedly abandoned the complaints in his heart and imagined how happy it would be to survive. Therefore, Duan Hongshan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability: 3 stars. 3 stars? Not bad. Hanju immediately opened his eyes and waved his right hand, moving Duan Hongshan's soul out. When Duan Hongshan saw everything before him, he was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Hanju said, "From today onwards, you're to stay on the island. You're not allowed to leave." Cultivate your temperament well. You must have reverence in your heart. Otherwise, you will die in the hands of others. Hearing this, Duan Hongqian jolted awake. He hurriedly thanked Hanju. Duan Hongqian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 5 stars. Hanju was satisfied. This was fine. It was very rare for him to let the enemy off in the cultivation world. After all, this was equivalent to letting danger breed and planting a bomb near himself. The reason why Hanju dared to release him was that he had left the 6 paths insignia in his soul. It was enough to control Duan Hongqian's life and death. Hanju waved his hand, signaling him to go out and meet the others. If Duan Hongqian dared to act recklessly, Hanju could kill him with a thought. Duan Hongqian was very nervous after leaving the Khanate cave abode. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if Hanju dared to let him out, he would definitely be fearless, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. Duan Hongqian had been suppressed for countless years. He was extremely embarrassed to greet others one by one. Hanju pulled Duan Hongqian into the simulation trial and sent a voice transmission to the Black Hell Demon Lord to challenge him. At first, Duan Hongqian was very surprised by the simulation trial, causing him to be insta-killed by the Black Hell Demon Lord. Not convinced, he asked to fight again. He was still insta-killed. After nearly 100 challenges, Duan Hongqian became depressed. He finally understood how ridiculous this situation was. He actually wanted to come to this island to snatch someone. Even without Hanju, just this stinky phoenix was enough to suppress him. Sigh. Duan Hongqian found a corner and started to heal his body. Under the blue sky there were mountains everywhere. Countless floating islands stood in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. On one of the floating islands was a vast arena where a man was cultivating. He cultivated his physique as he kept moving. His punches and kicks were like the wind, and the surrounding space distorted as if it would collapse at any time. His face was quite similar to Hanju, but he was far less handsome. His figure was even more burly, like a human-shaped ferocious beast. He was Han Ming, Hanju's younger brother. After cultivating for a while, Han Ming stopped. His sweat evaporated and turned into a mist that spread out. Han Ming turned around and was about to take a step when a black shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. A black and white circular disc floated behind him, looking like a Taiji painting. Han Ming was pleasantly surprised upon seeing the black shadow. He hurriedly knelt down and cupped his fists. "Master, you're here. Can I go out now?" The black shadow opened a pair of cold eyes and said, "Go out? With your strength? You're far inferior to Hanju. He can crush you with a finger now." Han Ming frowned. His eyes filled with indignation. His master always used his brother to pressure him, causing him to be extremely dissatisfied. However, the black shadow changed his tone. Han Ming looked up at him expectantly. The Chan School is preparing to hold an immortal talent meeting in Kunlun. All the immortals below 1,000,000 years old can participate. You can go and try. Whatever fortuitous encounter you can obtain will be up to you. However, you have to return after the meeting ends. Otherwise, our ties as master and disciple will be severed. Han Ming was pleasantly surprised and quickly thanked him. He had been here for more than 3,000 years, ever since his mind was fully developed. He had never been anywhere else, not even to see his parents. He had been waiting for a chance to go out. "I won't let master down," Han Ming promised excitedly. The black shadow nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Han Ming hurriedly asked, "Will my brother go?" The black shadow said meaningfully, "He won't go. Don't think about him all day. The difference between the two of you is too great. Even if you want to acknowledge him as your elder brother now, he won't acknowledge you. He doesn't even know of your existence. You're both children abandoned by your parents. At least you still have me to take care of you. He has always been alone. His heart can't contain family anymore. What you have to do is cultivate well and strive to be on par with him one day." With that, the black shadow dissipated on the arena. Han Ming frowned and clenched his fists. 10 years later. Han Ju ended his cultivation and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has left the netherworld. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by disciples of the Jie School X59308. Your grand-disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X243376. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun has entered the Jie School's mystic realm. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Dao Buddha. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Divine General has reconstructed his body and comprehended the Heavenly Dao. His cultivation has increased greatly. The Heavenly Court fought with the Demon Court again. There was really no end to it. Among the disciples of the hidden sect, only Fang Liang was still wandering in the Heavenly Court. Han Ju couldn't call him back now, as it would seem as if he wanted to abandon the Heavenly Court. Han Ju looked down and didn't see anything major for the time being. The immeasurable calamity might last for 10,000 years. It would be very difficult for the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court to enter a battle to the death within a few hundred years. All the forces grew while fighting and used the name of the battle to devour the other small forces. Just like the Demon Court, they had fought all the way to the netherworld. Just as Han Ju was reading the emails, an angry shout suddenly sounded like a bolt from the blue. I'm the Heavenly God General of the Heavenly Court. I want to seize the title of the #1 war god in the immortal world. I will guard the Heavenly River. Anyone who is not convinced can challenge me. If you defeat me, you will obtain all my dharmic powers, dharma treasures, and the great providence of the Heavenly Dao. Under the judgment of the Heavenly Dao, if no one can defeat me in 1,000 years, I will be the strongest war god in the world. This voice was extremely domineering and shocking. Even Han Ju was shocked. A terrifying boom erupted. Han Ju suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through Hidden Sect Island and seeing the sky of the netherworld. What did he see? He actually saw the sky being pierced by a huge spear tip. In front of this spear tip, everything in the netherworld seemed tiny. It was larger than anything Han Ju had ever seen. Just the tip of the spear was already so huge. How terrifying was this spear? Han Ju was shocked, and so were all the Hidden Sect disciples. What's that? That's the Heavenly God General's divine weapon. This arrogant Heavenly God General. He does have the right to be arrogant. The immortal world is going to be lively now. Is he out of his mind to attract hatred towards Heavenly Court? No, it's the immeasurable calamity now. The Heavenly Dao can be summoned. He already said to let the Heavenly Dao witness this. If no one defeats him in 1,000 years, he will obtain the providence of the war god. In the myriad worlds, the providence of all existences who call themselves the war god or have the title of war god will go to him. The Black Hell Demon Lord also joined the discussion and analyzed the reason for the Heavenly God General's actions. Everyone looked at Murong Qi. Murong Qi was also known as the war god. The Heavenly God General's actions would undoubtedly threaten him. Murong Qi smiled helplessly. Don't look at me. At most, I'll give up the providence of the war god. I can't be considered a war god in this life. Anyway, TSK, the Heavenly God General is deliberately targeting the Divine Palace. They have many war gods. Su Qi asked in surprise, aren't the Heavenly Court and the Divine Palace allies? After returning with Murong Qi, he had been in seclusion most of the time and was rarely disturbed like today. The relationship between the 4 overlords of the immortal world is always changing. You can't believe them. The Black Hell Demon Lord shook his head. Liao asked curiously, if the Heavenly God General gambles on the providence of the war god, can others also gamble on other providence? For example, directly gambling on the word immortal. Can he seize the providence of all living beings in the immortal world like that? Everyone looked at her. This woman usually kept a low profile. They didn't expect her to be so daring. The Black Hell Demon Lord rolled his eyes and said angrily, who dares? Even the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor don't dare to. Whoever dares to do this is courting death. Liao smiled in embarrassment. Indeed, She had not considered this deeply enough. Duan Hongqian stood behind and rubbed his chin in deep thought. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju also eavesdropped on the Black Hell Demon Lord's explanation. He was secretly anxious. The heavenly court was courting death. The hunter would shoot the bird that stuck out. It was no wonder they would be defeated in the immeasurable calamity. O heavenly emperor, how can I save you? Han Ju had no choice but to take out the heavenly Dao token and contact Di Tai Bai. Soon, his divine sense connected. You're also here to ask about the heavenly god general? Di Tai Bai asked with a smile. It seemed that more than one person was looking for him. Han Ju said, yes. Isn't this too much arrogance? Don't worry. The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect have already completely formed an alliance and are in charge of the divine investiture board. Previously, the demon court attacked the heavenly court and the divine palace ignored them despite being an ally. It's just nice to start with them and fight the demon court again. Can the Buddhist sect be trusted? The heavenly Tao Buddha personally came to talk to His Majesty. This matter has already been announced to the immortal world. If the Buddhist sect reneges, who would dare to believe in them in the future? Fine. Han Ju frowned even harder. He felt uneasy after putting down the heavenly Tao token. The heavenly Tao Buddha really knew how to scheme. At this moment, Han Ju began to hesitate, not knowing if he should curse the heavenly Tao Buddha. If he cursed him to death and the Buddhist sect fell into chaos, would the heavenly court suffer as well? Strange. Why would the heavenly Tao Buddha dare to ally with the heavenly court at all costs? Wait. Could it be that the dark forbidden lord didn't curse the heavenly court, so the heavenly Tao Buddha dared to do this? Right? He almost forgot. What if someone followed the traces in the heavenly court and found him? Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the heavenly emperor. He was only pretending now. It did not mean that he was enemies with him. He would curse for just one day. After this act, he would not do it again. Han Ju apologized silently. O heavenly emperor, don't panic. I'm just acting. I won't curse you until something goes wrong. Heavenly court. In the numinous palace, the gods and immortals gathered. The heavenly emperor suddenly frowned and circulated his energy to resist the mysterious curse. Di Tai Bai noticed the change in his expression and asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what's wrong? The immortals also looked at him. Anger flashed in the heavenly emperor's eyes as he said in a low voice, Someone is cursing me. I've deduced a book. It should be the dark forbidden lord. Whoosh. The gods and immortals in the numinous palace were shocked. The dark forbidden lord had finally targeted the heavenly court. A literature immortal immediately jumped out and sighed. I knew it. The heavenly god general was too ostentatious. He has angered the dark forbidden lord. In the future, we will definitely be cursed as well. With that said, other literature immortals immediately denounced the heavenly god general. The ones on the heavenly god general's side joined the commotion. Enough! The heavenly emperor suddenly spoke with a dignified voice that immediately stunned the group of gods. Just the dark forbidden lord has frightened you so much? In my opinion, the dark forbidden lord is definitely not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to hide in the dark at all. His curse power can't threaten me. The heavenly emperor snorted. He was furious. These immortals and gods were good at managing people, but when faced with threats, they would always panic. This was unlike the divine palace and the demon court, which were all warlike. The matter of the heavenly god general has been settled. Next, Kunlun will hold an immortal talent meeting. All living beings under 1,000,000 years old can participate. You can send disciples and descendants to participate and win honor for the heavenly court. Hearing the heavenly emperor's instructions, the topic changed, and the numinous palace became noisy again. The heavenly emperor sighed in his heart. 2 hours later, the gods and immortals had already dispersed. Only Di Tai Bai was left in the hall. The heavenly emperor asked, How's Han Ju's situation? Was he contacting you earlier? Di Tai Bai smiled. He should be fine. He's quite concerned about the heavenly court. Humph, I didn't take care of him for nothing. I don't know where this kid has been hiding recently. I can't even deduce where he is. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. The netherworld is outside the 5 elements and is mostly unfathomable. He's probably hiding. With his personality, he won't let himself be in danger. That's true. At the mention of Hanju, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but smile. Until today, the other factions had not discovered that there was such a peerless genius hidden in the Heavenly Court. What would happen when Hanju grew up? Taibai said worriedly, Your Majesty, now that we are getting more dissociated from Hanju, when he grows up, will he still listen to the Heavenly Court? I heard that he established the hidden sect. Does he have any ambitions? The Heavenly Emperor smiled. Don't worry. If he had ambitions, he wouldn't have chosen the name Hidden for his sect. This child is afraid of trouble. I've asked Murongqi and Fang Liang. He rarely disciplines his disciples and only has one rule, to not go out and cause trouble. This kid's greatest ambition is to continue living. When he truly grows up, he won't forget the kindness the Heavenly Court has shown him. The stronger the Heavenly Court is, the more he can cultivate in peace. This child's killing methods are very strong. Taibai nodded. Previously, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor died in the Netherworld. Could it be related to Hanju? Taibai asked. The Heavenly Emperor said, After I learned of this, I asked Li Daokong to help. Perhaps he killed the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. However, don't spread this news lest it causes unnecessary trouble. Li Daokong? Taibai was secretly shocked and hurriedly agreed. Then he changed the topic. After cursing the Heavenly Emperor for a day, Hanju immediately put down the Book of Misfortune. He was also afraid that cursing the Heavenly Emperor would cause problems. He called Murongqi in and brainwashed him, hoping that he wouldn't challenge the Heavenly God General. Murongqi was no longer the same as his previous life. He smiled and promised, Don't worry, Grandmaster. It's good to stay on Hidden Sect Island. I can use the simulation trial to fight. As for the war god's superficial reputation, I'll fight for it next time. His tone was full of confidence. He might not be able to fight for the Providence now, but as long as he lived until the next calamity, he would definitely be a mighty figure in the world. He could do anything then. Hanju nodded in satisfaction. Currently, only Fang Liang and Long Hao are outside the hidden sect. There can't be any more. If you discover that anyone has the intention to go out, help persuade them. Grandmaster trusts you the most because you're the most mature. I won't let Grandmaster down. Murongqi was in a good mood when he left. He didn't expect Grandmaster to think so highly of him. Hanju wasn't lying. Among the disciples, he liked Murongqi the most. Murongqi had the bearing of a general. When Hanju transcended everything, Murongqi could carry the banner of the hidden sect. Then, Hanju continued cultivating. The Heavenly God General's declaration of war would definitely cause the calamity to stir even more fiercely. He had to hurry up and become stronger. He had a feeling that one day, the calamity would threaten him, and he wouldn't be able to hide. What Hanju wanted to do was to accumulate his strength and resist all the enemies who came to attack. Time passed like a white horse passing through a crack. Spring passed and autumn came, never to return. 30 years passed very quickly. The reroll world had already changed. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and started to deduce Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong had already reincarnated a few times. His potential in his first life was not bad, but his personality was too reckless. He was beaten to death as soon as he reached adulthood. After that, Meng Pa didn't take special care of him, causing his reincarnation potential to become average. In this life, Yang Tiandong became a young general of the Mortal World dynasty. He made many contributions, but his achievements were too great. He was plotted against by the emperor, who found an excuse to execute his entire family. He was also imprisoned and was waiting for the day of execution. Hanju didn't feel heartache. This was all fate. Some things were difficult to change even if one reincarnated. Yang Tiandong's ambitions were deeply rooted in his soul. It would be difficult to change them no matter how many times he reincarnated. Han Ju didn't interfere, so what if he died? He could just continue to reincarnate. Han Ju would fetch him back after Yang Tiandong truly gained enlightenment. In his opinion, the life and death of the mortal world was a form of training. Yang Tiandong's pain was only in the present. Looking at the boundless great Tao, it was not enough. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. For years later, the yellow spring stirred again. This time, everyone from the hidden sect heard wails. Duan Hongqian frowned. Oh no, could it be that the 9 nether purgatory is about to open? 9 nether purgatory? Everyone looked at him. Duan Hongqian took a deep breath and said, After I perished in my previous life, my soul was suppressed under the yellow spring along with the negative karma. There was also a terrifying world hidden under the yellow spring, and that was the 9 nether purgatory. Inside it is hidden the supreme experts of various eras who have perished. I'm nothing compared to them. I only escaped because I sensed the heavenly Tao. Strange. What's with them? The Black Hell Demon Lord asked carefully. How strong is the strongest existence in the 9 nether purgatory? Duan Hongqian glanced at him and said, Actually, I'm not sure, but I know a Zenith Heaven. A genuine Zenith Heaven mighty figure. Zenith Heaven. Everyone was shocked. Zenith Heaven was already a legend in the immortal world. There seemed to be no Zenith Heaven on the surface. He didn't expect that a Zenith Heaven was actually hidden in the netherworld. In the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju checked the strongest person around the reroll world. Xue Mingyi. Cultivation unknown. 9 nether emperor. Han Ju was shocked. Unknown cultivation level? Deity realm or Zenith Heaven? Xue Mingyi's appearance made Han Ju very nervous. He was afraid that the other party would suddenly attack the hidden island. He immediately sent a voice transmission to everyone, making them hold their breaths and not speak. Actually, it was useless for him to do this. The Tao field could isolate the internal situation, including divine sense and voice. However, doing this would make him feel better. All the disciples were shocked, including the Black Hell Demon Lord and Duan Hongqian. A terrifying expert had really descended to make Han Ju so cautious. The yellow spring continued to surge as if something huge was about to break through the sea. At this moment, piercing sounds came as figures emitting terrifying auras flew over. Among them was Xidagarba. The most eye-catching was a man in a black dragon robe. He had a pearl crown on his head and his face was covered in a beard. His eyes were dignified, and the aura he emitted was extremely oppressive. When Han Ju saw him, he immediately checked the strongest person around the Tao field. King of Hell. Cultivation unknown. Lord of the Underworld. The strongest person changed from Xue Mingyi to the King of Hell. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, the King of Hell was also the master of the netherworld. He was more orthodox and should not harm the innocent for no reason. Since Xue Mingyi couldn't defeat him, he had to escape. Han Ju silently looked forward to it. The King of Hell brought the netherworld experts to the top of the yellow spring and looked down at the stormy sea. Xue Mingyi, if you don't behave, don't blame me for this, the King of Hell said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the surging waves stopped, and the world was filled with an oppressive aura. Han Ju waited nervously. After a while, Xue Mingyi's voice sounded, King of Hell, the calamity is here. Doesn't the netherworld want to rise? Hearing this, the King of Hell said expressionlessly, Could it be that you, a pitiful worm from the 9 hells purgatory, can also help me? You've long been a failure of the immeasurable calamity and are just hanging on in the abyss. Xue Mingyi sneered. At least I dare to fight. What about you? The King of Hell was silent. Boom! A blood-colored pillar of light shot out from the yellow spring and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The King of Hell and the experts of the netherworld immediately chased after him. Even in the Zenith Heaven realm, they couldn't sense the existence of the Tao field unless the hidden sect island was exposed. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system upgrade was still very important. He would have been discovered if he hadn't leveled up earlier. Vigilant, Hanju checked the strongest person around Hidden Sect Island again. 9 Netherworld Dragon. Rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Prisoner of the 9 Nether Purgatory. Rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Shocked, Hanju hurriedly entered the simulation trial. A breath later he opened his eyes. So close. Fortunately, he could kill it instantly. He continued to check. After confirming that there were no other experts around, he was relieved. I hope this long worm doesn't come looking for trouble. Otherwise, Hanju thought silently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Under the Fusang tree. Liao asked nervously. They left. Duan Hongshan nodded. The Black Hell Demon Lord's eyes narrowed as he said, There's another fellow under our island. He's very strong. Much stronger than me. Everyone was shocked. The sea around Hidden Sect Island churned again, and the entire island also shook violently. Hanju probed down the island with his divine sense and saw a huge object. The dragon eye alone was dozens of kilometers in diameter. It was extremely terrifying. 9 Netherworld Dragon. This fellow had already targeted Hidden Sect Island and was quietly approaching. Hanju frowned. He immediately covered Hidden Sect Island with his divine sense. This island was like the tip of a reef. He used his divine sense to push Hidden Sect Island away. The 9 Netherworld Dragon immediately caught up. I knew it. This fellow is really after Hidden Sect Island. Hanju sent a voice transmission. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I'm going to eat. You. The 9 Netherworld Dragon's laughter was wild and cruel, as if it had already taken over Hidden Sect Island. Really? Of course. Hanju immediately disappeared into the cave. Boom! All the Hidden Sect disciples heard a deafening explosion. The entire Hidden Sect Island was sent flying. Everyone was shocked. What happened? At this moment, Hidden Sect Island quickly landed on the Yellow Spring. Then, it quickly slipped away, covering 10 million kilometers in a flash. The Black Hell Demon Lord said in shock, That fellow's aura is gone. Hanju's voice sounded, It's dead. The Black Hell Demon Lord was shocked. Duan Hongshan was also shocked. The other disciples heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't too shocked. In front of Hanju, any enemy could be insta-killed. The Hidden Sect Island continued forward. After an hour, Hanju finally made the island stop. He walked out of the Khanate cave abode and said, Black Hell Phoenix, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Golden Crow, Three-Headed WRM King, come here. He came to the mountains and rivers and waved his right hand, releasing the 9 Netherworld Dragon's corpse. The 9 Netherworld Dragon was a black dragon with longer scales. It seemed to be covered in spikes. Looking sinister and terrifying, everyone from the Hidden Sect flew over. They were stunned when they saw the 9 Netherworld Dragon's huge corpse. What dragon is this? The mysterious expert that the Black Hell Demon Lord mentioned just now? This dragon looks so strange. Does Grandmaster want them to eat it? Definitely. The Black Hell Chicken ran here at the fastest speed. Everyone exclaimed. Without needing Hanju to say anything, the people he named had already pounced on the 9 Netherworld Dragon's corpse and started to devour it. The 9 Netherworld Dragon's body had already been compressed by Hanju. Otherwise, Hidden Sect Island wouldn't be able to contain it. Hanju watched the gruesome scene in front of him. He didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Could the body of a rank 8 Immortal Emperor make these people stronger? The others were also curious. Tu Linger looked at Dao Comprehension Sword and clicked her tongue in wonder. These guys usually look quite obedient. I didn't expect them to be so savage. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and said with lingering fear, Yes, we have to be careful of them in the future. Not long after, the three-headed WRM King fell to the ground. His entire body twitched, and blood flowed from his 7 apertures. He couldn't withstand the flesh and blood of a rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Hanju immediately appeared beside him and used his dermic powers to heal his body. The others were in a better state. Their bloodlines weren't simple. They weren't as weak as the three-headed Wyrm king. After recovering from his injuries, the three-headed Wyrm king continued to eat the 9 netherworld dragons' body. The great banquet lasted for several hours. The 7 black hell phoenixes, the black hell chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, Ada, Xiao, and the three-headed Wyrm king benefited greatly, and their bloodlines became even stronger. After confirming that they were fine, Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. This netherworld is not peaceful anymore. Hanju thought in distress. Should he choose another location? He hesitated for a long time and then decided to forget it. He couldn't find a place to go even if he changed locations. He might as well wait. He would take action when the netherworld was truly in chaos. Over the immortal world, Golden Crab Island. Inside the Taoist temple, Huang Zuantian knelt on the ground and raised his hands to take the scroll in the white crane's mouth. The white crane said meaningfully, "This immortal talent meeting is a good opportunity. Don't disappoint me." Huang Zuantian looked very excited, but he was bitter inside. Why was there trouble again? Huang Zuantian looked up and asked, "How's the relationship between the Jie school and our Chan school?" The white crane said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't know. The immortal talent meeting will likely decide the future of the immeasurable calamity. If you don't obtain a good fortuitous encounter, your position as the island master will be replaced. It just so happens that many disciples aren't convinced by you." "All right, I'll do my best," Huang Zuantian replied. Although he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to go against the white crane's will. The white crane nodded in satisfaction. "Work hard. I still think highly of you." Huang Zuantian hurriedly bowed. After the white crane left, he clutched the scroll in his hand. "Why can't you cultivate diligently like your seniors and not cause trouble or show off? You've clearly suffered greatly. Is there something wrong with your brains?" Huang Zuantian ridiculed in his heart. How many years had it been since he became the island master? What nonsense was this? Sigh. Huang Zuantian fell into endless worry. It had been 20 years since they were attacked by the 9 netherworld dragon. Han Ju's cultivation made progress again. As he became stronger, the speed at which the stellar primordial body devoured the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus became faster and faster. In addition, the Buzhou divine flower was producing Khanate Qi, so his cultivation speed could be said to be steadily increasing. According to Han Ju's estimations, he would probably break through to the rank 5 immortal emperor realm in 2 or 3. Was still considered stable. After the immeasurable calamity ended this time, reaching the deity realm was definitely guaranteed. As for higher realms, he still had to work harder. Of course, he had to be alive to achieve all these. Han Ju chased Tao Comprehension's sword out and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the heavenly Tao Buddha. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Xianxia was attacked by the demon race's Immortal Emperor X-187. Your good friend Li Xianxia was attacked by the demon race's mighty figure X6. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons X376921. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Di Hongye was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has entered Kunlun. Your good friend Zhou Fan has entered Kunlun. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Many of his good friends had been cursed by a mysterious curse, and many had entered Kunlun. Something was wrong. Indeed, someone was pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. What was going on with Kunlun? Why were there so many people heading to Kunlun during the immeasurable calamity? Furthermore, they were all people with average cultivation levels. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Han Ju was secretly vigilant. A month later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. More and more factions appeared and interfered with the immeasurable calamity. Apart from keeping a low profile, he had to hurry up and become stronger. Han Ming has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju had just started cultivating when he saw this notification. He was stunned. Why did this kid suddenly have a favorable impression of him? Han Ju didn't think too much about it. He didn't want to acknowledge this younger brother at all. The reason why he didn't curse Han Ming was that he was afraid of being discovered by Immortal Emperor Samsara. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. Immortal cranes lined up in rows. From time to time, immortal birds, mounts, and various flying Dharma treasures flew past. In the forest was a stone pavilion. There were 3 men in the pavilion. They were Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou. The 3 of them sat around the stone table and drank. They began to talk about the past and sighed. We can join forces in this immortal talent meeting. After all, our foundation is too shallow. Zhou Fan suggested. Fang Liang smiled. I still haven't returned the favor from the last time you saved me. We naturally have to work together. Mo Fuzhou shook his head and smiled. Don't think like that. Actually, we didn't help at all. I'm ashamed. Fang Liang said, by the way, do you know the rules of this immortal talent meeting? Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou shook their heads. As the 3 of them chatted, cultivators flew past the forest. Their target was all Kunlun. Kunlun wasn't far from them, but they weren't in a hurry to go there. Zhou Fan said with anticipation, it's said that there's a way to achieve the Emperor realm in this immortal talent meeting. I wonder if it's true. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, I want to join the Chan school and avoid this calamity. Fang Liang smiled. He glanced at the man was walking forward. Fang Liang's pupils widened and he was stunned. Zhou Fan noticed his expression and couldn't help but look over. He was also stunned. Mo Fuzhou followed their gaze and asked in surprise, Brother Han. The man in black, who was advancing, seemed to have heard Mo Fuzhou's words and couldn't help but turn to look at them. Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. Oh, we got the wrong person. Han Ju is better looking than him. Fang Liang nodded. When the man in black heard that, he suddenly flashed into the pavilion and asked in a low voice, is the person you're talking about Han Ju? The 3 of them were shocked and looked at him warily. Fang Liang drew his sword and asked in a low voice, who are you? The black-robed man said coldly, I'm Han Ming. Han Ming? The 3 of them were stunned again. This name was too similar to Han Ju's name. The 2 of them also looked alike. Could it be? Is Han Ju here? Han Ming snorted and asked. Anticipation flashed across his eyes. Ascend. Even if he did, he wouldn't come to such a grand event. He had yet to ascend? Han Ming frowned and asked in a low voice, what's his cultivation level now? Why isn't he ascending? Zhou Fan was unhappy with his tone and snorted. Who are you? Why are you asking about my brother Han's cultivation? Han Ming ignored him and stared at Fang Liang. You're his grand disciple? What sect are you from? Fang Liang did not answer. Han Ming frowned even harder. He was about to speak when a bell suddenly sounded, resounding through the world. The immortal talent meeting is about to begin. Those who arrive first will choose their spots. Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou immediately rushed out of the stone pavilion. Han Ming's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly caught up. They weren't the only ones. The immortals who were slowly advancing from all directions began to charge at full speed. Time passed quickly. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and took out the Heavenly Dao token to contact Ditai Bai. What has my disciple Long Hao and grand disciple Fang Liang been doing recently? Han Ju asked first. He had previously seen the 2 of them encounter all sorts of attacks. There were demons, cultivators, and even immemorial life forms. It seemed like the 2 of them should be together and were involved in the same danger. Ditai Bai smiled and said, they went to the Immortal Talent meeting. It's a grand event held by the Chan School in Kunlun. Don't worry, it's a fortuitous encounter. Nothing will happen to them. They will only become stronger. Immortal Talent meeting? No wonder so many good friends had entered Kunlun recently. Han Ju asked curiously, What does the Chan school want to do? Isn't it the immeasurable calamity now? Di Tai Bai replied, the Chan school wants to form good relationships. No matter who wins or loses, they will owe karma to the Chan school. After all, the younger generation of the various factions has obtained the fortuitous encounters there. I see. Hanju didn't know how to judge this method. By the way, aren't you in the netherworld? Be careful. The King of Hell has announced his independence and drew a clear line with the heavenly court. If you are targeted by him, don't reveal your identity as a member of the heavenly court. Otherwise, you will attract even greater hatred. Di Tai Bai reminded. Hanju wasn't surprised. The King of Hell was so strong. He indeed had the qualification to be independent. Di Tai Bai sighed with emotion. The calamity this time is too chaotic. The various races have made an appearance together, and the situation is unknown. For the time being, I'm unable to see who will laugh until the end. Especially the Dark Forbidden Lord, whose forces are too enormous. More and more races and forces in the immortal world are claiming to be his subordinates. Hanju was confused. What the heck? When did I have so many subordinates? Hanju was furious. Someone was stirring trouble with his name. Hanju subconsciously wanted to ask which forces they were and prepared to curse them one by one. But on second thought, no. If he asked, it would appear that he was very concerned about the Dark Forbidden Lord, and his identity would be exposed. Besides, he didn't care about the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. Oh no, I'm getting a little carried away. No, I can't do this. Hanju became vigilant and asked, who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? A legendary zenith heaven mighty figure. Di Tai Bai replied, very likely. Even the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha are cursed by him. We can't deduce any clues about him. That's good. Since you think it's a zenith heaven, you definitely won't suspect me. Hanju was satisfied. The two of them chatted for a while more before he put down the Heavenly Tao token. Hanju felt uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it. Although he kept telling himself that he was misunderstood as the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was still very unhappy that someone was pretending to be him. No. Hanju decided to use the derivation function. I want to know who is pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju thought. 80 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Only 80 million. Hanju smiled disdainfully and cursed. Damn dog. How dare you mess with me? I'll find you now. Hanju chose to continue. Then he felt the world spin. Soon, he opened his eyes and discovered that he was above the sky. In front of him was a beautiful imperial garden. There was a stone pavilion in the garden. The Heavenly Emperor said expressionlessly, recently, the reputation of the Dark Forbidden Lord has spread. I've decided to use his name to rope in some ancient races and disrupt the situation of the calamity, making the demon court no longer dare to act recklessly. I'll leave this matter to you. In front of the Heavenly Emperor stood a black-robed man. His body was like smoke, and his true appearance could not be seen. The black-robed man cupped his fists. Hanju. The surrounding scene shattered. Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode and clutched his chest. Holy shit. The Heavenly Emperor is messing with me. Hanju almost vomited blood. He didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be the mastermind. Most importantly, he had wasted 80 million years of his lifespan. The Heavenly Emperor treated him so well, so he naturally could not curse him. Not just anyone could play the game of the myriad worlds. Hanju was glad that he didn't enter the calamity. Otherwise, he might have been killed. He had thought that the Heavenly Emperor had been fooled by the Heavenly Tao Buddha. He didn't expect him to have his own plans. If not for the system, Hanju would never have thought that the Heavenly Emperor was pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Since I've wasted 80 million years of my lifespan, I can't waste it for nothing. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to enter a meditative state in the future. Hanju decided to deduce again. I want to know who Immortal Emperor Samsara is. Hanju thought silently. Currently, He still didn't know the origins of Immortal Emperor Samsara or his goal. 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju felt dizzy again. This time, his consciousness didn't enter the scene. A figure appeared in his mind. Hanju was stunned again. It was Di Tai Bai. That's right, it was indeed Di Tai Bai. However, in his mind, Di Tai Bai was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. Hanju had no idea what was going on. Di Tai Bai was Immortal Emperor Samsara? Did the Heavenly Emperor know about this? The Heavenly Emperor treated him so well. Could it be that he had discussed it with Immortal Emperor Samsara? Or could it be that Immortal Emperor Samsara had huge ambitions and hid beside the Heavenly Emperor? No wonder, even though he had interacted with Immortal Emperor Samsara, the latter did not have a favorable impression or hatred towards him. So this fellow had always been his good friend. Hanju thought of how Di Tai Bai had said that he had severed the river of destiny. Thinking about it now, how could Di Tai Bai, a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, do it? Hanju had mixed feelings. All these emotions turned into a sigh. Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I just need to cultivate well. Anyway, I'm not fighting for anything. As long as their plan doesn't affect my safety. Thinking of this, Hanju became cautious and started cultivating again. 30 years went by. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the Heavenly Tao Buddha again. He continued to check his emails and paid attention to the situation in the immortal world. Like before, there were all sorts of conflicts. Hanju didn't see any special emails for the time being. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. He was indifferent. This stupid brother wants to fawn on me? Hanju was completely indifferent. He had never interacted with Han Ming before, and he still had his memories of his previous life. Several days later, Hanju was about to continue cursing the Demon Emperor when he suddenly felt something and immediately took out a token. Golden Crow token. Zhang Yi was looking for him. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still probed the Golden Crow token with his divine sense. Sima Yi, I asked you to investigate the ancestral Magus Tower. Why didn't you do anything? Zhang Yi's tone was very unfriendly. Hanju replied, Soon. There will be an outcome soon. Zhang Yi was furious. The ancestral Magus Tower was snatched away. Ha! Hanju pretended to be shocked. Zhang Yi continued, Let's forget about this matter. My race has decided to send me to the deity realm of the ruins of End. Are you coming with me? You can meet a Zenith Heaven mighty figure and receive his guidance. Meeting a Zenith Heaven? Hanju rejected politely. Forget it. I don't want to trouble you. Thank you for your kind intentions. Oh? You're not giving me face. No, it's too far. I'm afraid something will happen. Humph, look at you. So be it if you don't want to go. You're making me look like I'm begging you. Sorry. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Zhang Yi would insist on him going. If their relationship became strained and they became enemies, it wouldn't be good for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi snorted. When I return, I'll be a peerless expert fighting for great providence. When you see me, you will kneel before me. Don't regret it. Then I wish you success. Hanju spoke very sincerely, but it made Zhang Yi very angry. When had he, Zhang Yi, ever treated a person like this? This kid. That's it. Zhang Yi cut off the connection. Hanju immediately put the Golden Crow token away. With the Tao field around, he wasn't afraid that the mighty figure of the Golden Crow divine clan would deduce him through the token. The deity realm of the ruins of End? Sounds very strong. I might be able to take a look when I reach the Zenith Heaven realm. Hanju thought silently. He would definitely be beaten up if he followed Zhang Yi. Hanju continued cursing the Demon Emperor. On the other side, inside the Demon Emperor Palace, the Demon Emperor was secretly chatting with the master of the Divine Palace. There were only the two of them in the hall. Sensing the sudden curse, The demon emperor gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Is the dark forbidden lord cursing you again? The master of the divine palace asked with a smile. The demon emperor snorted. Myself, the heavenly Tao Buddha, and the heavenly emperor were all cursed by the dark forbidden lord. Why are you the only one who's fine? Don't tell me you're the dark forbidden lord. The master of the divine palace waved his hand and said, How is that possible? I've been cursed more frequently than you. I don't know why the dark forbidden lord hates me so much. Fortunately, my mystical power is strong enough to resist his curse. Humph, you're really good at bragging. The demon emperor snorted. How could he not hear the hidden meaning in the divine palace master's words? If not for the fact that he needed the power of the divine palace, he would let him see who was stronger. All right, let's not talk about the dark forbidden lord. Li Daokong and Li Xianxia have been staring at our demon court recently. Previously, Li Xianxia helped the demon court resist the heavenly court. Now they've changed sides. This pair of fellow disciples from the human school have crossed the line. I need the divine palace to suppress them, the demon emperor said in a low voice with a calm expression. The divine palace master said slowly, These two brothers are not simple. If an immortal emperor encounters them, he will definitely lose. Especially Li Daokong, ordinary deity realm mighty figures might not be able to suppress him. Most importantly, their position is unknown. If we help you suppress them, the divine palace will face many troubles. The demon emperor waved his sleeve and snorted. The divine palace can choose any 3 regions in the extreme west. Deal. Your majesty is indeed straightforward. The divine palace master immediately smiled. What the divine palace needed the most was territory. The territory of the immortal world was much larger than the mortal world. The demon emperor snorted. As for Tao Sovereign, if I kill him, your divine palace will definitely be anxious. How about this? I can spare his life, but if he wants to kill me, he has to pay the price. I want him to stay by my side for 1,000 years. Then I will return him to the divine palace unscathed. You can rest assured that I won't use any methods to brainwash him. You won't give up even if the chaotic physique betrays you. I understand this. The divine palace master smiled. Thank you, your majesty. The 2 leaders smiled at each other and started to drink. The situation in the immortal world changed rapidly. With the interference of the various ancient races, it was no longer a situation where the 4 overlords were on par with each other. However, all of this had nothing to do with Hanju. He was cultivating with all his might. Ever since he learned that Ditaibai was immortal Emperor Samsara, Hanju realized that he couldn't just look at favorability. Favorability was still too vague. Some people's identities couldn't be introduced by the system in a few lines. The mighty figures of the immortal world often had many clones, causing them to have independent identities. 40 years passed quickly. Hanju took another step towards the rank 5 immortal emperor realm. On this day, Ditaibai took the initiative to contact him, concerned about his cultivation. This was not the first time. Ditaibai had often asked about his cultivation situation. In the past, he hadn't thought too much about it and thought that Ditaibai was only concerned. Now, it seemed that there might be another reason. Hanju replied, As usual, it's smooth but not fast. Ditaibai chuckled. If you're not fast enough, no one in the myriad worlds will dare to say that their cultivation speed is fast. How's the situation in Heavenly Court recently? It's all right. The main thing is that the situation in the immortal world is changing. Ditaibai began to tell him about the commotion in the immortal world. The Golden Crow Divine Clan, True Dragon Clan, Vermilion Bird Clan, Qilin Clan, Primordial Sacred Clan, and so on and so forth. More and more powerful races appeared, causing battles to break out everywhere in the immortal world. Not only that, but even the humans began to unite. The various sacred dynasties joined forces and prepared to gather the human race to fight with the myriad races of the worlds and fight for providence. They wanted to become the overlord of the immortal world after the immeasurable calamity ended. The human race's immortal world. This title was very stirring, making it very easy for the humans to unite. Hanju listened to Ditaibai and pondered. Why did this fellow take the initiative to talk to him about the momentum of the world? What was he plotting? Was he trying to lure him into the calamity? Thinking about it carefully, he could only be considered the successor of immortal Emperor Samsara. There was no reason to harm him for the time being, let alone Bai. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Anyway, I definitely can't enter the calamity, Hanju thought. Bai suddenly smiled and said, "That's right. His Highness Long Hao performed the most outstandingly in the Immortal Talent meeting and was recognized by the Vice Sect Master of the Chan School. His providence has been increasing. I guess even his cultivation level is the same. You taught him very well." Hanju couldn't help but check his interpersonal relationships. He was shocked. This fellow is already at the early stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. His talent was truly terrifying. The son of the Heavenly Emperor and the soul of Hao Tian were probably not inferior to the chaotic physique. Hanju smiled. His Majesty's bloodline is good. All right, continue cultivating. I'll look for you in the future. Bai smiled and ended the conversation. After putting down the Heavenly Dao token, Hanju shook his head. He had to hurry up and cultivate. Ever since the immeasurable calamity started, the cultivation levels of his friends in the immortal world had increased. He had heard before that the reason the immeasurable calamity was so crazy was not only because of the competition for providence but also because the immortal chi of the immortal world would increase exponentially, causing the cultivation speed of all living beings to increase. How could those immortals who had already reached their limits sit back and watch their enemies quickly become stronger? Thus, the battle became even more intense. Under the purple sky in a courtyard, Long Hao, Long Shan, Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, Han Ming, and dozens of others gathered together. "Congratulations on obtaining the recognition of the Vice Sect Master of the Chan School, Your Highness." Mo Fuzhou raised his cup and smiled. The others raised their glasses and looked at Long Hao eagerly. Long Hao performed the best in this Immortal Talent meeting. His strength and potential were admirable, and even Zhou Fan was convinced. Han Ming looked at Long Hao with a complicated expression. After getting to know Fang Liang and the others, he understood Hanju a lot more. The genius in front of him was Hanju's disciple. Long Hao had shocked everyone in this Immortal Talent meeting. He suppressed the younger generation of the heavens and became a publicly acknowledged peerless genius. His might shook the world. How strong was Hanju to be able to nurture such a disciple? It seemed that his master didn't lie to him. The difference between Hanju and him was indeed unimaginable. Long Hao laughed. "If you want to join the heavenly court in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll introduce you personally." He looked high-spirited and had no intention of being humble. After leaving the hidden sect, he finally knew how terrifying his talent was. It could even be described as invincible. The outside world was not as dangerous as Master had said. Of course, Long Hao also realized how powerful the hidden sect was. He could feel the pressure when cultivating there. He became arrogant the moment he left the hidden sect. This was enough to explain the problem. Hearing Long Hao's words, everyone was even happier and continued to praise him. In the courtyard next door, a group of people was also celebrating. These people were disciples of the Jie school, and Huang Zuentian was among them. They had mixed feelings upon hearing Long Hao's laughter. They had gained a lot in this Immortal Talent meeting. However, compared to Long Hao, they were like stars beside the bright moon, barely noticeable. Master seems to be related to the heavenly court. Fang Liang seems to have a good relationship with Long Hao. Could it be that Master and Long Hao know each other? Huang Zuentian thought silently. He had been an elder in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, so he had seen Fang Liang. He had always kept a low profile, afraid that Fang Liang and the others would discover him, lest he exposed his true identity. Long Hao and the others' performance made Huang Zuentian believe that only by following Hanju would there be a future. Among the disciples of the Jie school, Huang Zuentian had a low presence and rarely spoke. He had been observing. The descendants of some mighty figures of the Jie school were among the disciples. They were worth befriending and could help him ascend. The white crane forcing him to come to the Immortal talent meeting made him realize that just the position of Island Master was not enough. He wanted to climb higher. The Immortal talent meeting was spectacular and could even be recorded in history. This would be the beginning of a new era. Hanju didn't participate in this event. He wasn't interested. His life was only about cultivation. Time flew. 50 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level had been steadily increasing. He was no longer far from becoming a rank 5 immortal emperor. The new inner sect competition of the hidden sect had already ended. Hanju, the Black Hell Demon Lord, White-Robed Buddha, and Duan Hongqin did not participate. First place was Tu Linger. The ancestral Magus Tower was too strong. The other disciples couldn't break through its defensive restrictions. Next was Murongqi and then Liao. Hanju didn't care about the rankings of the others. He only wanted to remember the top 3. It was worth mentioning that Chu Shuren's ranking was actually quietly increasing. This fellow finally had his Dao heart stirred by the constant competition. He was no longer a slacker and also began to cultivate his mystical power. Everyone was very happy about this. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of being annoyed by Chu Shuren. Only Zhou Mingyue felt bitter. He would be suppressed by his master in the future. On this day, Hanju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to do his daily missions. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by Jie School cultivators. X 1342. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a divine palace mighty figure, X18. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jie School cultivators X47. Your good friend Han Ming was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and comprehended a mystical power. Her providence has increased. The Jie School had begun to become active? Hanju raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a good impression of the Jie School. After all, he had been threatened by their disciples. I wonder how Huang Zuintian is doing there? Hanju thought silently. He was still worried about Huang Zuintian. He was very strong in the mortal world, but not in the immortal world. Xian Qingjun was also in the Jie School, but it seemed that she was doing well. She was rarely attacked, and she had been cultivating diligently. Hanju continued to read the emails. At most, he would complain in his mind. The content of the emails wouldn't affect his life. He had to persevere and cultivate in a low-profile manner until he was invincible. He wasn't even 4,000 years old, but he was already a rank 4 immortal emperor. Such speed was definitely the number 1 in the myriad worlds. This meant that he had taken the right path in the first half of his life. He had to carry it out. He couldn't even remember how many friends had died along the way. The path of cultivation was already filled with difficulties. There was a high chance of death. One of the reasons Hanju liked to read emails was to warn himself. Because every time he read them, he would see someone getting beaten up. A month later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and called Dao Comprehension Sword in. Have you mastered the 3rd level of the Heavenly Sword Dao? Hanju asked. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded, then shook her head. I feel like I have, but I also feel like I'm missing something. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Sword Dao was, Sword creates the primordial world. Dao Comprehension Sword could create a worldly illusion with a single strike. But this world was not strong. Couldn't bury the enemy. Every time she used this move in the simulation trial, it was useless. Hanju patted the bed beside him and said, Come here. Dao Comprehension Sword obediently walked over. The two of them sat on the bed. Hanju raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Dao Comprehension Sword's forehead, conveying his imagination of the primordial world to her. Dao Comprehension Sword had too little knowledge and limited imagination. Couldn't be helped. Hanju wouldn't let her go out to train, after all. His disciples were looking forward to the next calamity. After enduring this immeasurable calamity, by the next one, all the disciples of the hidden sect would definitely be immortal emperors. Of course, Hanju hadn't revealed this goal to them yet, so as to avoid giving them pressure. The mountains and rivers were continuous, and the sky was high without clouds. Two figures stood at the peak of a mountain. They were Li Daokong and Li Xianxia. There was a terrifying figure guarding the surroundings. With a glance, there were only a few tens of thousands of figures. All of them emitted a terrifying aura that shook the world and swayed like flames. Li Daokong smiled. "Junior brother, can you still hold on?" Compared to Li Daokong, who looked like he had never fought, Li Xianxia's clothes were torn and his hair was slightly messy. Li Xianxia snorted. "You didn't fall. How can I not be able to hold on?" He immediately prepared to fly into the sky to fight, but Li Daokong stopped him. Li Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. Li Daokong smiled and said, "You can stop now. Didn't you want to see my true strength?" Li Xianxia frowned impatiently. He knew that his senior was about to start posturing again. Clang. Li Daokong pulled out the sword at his waist. In an instant, sword light illuminated the world. He held his sword in one hand and pointed it at the sky. As his gaze landed on the tip of the sword, his smile gradually turned arrogant. "Watch carefully. This is the strongest sword of the human school. With this strike, all will die." Li Daokong laughed impudently. His robes fluttered as his aura continued to increase. The entire mountain began to tremble as countless rocks rolled down. Li Xianxia looked at his senior in surprise. As if thinking of something, his expression changed drastically. Could it be? Impossible! Li Xianxia widened his eyes as he stared at him. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes. Dao Comprehension Sword was still in the primordial world that he had created. Hanju looked up and saw the sky of the netherworld. The dark clouds in the sky surged violently as if a storm was about to arrive. "Master, not good. The Sword Dao River is surging. It seems to be collapsing." Liu Bei's voice sounded in his mind, his tone anxious. Hanju frowned. He immediately jumped into the Sword Dao River. The once calm Sword Dao River twisted violently. The advancing sword cultivators became blurry and flashed. Hanju clearly felt an extremely terrifying pressure enveloping the Sword Dao River. Someone is using a mystical power? Hanju's expression changed slightly. Somehow, he could feel the terror of that Sword Dao mystical power. It was stronger than all the mystical powers he had encountered before. For some reason, Hanju suddenly thought of the figure walking at the end of the Sword Dao River when he raised his Sword Dao mystical powers. Hanju gritted his teeth and said, "Leave the Sword Dao River with me first." The Sword Dao River could collapse at any time. They would definitely be severely injured if they stayed here. Liu Bei nodded in relief. The two of them immediately vanished from the Sword Dao River. They came to the void. Liu Bei asked nervously, "Master, could that be someone using some kind of Sword Dao mystical power?" Hanju nodded. "Probably. The other party's cultivation is ridiculously high." "Who was it?" "He had such a cultivation level. To be able to force him to use a mystical power, his opponent must be very strong." Hanju suddenly felt that the Immortal Emperor realm was too weak. As he sighed, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. "Detected that you have encountered the strongest Sword Dao below the Heavenly Dao. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and fight for providence. Prove that you are the strongest sword immortal. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Dao fragment, a heavenly Dao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, and a random natural treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and ignore the strongest Sword Dao. You can obtain a supreme treasure." Seeing the choices in front of him, Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Going against the strongest Sword Dao? Wasn't that courting death? You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Envy Cloud Silk. Heavenly Envy Cloud Silk. Defensive Deity Realm Numinous Treasure. It is created by the connate divine cloud and the heavenly Tao merit. It can withstand all attacks below the deity realm and can withstand an attack from an ordinary deity realm cultivator. Defensive deity realm numinous treasure. Not bad. Not bad. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. He didn't take out the heavenly envy cloud silk. After all, Liu Bei was still beside him. The two of them began to wait. Fortunately, the mysterious sword Tao pressure did not last long. When everything returned to normal, the two of them returned to the sword Tao river. Han Ju was stunned. The sword Tao river had already collapsed, forming remnant clouds everywhere. In the dark and mysterious space, it looked tragic and beautiful. Liu Bei was also shocked and could only look at him. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce that his providence was not damaged. He had already taken over the sword Tao river. If it was destroyed, his providence would definitely be damaged. He observed carefully and quickly discovered that the sword Tao river was repairing itself. The remnant clouds were slowly approaching each other. It's fine. It'll be fine soon. Continue guarding here. If you encounter danger that you can't defeat, you can escape at any time, Han Ju said and disappeared. After receiving his permission, Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already had the body of the victorious fighting Buddha, his personality was still very similar to Han Ju's. He was very afraid of death. After his essence soul returned to his body, Han Ju noticed that Tao Comprehension Sword was still comprehending the primordial world. So he took out the Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword. The heavenly envy cloud silk was a green scarf that was as thin as a cicada's wings. It didn't stir up any wind when it was waved. Han Ju let it recognize him as its master and wrapped it around his body. The heavenly envy cloud silk seemed to have a spirit and didn't bind Han Ju tightly. It fluttered slightly and a cloud appeared, covering his figure, making him look extremely mysterious. Han Ju was satisfied. This thing was very impressive and could hide his true appearance. Not bad. To awaken, Han Ju entered Cultivation. He checked his emails while cultivating. That mysterious sword cultivator had caused too much commotion. He didn't know if he could pry from the emails. Han Ju continued reading and caught an email. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and died. Could it be Li Daokong? He seemed to be a sword cultivator. Han Ju frowned. His heart ached. He still had a good impression of the Sword God Emperor. Back when Zhang Guxing was captured, it was the Sword God Emperor who had passed the Sword Tao River to him. He didn't expect him to die just like that. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. The icon was gone. Han Ju fell into depression. Some of his good friends were gone before he even met them. This feeling didn't last long. Han Ju quickly adjusted his state of mind and cultivated seriously. Divine Palace in the Dark Hall. The Divine Palace Master sat on a throne. There were hundreds of figures standing in the hall, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. He had an extremely dark expression. His hands gripped the armrests tightly as a terrifying killing intent dissipated from his body and filled the hall. How many immortal emperors have died this time? The Divine Palace Master asked in a low voice. A man in silver armor said carefully, 19 immortal emperors, and the 28 divine emperors accompanying them were also killed. Fortunately, their origin is still in the Divine Palace. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They knew that the two from human school were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be so ridiculously strong. The Divine Palace Master asked angrily, all of them died under Li Daokong's sword? Yes. Boom. The Divine Palace Master suddenly stood up. A terrifying pressure erupted, causing hundreds of people to kneel down. Li Daokong. Human school. Very good. I'm really angry. Send a message to all the divine emperors in the Divine Palace. Kill Li Daokong and you can become the Divine Palace's Deputy Palace Master. I want Li Daokong dead at all costs. Tell the divine emperors to attack together. The Divine Palace Master roared. No one dared to refute. It had been a long time since the Divine Palace had suffered such a huge loss. Demon Court. The demon emperor, who was cultivating in the hall, had a strange expression when he heard the information from his subordinates. Li Daokong is actually so powerful. No wonder the human school dared to enter the calamity. This is troublesome. Does the divine palace hate me? The demon emperor muttered. He swore that he really didn't want to trick the divine palace. If the demon court lost so much, he would definitely go mad. The little demon in the hall said with a trembling voice. It's said that Li Daokong only used one strike to kill dozens of experts from the divine palace. News of this battle is about to spread throughout the immortal world. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "One sword strike. This fellow is probably already half-step into the zenith heaven realm." He suddenly felt a headache. Apart from the divine palace, Buddhist sect, and heavenly court, he still had to face the human school, the ancient races, and the human race. The other two schools of the Tao sect were also stirring. The situation of the immeasurable calamity this time was far more complicated than before. The demon emperor cursed silently. Did these guys agree to fight for providence together? All of them were as well behaved as turtles in the previous calamity. Why did they appear this time? It must be that damned dark forbidden lord. He must have instigated it. The demon emperor's eyes burned with anger when he thought of the dark forbidden lord. Han Ju, who was cultivating in the cave abode, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, he felt that someone was cursing at him. Tao Comprehension Sword had already left the cave abode, preparing to communicate with the other disciples about the Sword Tao. Han Ju was about to continue cultivating when the heavenly Tao token suddenly burned. He connected to his divine sense. Li Daokong has become the #1 sword immortal in the immortal world. His Majesty wants to know. After knowing about this, do you still want to acknowledge Li Daokong as your master? His Majesty can ask for you? Di Tai Bai smiled and said excitedly, "How pretentious." He really seemed like the heavenly emperor's lackey. Han Ju asked curiously, "Who was Li Daokong fighting with earlier? That sword aura even affected the Sword Tao River." Di Tai Bai replied, "Divine Palace. He killed dozens of immortal emperors and deity realm existences with a single strike." Han Ju's eyelids twitched. "So impressive? I want to become his disciple." Han Ju almost blurted out. Then he became vigilant again. It was the immeasurable calamity now. With Li Daokong acting so ostentatiously, he might not survive it. Enough now. If I acknowledge Senior Li as my master, I'm afraid I'll embarrass the heavenly court. I'll practice more. Kid, are you afraid that you will die if you follow Li Daokong? Brother, we're on the same side. Tell me honestly, do you think he won't? That's true. It's fine if Senior Li survives. I'm afraid of being targeted by his enemies. Not only that, but I'll definitely be a burden to him. That's not good. I'll let down Senior Li's appreciation of me. Also, thank His Majesty for his kind intentions. Their conversation was short. Han Ju put down the heavenly Tao token and frowned. He sighed regretfully. If it wasn't the immeasurable calamity now, he could still acknowledge Li Daokong as his master. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of him. Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. What the heck? How did Li Daokong's favorability increase? Han Ju was stunned, but then immediately understood. This fellow was right beside Di Tai Bai. Fortunately, Han Ju was cautious enough and flattered him. If he told the truth, he would probably offend Li Daokong. Damn, this cultivation world is too scheming. If I'm not careful, I might offend a mighty figure. Immortal Emperor Samsara actually didn't remind me. Could it be that he wants to set a trap for me? Han Ju frowned. On second thought, if he were Di Tai Bai, he wouldn't be able to say that Li Daokong was beside him. Sigh. How fortunate. Han Ju was very unhappy. If he was strong enough, why would he need to listen to Li Daokong? He should hurry up and cultivate. He had to break through to the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm first. At the same time, Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor sat on the emperor's throne. There were 3 people in the hall. They were Di Tai Bai, Li Daokong, and Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia smiled faintly. I didn't expect a junior to dare to reject you. I'm different. If I take a fancy to someone, I won't be rejected. Li Daokong glanced at him and said, You have poor judgment. You only found mediocre people. You! That new disciple of yours. What's his name again? Huang Jihao. He's too mediocre. Compared to this kid, he's like a star compared to the moon. An ant compared to an azure dragon. Impossible, stop bragging. Huang Jihao has the sword heart and determination. He will grow up sooner or later. Junior, oh junior, your judgment is still the same as your cultivation level. Li Daokong. You're too much. Seeing that his fellow disciples were about to fight, the heavenly emperor had no choice but to say, Since your fellow disciples, why fight? Li Xianxia snorted and turned his head away. Li Daokong looked at the heavenly emperor and asked with a smile, Your Majesty, the divine palace must hate me now. Do you really want to take us in? The heavenly emperor smiled. The heavenly court was supported by the Tao sect to begin with. You and I share the same origins. We should unite against a common enemy. As for the divine palace, they have only risen after one immeasurable calamity. There's nothing to worry about. Li Daokong continued, The 2 of us need to fight for our providence. We can help the heavenly court last until the end, but we will monopolize the providence of the sword Tao. In addition, I hope that the heavenly emperor will agree to all the resources we need. Of course, we will take action if the heavenly court faces a powerful enemy. Di Tai Bai frowned slightly. The heavenly emperor smiled. Deal. Li Daokong smiled. Li Xianxia curled his lips and thought to himself, What a dirty deal. Time passed slowly. 70 years passed quickly. Han Ju was already very close to becoming a rank 5 immortal emperor. He could break through in at most 10 years. But he didn't forget the daily mission that happened once every 10 years. After chasing Tao comprehension sword out, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the heavenly Tao Buddha. The door to the underworld has opened. If the spirits of the netherworld want to fight for the providence of the heavenly Tao, all of you can enter my underworld. We will prosper or perish together. If I become the heavenly emperor, all of you will be immortals. A domineering voice suddenly resounded throughout the netherworld. Han Ju remembered this voice. It was the voice of the king of hell. Wow. How dare he? He actually wanted to become the heavenly emperor. Han Ju decided to report him. A month later, the curse ended. Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Tai Bai, asking him to pass the message to the heavenly emperor. If Di Tai Bai hid it, it would be fine. The heavenly emperor already saw the netherworld as his enemy. These things could be considered. In the future, when facing the heavenly emperor, he could ask if Di Tai Bai was hiding anything. If he was, Han Ju would reveal that he was Immortal Emperor Samsara. If Di Tai Bai didn't hide anything, it meant that Immortal Emperor Samsara was very likely to be the heavenly emperor's subordinate. He couldn't directly report it or it would attract suspicion. Although the heavenly emperor treated him very well, Han Ju didn't trust him completely. Everything was about benefits. If Han Ju threatened the heavenly court or the heavenly emperor himself, the heavenly emperor wouldn't be merciful. It didn't matter if he saw through everything and knew that if Han Ju was invincible, he would not mistreat the heavenly court. No matter what, the heavenly court had indeed done something for him, especially the heavenly emperor. After reporting the king of hell, Han Ju put down the heavenly Tao token and continued cultivating. 10 years went by quickly. Han Ju finally broke through to the rank 5 immortal emperor realm. His soul transformed further, far exceeding its previous strength. His dermic powers surged endlessly and almost reached an endless amount. As he consolidated his cultivation, he opened his attributes panel. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 3,855/745,999,999,999,999,999. Race: Immortal, stellar primordial body. Cultivation: Rank 5 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. 745 trillion years of lifespan. Too impressive. Hanju was extremely pleased. Even after spending so much lifespan, it still continued to increase exponentially. I'm indeed the Dark Forbidden Lord, the nightmare of all living beings. When he reached the deity realm, how exaggerated would his lifespan be? He could continue living as long as he wasn't killed. I can't enter the calamity. He silently chanted this mantra every day. Hanju spent another 3 years completely consolidating his cultivation. In the following year, he comprehended the Sword Dao and raised each Sword Dao mystical power to the extreme. However, in the simulation trial, he still did not improve. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor, the rest were all insta-killed. Against him, unless he moved with all his might, he couldn't escape the outcome of being insta-killed. Wait. Hanju suddenly remembered that when the 9 Nether Purgatory opened and Xue Mingyi appeared, the King of Hell also appeared. He had checked their cultivation. He almost forgot about them. He arranged them into the simulation trial. Hanju lasted for 5 minutes before he lost to Xue Mingyi. He lasted for 3 minutes before he was killed by the King of Hell. Hanju almost became depressed. Against these two, all he could do was dodge. Hanju's pride almost immediately vanished. Sigh. I'll curse the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha to vent my frustrations. Otherwise, my mental state will be imbalanced and it will be difficult for me to cultivate. Hanju thought and took out the Book of Misfortune. During his breakthrough, Tao Comprehension Sword had always been outside the cave abode, so he could curse without worry. I'll use 10 billion years per person. I don't believe it can't achieve anything. Hanju cursed the Heavenly Tao Buddha first. This fellow would kill the Heavenly Emperor after all. He had to make arrangements first. Hanju cursed as he stared at his attributes panel. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. 10 million years. 100 million years. 1,000,000,000 years. Hanju immediately stopped. He timed it perfectly and deducted 1,000,000,000 years of his lifespan. Immortal emperors had such a strong reaction speed. Hanju wiped the blood off his face and checked the emails to search for information about the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha experienced turbulence in his devil heart. His Buddhist Tao has weakened and he can't control himself. Hanju was stunned. What did this mean? Was the weakening of the Buddhist Tao referring to the cultivation level of the Heavenly Tao Buddha or a mystical power? What could he not control? Hanju couldn't understand, but he was still very happy that something was wrong with the Heavenly Tao Buddha. Next was his good brother, the Demon Emperor. Immortal world, West Heaven. In a dark cave abode, the Heavenly Tao Buddha sat on a mat. His expression changed as a strange demonic aura appeared between his brows. His entire state was extremely strange. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like devils, sinister and terrifying. Damn it! I lost control of the devil heart. What should I do? Heavenly Tao Buddha frowned. His heart filled with anger. Dark Forbidden Lord. He really didn't understand how he had offended him. In terms of power, the Buddhist sect was not as strong as the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court. It was even inferior to the Golden Crow Divine Clan's fearlessness. Besides, he wasn't the only Buddha in the Buddhist sect. Why was the Dark Forbidden Lord targeting him only? Could it be that he had offended him before? Heavenly Tao Buddha thought carefully. There were too many people, so he couldn't confirm. He lost control of the devil heart and no longer dared to face the Buddhist sect. If it was exposed that he was a devil and news spread, the Buddhist sect would become the target of everyone in the immortal world. He could only endure. Heavenly Tao Buddha sighed and began to suppress the devil heart. Demon Court, Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor was talking to a handsome man. This handsome man wore black armor and had a strong figure. His black hair was wild like a black dragon twisting above his head. This handsome man was the son of the Demon Emperor. His name was Void Emperor. "Father, don't worry. I've been hiding for 5 million years. It's time for me to show off," the Void Emperor said confidently. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "You're the most hard-working among my sons. You have been in seclusion for 5 million years. No demon can match your will." Void Emperor laughed. His gaze was filled with anticipation. His potential was outstanding to begin with. He had been in seclusion for 5 million years and his cultivation was extraordinary. He felt that he was already a mighty figure and could fight for great providence. The Void Emperor smiled and asked, "Father, is there anyone you need me to deal with?" The Demon Emperor was about to reply when his expression changed. "The curse. Damn this dark forbidden lord." The Demon Emperor had no choice but to circulate his dermic powers to suppress the curse. The Void Emperor noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Father, what's wrong?" The Demon Emperor didn't hide anything and said in a low voice, "The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me again. Dark Forbidden Lord." The Void Emperor frowned. After entering seclusion, he had learned the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord from the demons who served him. In the current heavens, the Dark Forbidden Lord was the most mysterious and terrifying existence. He was secretly manipulating the immeasurable calamity and using the curse technique to play with the various powers. Such a method was unprecedented. In the past, many mighty figures cultivated the Tao of curses, but no one had relied on curses to influence the myriad worlds like the Dark Forbidden Lord. "Father, I will definitely find the Dark Forbidden Lord and avenge you," the Void Emperor said angrily. In his opinion, the Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to use such a despicable method. The Demon Emperor said, "You can leave first. Familiarize yourself with the current demon court. I will arrange a mission for you later." "All right." The Void Emperor took a deep breath and left. The moment he did, the Demon Emperor couldn't hold back anymore. He erupted with his powerful aura. The dermic powers in his body surged and resisted the invasion of the curse. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju bled from his 7 orifices, but his eyes were clear as he stared at the attributes panel in front of him. He was calculating the number of the lifespan deduction. 800 million years. It was unknown if he could spend 1 billion years to successfully curse the Demon Emperor. About an hour passed. When Hanju's lifespan decreased by 1 billion years, he immediately stopped. His lifespan was still at 745 trillion years. The 2 billion years he had spent wasn't even enough to reduce the number at all. Hanju raised his hand and wiped his face. The blood disappeared. He checked the emails to see if there were any updates on the Demon Emperor. However, there was nothing. Hanju was stunned. The Demon Emperor had been very fierce recently. He was clearly the leader of the faction who had been cursed by him the earliest. But now, he was even stronger than the heavenly Tao Buddha. Hanju wasn't disappointed. He took it as a failed attempt. Perhaps in the next 100 years, any random curse would cause something to happen to him. Hanju began to heal his injuries and recovered to his peak several days later. "It's a rare occasion that I broke through. Should I use the derivation function again?" Hanju thought silently. "Let's try it." Besides cultivating, there was nothing else to do. Hanju thought, "Who is the strongest in this immeasurable calamity? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 billion years? Forget it." Hanju couldn't be bothered to continue. After all, the strongest person had nothing to do with him. He sent a voice transmission to Tao Comprehension Sword and allowed her to enter. Then, he began cultivating. Outside the cave abode. After Tao Comprehension Sword heard Hanju's voice transmission, she stood up and smiled. "Master's breakthrough is over. I should go in." With that, she turned around and walked towards the cave abode. The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. "Sect Master is too talented. I feel like he breaks through every 200 years. The Black Hell Chicken smiled proudly. Of course, among the myriad worlds, Only our master is the most talented. The others nodded. They were all very talented, but no matter how hard they cultivated, the difference between them and Hanju kept increasing. Speaking of which, I can only think of one example like Grandmaster, Murongqi suddenly said. Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, Who? Murongqi smiled. I think I said before that Grandmaster is very similar to the Dao ancestor. The first time the Dao ancestor made a name for himself, he was the strongest below the heavenly Dao. From the looks of it, Grandmaster has to wait until he's invincible before coming out. Duan Hongqian frowned. It had to be said. They really seemed alike. After chatting about the Dao ancestor for a while, they continued cultivating. This topic had appeared more than once in the long years. They were no longer excited, only amused. In a hall in the immortal world, wearing a veil, Xing Hongxian sat on a chair and listened to the elders talk about the recent events in the immortal world. The immortal talent meeting has already ended. There's indeed a person who has appeared out of thin air and has the potential of a peerless genius. Long Hao, right? I've also heard that even the vice sect master of the Chan school praised him non-stop. It's said that Long Hao is the son of the heavenly emperor. It's not surprising for him to have such talent. Sigh, the bloodline of immortals is indeed stronger than ours. There are also unparalleled prodigies in the human race, but they're still far inferior to Long Hao. I heard that he moved the heavenly Dao in the immortal talent meeting. His comprehension ability is very exaggerated. Xing Hongxian had a strange look in her eyes as she listened to the elders' discussion. Long Hao? Wasn't that her husband's disciple? Why had he left the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain? Xing Hongxian couldn't be mistaken. There might be more than one person called Long Hao, but there was only one Long Hao who was the son of the heavenly emperor. Hearing that he was already famous throughout the world, the complacency Xing Hongxian had built up immediately vanished. Her potential in this life was indeed not bad, but compared to Long Hao, Liao, Tulinger, and the others, she was still far inferior. At this moment, the patriarch suddenly looked at her and said, Inger, you just went to the imperial palace not long ago. Did the imperial concubine mention what the sacred dynasty plans to do next? Facing the clan leader's question, Xing Hongxian replied, The empress didn't say much. It seems like she's afraid of something. Her family was a relative of the sacred dynasty. Because of her potential, she was very close to the imperial concubines of the family. Hearing this, the elders fell into discussion again with all sorts of guesses. Xing Hongxian listened quietly, her thoughts elsewhere. She really missed Hanju after not seeing him for so many years. Thinking of their past interactions, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. 23 years passed. Hanju cultivated as usual. After breaking through to the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm, his cultivation speed did not decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. Apart from the increasing amount of Kanei Qi of the Buzhou Divine Flower, the stellar primordial body also absorbed negative karma faster and faster. The 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was like a cheat accelerator in the primordial world. Without it, Hanju's cultivation speed would at least be halved. On this day, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that your good friend Heavenly Emperor has sent you a dream. Do you want to enter? Dream? Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. The Dao field was really impressive. It could even block the Heavenly Emperor's mystical power. Hanju silently chose to enter. Immediately after, he entered the dream realm and came to a forest. This was actually a small forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Previously, Hanju and the Heavenly Emperor had also met here. It seemed that he was also a nostalgic person. When Hanju saw the Heavenly Emperor, his image didn't change. The Heavenly Emperor sized him up and smiled. It seems that you're living well in the netherworld. Hanju smiled and said, No way, I'm just hanging on by a thread. Recently, the King of Hell caused trouble and I even relocated once. Is that so? Then, why haven't you returned to the Heavenly Court? Cough, cough. The Heavenly Court is fighting for great providence. It is truly dangerous. You're right. It's indeed dangerous, so I didn't force you. In the entire heavenly court, other than you, no one has such privilege. Thank you, your majesty. Hanju hurriedly bowed. He was sincerely grateful. The heavenly emperor had helped him too much. Among them, the heavenly cycle body tempering technique had even helped him awaken the stellar primordial body and set his current foundation. Hanju suddenly asked, "By the way, your majesty, do you know Immortal Emperor Samsara?" The heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. Immortal Emperor Samsara, is he the one who gave you the inheritance? Hanju shook his head. Not really. I obtained it by chance. In other words, he had nothing to do with Immortal Emperor Samsara. The heavenly emperor smiled in satisfaction. I was still worried that you would be abducted by him. I don't know much about Immortal Emperor Samsara. This person has attained the Tao for a long time and has always been very mysterious. He had been preaching everywhere and might be plotting something. Hanju asked in surprise, "Your Majesty has never seen Immortal Emperor Samsara? That can't be. I can sense that his aura is in the heavenly court." If he didn't say it, he would feel an irresistible itch. The heavenly emperor frowned. Hanju observed his expression. The heavenly emperor said angrily, "Tell me, who is it? You must know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially asked." Hanju hesitated. "You really don't know? I'm afraid of thwarting your plan and don't dare to say it easily. If it's part of your plan, I'll forget about it. I'll always be on His Majesty's side." The heavenly emperor glared at him. "What kind of image do I have in your mind? Do you think I'll lie? Tell me, I really want to know." To think Immortal Emperor Samsara is actually hiding in the heavenly court with ulterior motives. It seemed that the heavenly emperor really didn't know. Hanju said carefully, "It's D Tai Bai. He looks exactly like Immortal Emperor Samsara. When I cultivated Immortal Emperor Samsara's cultivation technique, I dreamed of his cultivation scene." D Tai Bai. The heavenly emperor frowned. He subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but he stopped. If it was true, it would make him, the heavenly emperor, look stupid. He stared at Hanju and felt that he was not someone who would lie. He had watched him grow up. Thinking about it carefully, D Tai Bai had indeed been hinting about Hanju's loyalty several times. If he was really Immortal Emperor Samsara, there was indeed a motive for him to doubt him. The heavenly emperor was furious. In the heavenly court, he trusted D Tai Bai the most, even more than the divine general. Unexpectedly, D Tai Bai, the heavenly emperor, said, "Is that so? I did suspect his background, but he performed well, so I couldn't pursue it. The origins of the immortals of the heavenly court are complicated. I can't investigate the background of every immortal. They just need to be loyal to the court." Hanju couldn't help but feel deep veneration. As expected of the heavenly emperor. Such magnanimity, such vision. Wow! The heavenly emperor looked at him and his gaze softened. When D Tai Bai asked if you wanted to become Li Daokong's disciple, the latter was beside him. Your answer was good. Hanju's attitude had clearly been leaning towards him, making him very glad. No matter how powerful Senior Li is, he's definitely not as powerful as you. "I'd rather be your disciple," Hanju said seriously. This flattery made the heavenly emperor feel good. "Of course. Although Li Daokong is powerful, he's not comparable to me," the heavenly emperor said proudly. Hanju couldn't help but be curious. The demon emperor, the heavenly Tao Buddha, the divine palace master, and your majesty are all existences of the same realm? That's right. Our cultivation has already reached the limit. We can only rely on the great providence of the immeasurable calamity to break through. The divine palace master is so strong. Why did he let Senior Li escape? This is a restriction given to us by the Tao ancestor. We can't attack existences with low cultivation levels. The immortal world will be destroyed if the four of us fight to the death. The heavenly emperor said these words very calmly, as if he was saying something ordinary. Hanju was enlightened. No wonder. This was like the nuclear bombs in the modern world. There were powerful countries, but they wouldn't use it rashly. It was more of a deterrent effect. The Heavenly Emperor continued, I came to you this time because I have a fortuitous encounter to share. Fortuitous encounter? Hanju frowned instinctively. Fortuitous encounters represented danger. There's a mighty figure preaching the Tao outside the 33rd heaven. The various Providence factions can bring 3 disciples to listen to the Tao together. I plan to bring you, the Divine General, and Long Jun there. There's no danger in the Tao preaching this time. After the Tao preaching ends, I will send you back, the Heavenly Emperor said calmly. He saw through his thoughts and couldn't help but find it funny. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. Detected that the Heavenly Emperor has invited you to the Great Ultimate Hall to listen. You have the following choices. 1. If you refuse to go, you will lose a great opportunity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance. 2. Agree to go. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. The reward was close to nothing. Hanju didn't want to go, but the Heavenly Emperor kept staring at him, clearly hoping that he would go. The Heavenly Emperor said, This opportunity has nothing to do with the immeasurable calamity. You won't enter the calamity because of this. Everyone outside the 33rd heaven is a mighty figure who has achieved the Tao. The battle of the immeasurable calamity won't involve this. I want you to go. Li Daokong and Li Xianxia must go too. During the preaching, the immeasurable calamity should stop for a period of time. Only some small factions will fight. Isn't this the gathering of heroes? It's too dangerous. Would the big shots let their disciples spar to liven things up? Would Hanju have to face the situation of pretending to be weak or face-slap factions? No. He couldn't go. Hanju organized his words and said, Your Majesty, actually, I don't lack anything now. Leave this spot to Long Hao. The Heavenly Emperor said, Hauer has already obtained such an opportunity. He's cultivating with the vice sect master of the Chan school outside the 33rd heaven. You think you don't lack anything, but you do. What you lack is a comprehension of the great Tao. You have the great Tao of life and death in your body, but you actually can't do anything about it. The great Tao of life and death has never been strengthened in your body, so you can't completely control it. Hanju frowned and was speechless. The Heavenly Emperor continued, You're only at the Emperor realm now and can't sense it. After reaching the deity realm, you will no longer cultivate the spirit chi of heaven and earth, but the great Tao. The great Tao can't be comprehended by hiding in a cave abode. The great Tao is outside the heavenly Tao. Strictly speaking, the great Tao of life and death in your body is not the true great Tao. It's only a type of derivation. Head to the 33rd heaven and listen to the preaching, and you can capture the comprehension of the great Tao. After that, you can return to cultivate in peace. He paused for a moment and said with deep meaning, I can still bring you there now. If I die in the calamity, you'll be alone the next time you want to go. It'll be even more dangerous then. This tone. Why did it feel like he was saying his last words? Hanju asked, Can I let my clone go? Nonsense. That's disrespectful to mighty figures. The eternal mighty figures outside the 33rd heaven are revered by me. You have to go. Once you're there, you will understand my good intentions. The Heavenly Emperor said firmly. Hanju smiled bitterly. He added, Then don't make me fight with other disciples or brag about my talent. This was his bottom line. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't allow it, he wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. What are you thinking of? You still want to fight? This is a land of peace for mighty figures. A junior like you doesn't even have the right to speak. The Heavenly Emperor snapped. He felt that there was something wrong with Hanju's mind. He always imagined all sorts of illogical scenes. Hanju said helplessly, All right, when are we going? Where are we meeting? The Heavenly Emperor smiled. In a few decades. At that time, I will send you a dream and tell you the location of our meeting. You don't have to worry. This has happened before, but anyone who dares to pursue personal grudges at this juncture will not have a good end. Hanju nodded reluctantly. The dream ended. Hanju opened his eyes with a complicated expression. Will nothing really happen? Hanju suddenly thought of something and muttered in his heart. Will my life be in danger when I listen to the Tao this time? If there was any danger, he would not go, even if he offended the heavenly emperor. 100,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A mere 100,000 years? Continue. Hanju made a very generous decision. Immediately after, a line of words appeared in front of him. You won't be in danger. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and silently agreed to go to the Tao lecture, obtaining a great Tao fragment. I still have to be cautious. I can't trust the system completely. Hanju thought silently. If what the heavenly emperor said was true, he indeed had to go. This would involve the cultivation of the deity realm. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating, waiting for the heavenly emperor to dream again. 10 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions while checking his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a divine palace mighty figure X45. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand-disciple Fong Liang accidentally entered a mysterious forbidden land and concealed his own heavenly secrets. Your good friend Di Tai Bai was attacked by your good friend Heavenly Emperor. He died and his Tao dissipated. Your disciple Su Chi's cultivation has broken through. He has sensed the heavenly Tao and his divinity has increased. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has received guidance from a mighty figure of the Jie school. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Hanju noticed that Di Tai Bai was killed by the heavenly emperor and his heart skipped a beat. This fellow was really a spy. Hanju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Di Tai Bai's portrait was still there. But his face changed, and so did the introduction. Immortal Emperor Samsara. Cultivation unknown. Because you inherited his legacy, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. 4 stars. Hanju showed a frown. This fellow is not only an immortal emperor. Forget it. I can't be bothered with him. He doesn't hate me anyway. Hanju thought. The heavenly emperor had his principles and didn't expose him. Hanju also noticed that Pan Xian was severely injured. Ever since this powerful existence that even the heavenly emperor feared had left the Sword Tao River, he had been beaten many times. Every time Hanju saw him getting beaten, he felt very strange. It felt like a low-level player spying on top-tier NPCs. A month later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and called Tao Comprehension Sword in. Master. Li Yao defeated Tu Linger, Tao Comprehension Sword said excitedly. Ever since she had obtained the ancestral Magus Tower, Tu Linger had been the overlord of the hidden sect. None of the disciples could defeat her. Everyone was unconvinced and thought that she had relied on a Dharma treasure. Even so, they couldn't defeat her. Li Yao's victory made them feel very relieved. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. This girl is quite powerful. Tao Comprehension Sword said excitedly. Yes. She used the first level of the heavenly sword Tao. She's too powerful. I really have to work hard and target her. Hanju responded. He wasn't too surprised. Tu Linger spent most of her time cultivating. She also trained in the mortal world, unlike Li Yao. This fellow had killed her way from the mortal world to the immortal world and then all the way to the reroll world. Her combat talent was unquestionable. It just so happened that Tu Linger needed to be taught a lesson. She had indeed been a little too smug recently. Tao Comprehension Sword saw that he wasn't in the mood to chat and stopped disturbing him. Silence returned to the Khanate cave abode as the two continued cultivating. In the Sword Tao River, Liu Bei meditated and cultivated like a stone statue. He didn't move. No expression could be seen on his face. Feeling something, he suddenly opened his eyes. A figure appeared in front of him, startling him so much that he suddenly stood up. You changed your body? The other party was surprised. It was the Pan Xian that Hanju had mentioned earlier. Liu Bei recognized his voice and hurriedly bowed. Senior, why are you back? What? I can't come back. Of course you can. Where's your main body? Didn't he come to see you? He's cultivating. Okay, continue. I'll find a place to rest. Pan-Xian turned around and walked to a corner of the Sword Dao River. Then he sat down with his back facing Liu Bei. His shoulders shook, and it was unknown what he was doing. Liu Bei was a little nervous. He wondered if Pan-Xian's arrival would attract trouble. He thought for a moment and still told Hanju. After Hanju learned of this, he asked him to calm down and pretend he didn't see Pan-Xian. Liu Bei could only give up. 5 years later, another person arrived. It was the second disciple of the human school, Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao glanced at Pan-Xian and then looked at Liu Bei. Are you the current owner of the Sword Dao River? Liu Bei sized up Li Xianxiao and sensed that he was very strong. He said warily, I'm not. I'm just helping to guard it. If he couldn't win, he would give in and avoid being beaten to death. Li Xianxiao asked, Who is the owner? Call him over. Liu Bei asked, What's the matter? I want to obtain the Sword Dao River. He can negotiate with me or not. I'll snatch it directly. Then, Li Xianxiao spoke very casually, not caring about Liu Bei at all. Liu Bei looked terrified and said nervously, This isn't good. My master is an immortal god of the heavenly court. If you do this, you will offend the heavenly emperor. Li Xianxiao said disdainfully, Offend the heavenly emperor? Even the heavenly emperor has to give in to me. Liu Bei shook his head. I don't believe it. If the heavenly emperor allows it, I'll agree on behalf of my master. Really? Li Xianxiao raised his hand, and a heavenly Dao token appeared in his hand. Soon, the heavenly emperor's voice came from the heavenly Dao token. What is it? I heard that the owner of the Sword Dao River is an immortal god of the heavenly court. I want the Sword Dao River. Can you give it to me? Li Xianxiao asked with a confident expression. He was invited into the heavenly court by the heavenly emperor. After all, the heavenly emperor replied, No, you can ask for something else. Li Xianxiao's expression froze. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. The distant Pan-Xian couldn't help but turn around. Li Xianxiao said in a low voice, Didn't you agree to provide all the resources we want? Everything else is fine, but not when it comes to that immortal god. He's stronger than us? Li Xianxiao was silent. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. No matter how strong he wasn't invincible in the heavenly court. Ha ha ha. Pan-Xian suddenly couldn't help but laugh wantonly. Li Xianxiao's face instantly turned ashen. Liu Bei became nervous, afraid that he would suddenly erupt. Li Xianxiao snorted coldly and finally chose to leave. Pan-Xian looked at Liu Bei and smiled. I didn't expect that kid to have such a background. How interesting. Liu Bei nodded slightly but did not reply. Pan-Xian felt that it was boring and couldn't be bothered to say anymore. He turned around and continued doing his own thing. Liu Bei continued cultivating. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju learned everything from Liu Bei. He was even more displeased with Li Xianxiao. After gouging out the chaotic heavenly dog's eyes, he still wanted to snatch his territory? He's asking to get killed. I'll definitely deal with you in the future. Hanju thought silently. He couldn't curse Li Xianxiao immediately. It'd be too obvious. 10 years later, Dao Comprehension Sword sensibly stood up and left. Hanju didn't even need to say anything. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Li Xianxiao. 7 days later, he stopped cursing. He had lost 500 million years of his lifespan. He checked his emails as he recuperated. Your good friend Xianxia killed a son of heaven and earth. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by Jie School cultivators X10769. Because of your curse, your enemy Li Xianxiao is ravaged by mental demons. His sword heart has turned evil. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a divine palace mighty figure X18. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Tao and learned a mystical power. He has gained enlightenment from the heavenly Tao's providence. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil has successfully possessed a body. He has transformed into a Buddha. Seeing that Li Xianxia was cursed, Hanju was relieved. He noticed that Xianxia had actually killed a son of heaven and earth. He was quite something. However, being a son of heaven and earth was not ridiculous. Perhaps it was one from the mortal world? As expected of someone who had to face the calamity. Hanju looked forward to how strong he would become in the calamity. I hope you can survive, Hanju thought. He didn't want all his friends to die after this calamity ended. Hanju continued cursing the heavenly Tao Buddha and the demon emperor. After cursing, he continued cultivating. He wanted to become stronger before he went for the Tao preaching session. Another 20 years passed. The heavenly emperor finally contacted Hanju and asked him to go to the void where the reroll world was located. He would fetch him there. Hanju gathered all the disciples and told them about his trip. Wow, listening to the Tao outside the 33rd heaven. Sect Master, this is a huge opportunity. I didn't even have the chance to obtain such a qualification in the demon court. The Black Hell Demon Lord said enviously. Duan Hongqian also revealed a look of envy. Although he had slept for a period of time in his era, those who could go to the 33rd heaven were all mighty figures. The other disciples were very curious about what was happening outside the 33 heavens. Hanju said, I'll tell you when I'm back. I'm leaving. With that, he jumped out of the netherworld. The disciples surrounded the Black Hell Demon Lord and listened to him talk about the legends outside the 33 heavens. Hanju left the heavenly puppet in the Khanate Cave abode to prevent any accidents from happening on Hidden Sect Island. After a long while, Hanju moved along and finally arrived at the void where the reroll world was previously. Not long after, the heavenly emperor appeared. Two others were at his side. They were the Divine General and Long Jun. The Divine General was as powerful as Hanju imagined. Long Jun was also very powerful. He was quite similar to Long Shan and Long Hao and was even more stable and imposing. This was the first time the three of them had met. The heavenly emperor introduced them briefly before sweeping them away. They entered a mysterious and dazzling space. They were wrapped in the heavenly emperor's dermic powers. Everything around them was rapidly retreating as if they were traveling through a spatial tunnel. The Divine General stared at him and smiled. I didn't expect you to be willing to come out. I've heard too much about you. Long Jun was also very curious. He was the crown prince of the heavenly court and could naturally obtain the trust of the heavenly emperor. He had also heard of Hanju from him. Hanju coughed and said, I'm afraid of death, but I had to give the heavenly emperor face this time. The heavenly emperor snorted. This kid actually rejected me. If I didn't force him, you wouldn't be able to see him now. Hanju was embarrassed. The Divine General and Long Jun were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was really strange. Along the way, Hanju did not say much. He was extremely nervous, afraid that a mighty figure would suddenly attack. The Divine General, Long Jun, and the Heavenly Emperor chatted happily. Hanju was secretly anxious. This felt like he was on a bus and saw the other passengers chatting with the driver. What are you afraid of? You're so tense. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at him and snorted. He felt that he was not trusted. I'm bringing you there myself. Are you afraid of being attacked? How strong am I in your mind? Hanju said, It's always good to be cautious. We can't be too careful. Long Jun shook his head and laughed. The Divine General nodded in approval. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything else. About an hour later, they arrived and soared into the sky. They passed through layers of clouds. Hanju looked up. The sky seemed endless. How high is the sky in the immortal world? Hanju was curious. Soon, he felt that he had passed through an invisible pressure layer. The sky suddenly rose and was no longer so blue. Then Hanju felt pressure. At that moment, he felt like he was advancing on the Sword Dao River. The more he advanced, the greater the pressure. After passing through the 18 layers of pressure, the sky became dark. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Hanju vaguely saw thunder dragons churning in the sea of clouds. It was a spectacular view. Along the way, Hanju unknowingly arrived at the 27th layer of heaven. There, torrential rain poured down. It was a dermic rain that could erode one's dermic powers. Even an immortal emperor couldn't withstand it for long. When Hanju heard the heavenly emperor's introduction, he was shocked. If the 27th heaven was already so terrifying, how terrifying was the 33rd heaven? At the same time, he had a thought. No one would disturb him if he cultivated here. No wonder those mighty figures hid outside the heavens. When I become a zenith heaven cultivator, I'll move here and stay away from the conflicts of the worlds. Hanju thought silently, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Soon, they passed through the 30th heaven and arrived. Hanju felt the power of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely oppressive and made him shiver in fear. Looking up, he couldn't see anything. It was like the void, but there was a strange and oppressive force that made him uncomfortable. 31st heaven. The sky was like dusk. There was no sun, and it was as beautiful as a painting. The pressure also vanished. 32nd heaven. Hanju couldn't see anything. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the heavenly emperor's voice. We've arrived at the 33rd level. We're here? Hanju was puzzled. He hadn't seen the scenery of the 32nd heaven clearly. He focused his gaze and saw nothing on the 33rd. There was only a slowly flowing cloud and mist. The light was dim and he could see things. Here, Hanju couldn't feel any spirit chi. He frowned. How could he cultivate here? Could it be that he had to focus on cultivating the great Tao? Hanju sensed with his heart but couldn't feel anything. The heavenly emperor no longer rose but flew in a certain direction. Not long after, Hanju saw a palace. Nuwa Imperial Palace. Hanju was secretly vigilant. Tai Sutian in Nuwa Imperial Palace was interested in him. Back then, she had abandoned the heaven-mending stone and planned to give it to him. This scheming was too terrifying. Even if the other party might not have any ill intentions, he had to be careful. Nuwa Imperial Palace once produced a sage. It has a long history and a deep foundation. The heavenly emperor gave a simple introduction. It was clearly the first time the divine general and Long Jun had come here. They looked at Nuwa Palace with curiosity. Nuwa Imperial Palace was huge. The door alone was 10,000 feet tall and majestic. One could faintly hear the sound of water dripping. 5 minutes later, Hanju saw another palace, the Great Pure Hall. Compared to Nuwa Imperial Palace, the Great Pure Hall was not small and was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. Hanju noticed that the heavenly emperor wasn't moving quickly, as if he was deliberately leading them around. He seemed to be wary of the Great Pure Hall and did not explain further. An hour later, Hanju saw no less than 10 palaces. He suddenly felt so tiny. Or rather, the entire immortal world was very tiny. Although the 4 great powers fought endlessly and devoured the myriad worlds, none of them dared to speak loudly here. Finally, Hanju saw the great ultimate hall. Hundreds of figures had already gathered in front of the hall. Most of them made Hanju feel very dangerous. The heavenly emperor brought them to the steps in front of the hall and said, "All of you, wait here." In an instant, many divine senses swept past Hanju. He had adjusted his cultivation to rank 1 immortal emperor before coming. After all, it would be too abrupt if his cultivation was too low. A rank 1 immortal emperor wasn't at the bottom here. Hanju even saw a grand unity golden immortal. I hope that no one will jump out and find trouble with me, Hanju thought silently. He didn't even dare to look at those mighty figures. The heavenly Tao Buddha and the demon emperor were definitely here. He couldn't attract their attention. "You're here." A voice entered Hanju's ears. He turned around and saw a white-robed youth staring at him. This aura. The chaotic physique, Tao Sovereign. Hanju remembered his aura. He nodded slightly at him and didn't want to talk. "Don't come over. Don't introduce me to anyone," Hanju was extremely nervous. Dao Sovereign had the chaotic physique. He was a top prodigy and was even stronger than Long Hao. If he was related to him, Hanju would definitely be noticed. Dao Sovereign had an indifferent personality. Seeing that Hanju had no intention of speaking, he couldn't be bothered to send a voice transmission. Long Jun chuckled. It's definitely safe here. There's no need to be nervous. Hanju agreed. How could there be trouble in front of the mighty figures? The more nervous he was, the more he felt that something was wrong. Hanju immediately relaxed. He looked calm on the surface, but he was still nervous inside. As the master of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor attracted a group of mighty figures. Hanju heard their conversation as they talked about the situation of the immeasurable calamity. One person was at odds with the heavenly emperor. It was probably the demon emperor. His aura was too strong. Junior brother. This is the junior that I like. Li Daokong's voice floated over. He and Li Xianxia walked towards Hanju. His heart skipped a beat. Crap. Li Xianxia stopped in front of Hanju and the other two. He sized him up and snorted. I can't see anything amazing. That's right. It means that he has a method that even you can't see through. Li Daokong's answer made Hanju speechless. Brother, are you sick? Must you draw hatred towards me? Li Xianxia snorted and left. Li Daokong winked at Hanju and said, After you think it through, look for me any time. Hanju could only nod politely. After the fellow disciples left, the divine general asked curiously, Do you know them? Hanju replied, Not really. Senior Li is a mighty figure. He's not someone a junior like me can reach. The divine general smiled and did not ask further. Long Jun looked around. Thinking about something, time passed quickly, while Hanju waited nervously. After an unknown period of time, the door to the great ultimate hall opened with a bang, and a wave of ancient bells sounded. Everyone, enter the hall. An old voice sounded in Hanju's ears. He turned around and discovered that the mighty figures in front of the door were the first to enter the hall. The door was bright and he couldn't see the situation inside. Hanju muttered. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is not bringing us? Long Jun smiled and said, It's fine. We can't sit beside Father. We'll just follow behind the main group. With that, he walked forward. Hanju and the Divine General followed closely behind. After a few steps, a figure rushed over from behind and bumped into him. Hanju glanced at him and the other party also looked at him. The other party nodded slightly and quickly walked forward. The Void Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. When Hanju saw the line of words in front of him, a huge question mark appeared in his mind. Damn it! You bumped into me, but you still developed hatred towards me? I want to know your background. How arrogant. As Hanju advanced, he checked his interpersonal relationships and quickly found the portrait of the Void Emperor. Void Emperor. Rank 9 Immortal Emperor, son of the Demon Emperor. He has cultivated diligently for 5 million years and has a firm Tao heart. He can enter the deity realm at any time. Because you glanced at him, he is dissatisfied with you. He thinks that an ant like you should not dare to even glance at him. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Son of the Demon Emperor? Oh. Anyway, Hanju had already offended his father. It didn't matter if he offended them further. Actually, it was fine. It was only 2 stars of hatred points. If this fellow still dared to increase his hatred points, then sorry for the following treatment. Although I'm cautious, I'm also ruthless. Hanju didn't think further and continued forward. The 3 of them were already at the back, so they were not in a hurry. When Hanju stepped into the door of the great ultimate hall, the strong light drowned his figure. He felt an unstoppable force envelop him. His feet left the ground as if he was flying. Several breaths later, Hanju felt himself land on the ground. He opened his eyes and saw rows of figures. He looked up and saw 10 rows of figures in front and 7 or 8 behind. There were mats behind each person. Hanju discovered that the Divine General and Long Jun were 2 rows behind him. The two of them also noticed Hanju and looked shocked. Hanju noticed their expressions and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that this position was very particular? He continued to look and discovered that the Heavenly Emperor wasn't in the first row, but the second. The figures in the first row emitted light, making it difficult to see their true appearance. The others were also looking around. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, and some were in disbelief. No one said anything. Under the silence, Hanju found it quite funny. He didn't dare to laugh and sat down. Oh, this mat is not simple. Hanju was surprised to find that the mat beneath him was even higher ranked than the one in the Khanate cave abode. Endless immortal chi automatically surged into his body, pouring in neither too much nor too little, making him feel very comfortable. The hall was very big. Even after accommodating hundreds of people, everyone was still tens of feet apart. It was very spacious. Above him was a strong light. He couldn't see the top of the sky. The light fell and was extremely warm. At this moment, a vast pressure descended, suppressing everyone until they sat down. At the front, an old figure had suddenly appeared facing everyone. He wore a gray robe and had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were closed as if he had experienced the passage of time and seen through the mortal world. He had an indescribable bearing. "Greetings, Ancestor Shitian." The big shots in the second row shouted in unison. Everyone in the back hurriedly bowed. Hanju reacted quickly and bowed. "Ancestor Shitian?" Hanju secretly felt that it was impressive. He immediately used the simulation trial to test everyone present and copied their data. After the system upgraded, not only could it copy the enemy's data with the Dao field as the center, but it could also copy the data of the surrounding people with itself as the center. Ancestor Shitian, Cultivation Unknown, Transcendent Dao Expert, Emperor Red Dust, Cultivation Unknown, Immeasurable Emperor, Master of the Divine Palace, Cultivation Unknown, Immeasurable Emperor, Demon Emperor, Cultivation Unknown, Immeasurable Emperor. Most of them had unknown cultivation levels. Hanju was extremely excited. He didn't have to worry about not having any opponents in the future. Ancestor Shitian slowly said, "Since I attained the Tao, I have already passed 9 immeasurable calamities. Before the calamity each time, I will preach the Tao here and bring benefit to all living beings. How much you can gain will depend on your own comprehension talent. The great Tao I'm preaching this time is karma. I heard that the Dark Forbidden Lord is using curses to control the immeasurable calamity. Curses belong to the Tao of karma. Dark Forbidden Lord?" Hanju was speechless. He didn't expect to hear one of his secret titles here. Upon mentioning the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and many others revealed looks of displeasure. Some also revealed looks of reverence. Ancestor Shitian continued, "In karma, there is cause and effect. The communication between all things is the cause, and the end of communication is the effect. The Tao of karma transcends the Tao of the heavenly Tao. It's illusory and difficult to find. Legend has it that before the creation of the ancient gods, the 3,000 great Tao all had spirits. The spirit of karma was born from the battle of the 3,000 great Tao." Hanju was entranced. The voice of Ancestor Shitian had a magical power that could allow his consciousness to quickly enter the Tao comprehension state. This state was extremely profound. Hanju couldn't help but begin to circulate the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. The speed at which the stellar primordial body absorbed the negative karma of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus increased. Ancestor Shitian seemed to sense something as his gaze landed on Hanju. He took just a quick glance. Hanju couldn't hear the rest of Ancestor Shitian's words. He was in a state of epiphany as countless thoughts and insights erupted in his mind. This situation was just like when Hanju fused with the Great Tao fragment. This was the Great Tao insight. Hanju didn't notice that his cultivation level started to increase. The mat beneath provided him with an endless stream of immortal chi as long as he needed it. Not only Hanju, but the others in the hall also fell into a state of epiphany, including the Heavenly Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the other mighty figures. In less than a year, a grand unity golden immortal had stepped into the Emperor realm. Time flew. Year after year passed. Hanju didn't notice the passage of time. After a certain period of time, Hanju suddenly woke up when the lecture ended. It was not only him. Almost everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Hanju regained consciousness. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation level had broken through to the rank 6 Immortal Emperor realm. So fast? Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 3,951/1,229,999,999,999,999. Race: Immortal, stellar primordial body. Cultivation: Rank 6 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. According to his lifespan, this Tao session took 49 years. His lifespan had increased to a quadrillion years. Hanju developed a favorable impression of Ancestor Shitian. His favorability towards the Heavenly Emperor increased. Hanju finally realized that the Heavenly Emperor was right. If he didn't come for the Tao preaching this time, it would have been a huge loss. Not only that, but Hanju also felt an additional power in his body. Power of the Great Tao. Great Tao of Karma. In the primordial world, the Great Tao of Karma filled the air. The Great Tao of life and death did not dare to approach. This feeling was very strange. The Great Tao of Karma was like the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Although it existed, Hanju couldn't control it. In these 49 years, 732 fellow Taoists comprehended the Great Tao of Karma, of which 19 have already grasped it, Ancestor Shitian said. His words shocked Hanju. There were less than 1,000 of them, but more than 700 had comprehended the Great Tao of Karma? Hanju almost vomited blood. He thought that he was a genius with an unparalleled stellar primordial body. What was even more exaggerated was the 19 mighty figures who directly grasped the Great Tao of Karma. Who could withstand this? Fortunately, I came. If I didn't, the Great Tao of Karma would have slipped by me. Hanju thought silently. Ancestor Shitian continued. In the next 10 years, all of you can ask questions. The first row can ask 3 questions, and the second row can ask 2. After that, each person can only ask 1 question. We'll follow this sequence. He could even ask a question. Hanju hesitated. What should he ask? Should he bluff his way through or seize the opportunity to ask something he really needed to know? He would listen first. Ancestor, is it better to cultivate the Great Tao or the Heavenly Tao? A mighty figure in the first row asked. This question attracted everyone's attention.